expand on that as soon as I've found his message.
And the good news is he's not alive anymore, so he can't sue. First ball of Joseph's new over is outside Stokes' off stump, and he leaves. Well, prepare for a libelous message incoming from David Brooks. We're back on YouTube, says the Bear.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks, Bear.
There really is a lot of kit to deal with here. And I'm just talking to a microphone. West Indies seem to have a new sponsor on the front of their shirts. It was Sandals, but it's now somebody else. I think the owner of Sandals died about a year ago, so I wonder if that's connected. A shorter ball from Seals, which Stokes plays a backward defensive shot to.
Yeah, that's right. The great Butch, as he was properly known, he was a huge supporter of West Indies cricket, and I think there was a direct connection there, Fred. I think you've got that in one. Nice to see Crick Toast now, the sponsor. Oh, I think I've got my wife banging on the door. If you excuse me a moment, I think I've locked her out. I'll be back in a second.
You're listening to Domestic Tragedies on Guerrilla Cricket as Seals in again to Stokes. Full ball on leg stump. He just drops this into the leg sides towards a vacant mid-wicket region. Mid-on comes round to field. A single to Stokes. He has 15 of 56 deliveries. Bairstow also has 15 of 45, 77 for 4. They've got out the old overlaid red zone on the TV, which suggests there's two very heavy landings of the bowler's follow through on the red zone, and if the TV have spotted that, I'm presuming the fourth umpire has, and will be telling the standing umpire Joel Wilson to reverse his decision. Sorry, not to. That's what usually the fourth umpire tells Joel Wilson, but in this time they'll probably be telling him to have a look at where the follow through is landing. Seals 1 for 25, halfway through his 8th over. He's bowling to 2 slips and a gully, and more pertinently to Johnny Bairstow. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this is just dabbed with the bat quite far away from the body by Bairstow towards the gully region. No run.
I mean, Fred, I've got the gist of the remark. I haven't got the actual quote from directly. Kerry Packer said to Andy Roberts, apparently, you guys are acting as though you're holding your dicks or something like that. If you keep playing like that, you're going to be on the first plane back. And he even gave them the schedules, Qantas schedules. They didn't lose a game after that.
That is motivation, as this is a shorter ball, and it's dabbed square of the offside by Bairstow to the point fielder. No run.
You're not a Kerry Packer fan, Messi Jez?
I think his behaviour was absolutely appalling. He's like most narcissistic megalomaniacs. Very successful, but also very damaging to a lot of people.
Do you accept that he did something to bring cricket into the modern era?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think the whole broadcasting of cricket on television was revolutionised because of him as well. I accept that, but I think his methods were not... maybe they were necessary.
Seals completely over to Bairstow, who pushes this to mid-off. No run, 77 for 4 off 29. Let's have some tweets, please.
Okay, Mark says it sounds okay. It says Fred sounding a little less assertive than Messi or Dave. Balance with the crowd is fine. I've just reposted the link to the YouTube stream, which is live in Australia, of the game. So you could watch 2 YouTube feeds of one of us and one of the opposition people actually playing cricket. Jay Grover says, seriously, fuck off, Dave. And makes other rude comments. I don't know why. He doesn't like your Peaky Blinders cap. That's what it is. He's just jealous, I'm sure.
So don't worry about Jay, as Joseph again to the left-handed Stokes pushes it across him, and Stokes doesn't want to play the ball there. It's been replaced by is that a
Thanks, Joe. I forgot I had my day wear on.
Which cap is that now?
Just a West Indies one-day international cap.
One-day internationals, what are they? This is approaching a partnership for England, 29 as this shorter ball, Stokes heaves this into the leg side, doesn't time it at all. Mid-on has to go about 20 yards deep and to his left to field that. So they do manage to come through for 2 runs. 17 now for Stokes, 79 for 4. 31 partnership. Is that? Should we be breaking out the champagne?
Well, I will be breaking it out because I've backed these two to save the day for England. I think if you look at the score, if you look at that team sheet, once Joe Root is out, he's really relying on Bairstow. He's been in good form, had that century in the warm-up, got century in the Ashes, of course. So, and Stokes is looking good, isn't he?
Well wide of off stump, this next delivery from Joseph. I don't think Stokes could have reached it even had he wanted to, which he didn't. Are we up to date with tweets? Because he takes a little bit of time.
Not quite. Verong says it's going to take Windies more than 2.5 hours to bowl 30 overs, which is extremely piss poor. We did have a hole up for about 7 minutes for what we don't know.
Well, can I just shed some light on this message, Jez?
Yeah.
There's been some problems with light reflecting on the door immediately behind the sight screen at the Andy Roberts end. And one of the interruptions of which you speak was caused by the 4th umpire coming out.
Next ball is another shovel pull from Stokes, which isn't timed. It finds its way to the.
I put it to you, Fred. I put it to you, Fred, that the 4th umpire should know better than moving behind the bowler's arm.
I put it to you. Thank you, Rumpole of the Bailey, for your interjections.
Who's just let her indoors?
No, it was she who must be obeyed. Her indoors was
that's
mine.
right, yeah. That's right.
Joseph bowls again, and a very odd shot from Stokes. It looked like he was going back to cut it, and then decided to sort of prod it towards mid-off, which he successfully did. No run. 81 for 4. I believe England's first innings in the first test of their last tour of the West Indies, they were all out for somewhere in the 70s.
77, Fred. So
they're well beyond
good.
that.
Yep.
At 81 for 4. So we're looking at Kimar Roach's figures at this stadium. 41 wickets at under 17, which is a really, really excellent return as Joseph comes in and bowls. And Stokes, who's seeing the ball better, if perhaps not timing it well, just dabs it down into the ground deliberately towards the gully. And third slip makes us sprawling stop, no run.
Kimar Roach really enjoys bowling here, Fred. He's got a fantastic record at the North Sound. And if you remember in the last series in the Caribbean, he took 18 wickets at 13 runs apiece and was man of the series. And he's one of those bowlers that is underestimated. He won't be seen as one of the greats. We always look back on that golden period of the 80s. No one can ever match those performances. But in Kimar Roach, you've got someone who's about to hit the top 5 or 6 West Indies bowlers of all time. We saw what he was like in county cricket when he came over to play that spell for Surrey last year, taking an 8th when he had to turn it on. He's underestimated.
Yeah, there have always been bowlers who were underestimated for West Indies because they had so many of them at such a high level. As Bairstow just ducks underneath this first ball of a new over from Seals. It's through to De Silva. The amazing thing about those great teams of the 70s and 80s from the West Indies were not just the front line bowlers who were terrific, but the number of bowlers they had in reserve who couldn't get a game. Sylvester Clarke and Ezra Mosley and Hallam Mosley and people like that.
Wayne Daniel
played some test matches, but not a huge amount. It was an extraordinary depth of fast bowling in that era, as the next ball comes into Bairstow, who plays an ugly shot, unsurprisingly.
Well, in the Jayden Seals bowling at the moment, you've got someone who a lot of West Indies fans are very excited about. In his first test match, of course, he took that fifer, youngest ever West Indian to take a 5-wicket ball, got 8 wickets against Pakistan. He is a wicket taker, and he's got some pace, and he's got a really good attitude, hasn't he? You like the way he eyeballed Ben Stokes before after a full shot. He's intimidating, and he's got real presence.
This one veers slightly towards the leg side, and it's turned down to long leg by Bairstow for a single. In fact, a leg by. So 82 for 4, and Bairstow remains on 15.
Jeff Perkins suggests that maybe while Bear is doing a restart, he can reboot the England team too. And
Well, the Bear has, his midlife crisis suggests that he thinks he could be playing international cricket. He's convinced of this, or at least IPL anyway. And he'd do better than a lot of people. He's shouting at me from the other room, so he's apparently still convinced that he could play IPL. Yeah, he's screaming now. I better shut the door. As Seals bowls well wide of the off stump, and Stokes leaves. He reckons he could get through 4 overs for about 25 odd. Not sure
having said that about
necessarily
Seals,
the
Fred, the pressure's coming off a bit. Seals has relieved the pressure for England since coming back after tea. I'd have been tempted to continue with Jason Holder, had such a stranglehold. Because once you let these two, Stokes and Bairstow, get away, then maybe no stopping them.
Well, yeah, but if he is, as you say, they look to him as being their wicket-taking spearhead, this would be the time that they would want him to bowl, because they want to prize out a wicket here and expose England's flabby top, middle and lower order. As full ball is prodded back to the bowler by Stokes.
I suppose my point would be, Fred, that the pressure was building. I'd have been tempted to go to Jason Holder, 5 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for naught, just to keep the pressure on. So I think that would have got the wicket, more likely to take a wicket, to keep the pressure on. Sooner or later, Stokes or Bairstow would have attempted a big shot, whereas Seals, yeah, he is a wicket taker, but he does give away some runs.
This and more hindsight will be available at tea when David will be talking to Roland Butcher.
Roland's better than that, Fred.
Yes, he is. Yeah, shorter ball, which Stokes bends back and watches the ball go past his chest into the gloves of De Silva. End of the over. Seals his 9th over complete. He has 1 for 25, 82 for 4. Messi, let's have some tweets.
Jeff Perkins, appropriately enough, says, Dave's of our lives. In this episode, Mr. Brooke hears his wife banging while commentating.
I was thinking, have I got rats or mice? If so, they must be bloody huge.
I think you should quit while you're behind, mate. Darren Macy says, I know, I thought, I'll watch the England versus West Indies cricket, I thought. On Sky, I thought. Ha! Disappointment that I couldn't watch it. Lasted about 20 minutes, and at 77 for 4, I'm now just relieved I have guerrilla cricket to keep me and my sporting sorrows.
We are having a changeover. Sorry for the belated information. I shall be passing over to Bear, and other people will be coming in and doing various things.
Tony, Leah is the next one. 6 minutes ago.
Super. Thank you very much indeed.
I shall see you tomorrow.
Well done. Right through the night. Fantastic effort.
All right, Hendo.
All right, yeah. I'm all right, I suppose.
Good man.
Hendo!
Short. Ooh, I thought it came off the edge as Bairstow pulled out of a pull. Goes through the keeper, and no run. Some eyes from Joseph and a little smile from Johnny B. And nothing happens. No run.
Yeah, I liked the fact that Dave picked up on that sort of. Well, wouldn't say it was a confrontation between Seals and Ben Stokes in the first session, but he did make a point of looking at him for a very long time. Did Seals, even when the over had been called and the two batsmen had come together to talk in the middle, he was still standing there looking at him. But nothing untoward, but just entertaining.
Well, that's full and angled into the pads. There's half a peel, but it's going way down leg and probably came off the bat. No, maybe not, because we're staring at an umpire. He's about to give a leg bite. No. And another run is accrued by Bairstow. Moves on to 16. Stokes is 19. England at 83 for 4 in a 32nd over. It's not many overs to be bowled up. Oh, we've had a half an hour after tea, and I've only just got into the 32nd over.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to have to see a little bit of the spinner if we're not going to go till about 11 o'clock tonight, aren't we?
Well, they can only go an extra half an hour. I presume if I remember right, it's like a bit like South Africa, doesn't it? It gets dark quite early, quickly, closer to the equator down there. Joseph in and just knocked into the offside by Stokes, and they'll get a single to cover. And 3 balls left in the over. So how are you, Hendo?
Well, I'm all the better for your little sweets.
Have you actually tried them?
No, I haven't tried them yet. I can't try them yet, but I might have one tomorrow.
Okay.
When I come in. When I come in, which of course Fred doesn't believe I will.
I'm sure you will.
But I'll do my best. I need some beer for a start.
Hold on, someone's at the door. That's pushed into
Not
the
my
offside,
wife,
and
is
there's
it?
no run. You're not on. You're not supposed to be on screen. Whoever. Where's? Was that Dave Brook? I could hear in the background.
That was Dave. Dave should have gone.
Yeah.
He should have gone. Yeah.
He's back for tea. He's doing a tea time special.
He is. Babbling with Brooke.
Babbling with Brooke, indeed.
That's brilliant.
All kinds of good stuff on it.
Who came up with that idea? Who came up with that
modesty
name?
permits me from letting you know that it was me, Andy.
And never be beaten by an old pun. That's what I would say.
Apparently it's what his Latin teacher used to call him, Babbling Brook, and he didn't like it at first, and then he kept texting me going, actually I really like it, I'm embracing it now. So I went, well alright, there it is, it's called Babbling with Brooke.
Has he got time? I know he's speaking to a lot of people. Has he got enough time to speak to all those people in 20 minutes?
No, it's a round robin. It's like a round table.
Right,
They're
okay.
all in one go.
All right, Steve. Steve Jones is in.
Oh, bones.
As that's played, driven out towards extra cover, and they'll take 2. And Stokes moves on to 22. Off the 67 deliveries, he's picked up pace after he took forever to get off the mark. Nice shot, but played standing tall in the crease and just punching it through the cover out towards the cover boundary. I'm going to crack a beer.
Make sure there's some there for me tomorrow, Bear, because I can't actually go into shops yet. Just keep that one up until Christmas.
I'll bring you some on the way over, Henry.
Joseph is defended out to cover and there's no run. I bought a 12-pack of Hazy Jane.
What is that? Never heard of that.
Brewdog.
Oh, it's Brewdog. Okay.
Oh, that company well known for treating its staff so well.
And they never got back to us, did it? The Brewdog dog didn't get back to us.
No, you never woofed at us.
Well,
Did we try and get hold of him on the dog and bone?
Yeah, we'll
hey.
So what do we reckon? Decent start after all? I suppose 85.
No.
Oh no, I suppose one less wicket would have been.
200 for 4, possibly.
Well, it still could get there. That's the thing. isn't it?
87 for 4, no.
Well, I was hoping that this would be the Stokes and Bairstow partnership that I missed in South Africa in 2016.
Mate, yeah, it happened.
Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it?
Anyway, I should catch up on a few tweets, shouldn't I?
Go ahead.
Apparently, Leah says, Kerry Packer once tipped an EMT who saved his life $1 million. He also paid a waitress his mortgage after witnessing her being abused by her superior at a casino. Okay.
Yeah.
Spicy Golden Duck. Try watching on Opera browser. I'm not quite sure who that's addressed to, but it's a piece of advice. You should be able to watch the Windies Cricket YouTube stream from anywhere.
Jason Holder is into the attack, and not really got much above 130 today. As I said before, I do like him, and he's got a jingle that goes like this.
Jason Holder is a tall bowler. He's on for an over or 2.
And 1 for none he has. Defended into the offside and there's no run. 1 for none. I didn't realise that. It's pretty good going. So who did he get? Dan Lawrence, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I mean, it's incredible figures, isn't it?
Yeah.
5.2 overs, and they still haven't scored a run off it.
Yeah, I was thinking 0 for 1, so he got 1 for run, and then I was thinking, no, actually that's a wicket for no run.
That's a wicket, yeah. I mean, it was a horrible shot. There's something about Dan Lawrence that when he gets out, he looks worse than most people. Well, it's because he's trying to work things to the leg side. It's disappointing. He can look incredibly good, but other times he just doesn't even look like a sort of club cricketer.
Well, yeah, short, wide, and that is runs. A cut. I don't think Bairstow got all of it. Seems bat maybe turned his hand a little bit and had squared it into the ground, but it's gone out towards the point boundary, and they'll get back for 2. Of course, Josh De Silva's playing today, and he's using a Woodstock bat.
Ah, right. Oh, that'd be great when he comes out to bat.
Exactly.
Now we just need someone to use a gorilla bat, don't we? Really?
Yes. Well,
Is that ever going to happen?
we got to approach someone first, I guess. That might help.
Would you like to use a bat that nobody else is using around the world? I mean, I think that's a good starting point.
Yeah, not a bad one. Holder in, and again Bairstow Maybe a bit too full for that shot, but he stands in the crease and punches it square on the offside, hits the fielder this time, and there's no run.
I feel that this is a pitch that's going to get slower and slower, don't you? I mean, it doesn't. There's been swing, but there hasn't been a lot of movement laterally off the pitch.
No, there's been
one or two
there's
from
been
Alzari
none.
Joseph. But you just feel it's like so many West Indies pitches that seem to get sort of slower and lower as the match goes on. It starts slow and low to be in the first place.
Well, it doesn't look like it's got a shred of glass on it. It basically looks like a mud patch that's trying to dry. I mean, it almost looks like an Indian wicket. As that's full again and coming in slightly, maybe from Holder.
Did anyone get any sort of feedback on what people thought of the Pakistan-Australia test? I mean, that's not, obviously you take the fact that there hasn't been a lot of test cricket in Pakistan for many years, and it's great that it's back, but if you get pitches like that one, is it really going to draw people to the game?
No. I think that general feeling was one of exasperation.
I mean, literally, I didn't even realise until sort of quite late on today that there were no wickets on the final day.
No, defended by Bairstow, back to the bowler, ends the over. 2 runs off that, and Holder now has 1 for 2 off his 6 overs. Stokes on 22, Bairstow on 19, England 89 for 4.
Anna Forsyth says, hello all, forgot about the cricket, woke up to the gingers saving the day, brackets, I hope. Jay Grover says, irony, the one time I agree with Fred and Messrs doesn't read the tweet. Stop being aggressive, Dave. Oh, I didn't miss that. Was he getting upset about something? Jay Grover, I'm reading that. Brian Barish, opera is talking about opera, but the operating system, not the musical form. Jeff Perkins says, if the Bears' toe merits selection, may as well try the rest of him. I missed that conversation. Why was there a discussion about your toe, Bear?
I don't know about my toe, but, the fact that I reckon I can go for 7.5 over in the IPL.
Oh, that? Yeah.
It's true, I can. That is rather a weird shot by Stokes. I think he was trying to hit it harder and over the top of maybe point. Ended up sort of toe-ending it kind of airily, just about through the slips. He kind of stood still and no one actually went for it. And anyway, it's ended up down at the third man boundary. It's 4 runs. He just...
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think he was trying to pull out the shot right at the end. Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone right between the slips, hasn't it? I mean, It's catchable height as well. A little bit reminiscent of the shot that Root plays outside the off stump, but I think, as you say, he got it much closer to the toe end of the bat than Root generally would. And that would have been an awful wicket to give away.
Yep. That doesn't mean England can't do it, of course. As they're experts at it. Left alone outside the off stump of Stokes. And there's no one. Of course, Hendo, you missed the glory that was the Ashes.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that would have completely killed me off. It really would. I mean, I did watch some of it. I mean, I watched the first couple of hours most nights, but it was just so demoralising, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah, we were shit.
And so inevitable. The whole thing was inevitable, and we kind of knew it was inevitable from what we'd seen in the summer with England against India.
Well, exactly. I had no. Usually I'm an optimist, but I had no optimism about that series whatsoever. So that's left alone outside Stokes' off stump through the keeper, and there's no one. I'm optimistic about this series, though. I think we can beat the West Indies. Don't think we might not do.
We've only done it 3 times.
I know, it's weird.
And haven't done it in the last 10. Since 2000 and whatever it was.
Yeah, and we thought
18 years we haven't won in the West Indies.
And we
won
thought
a series in the West Indies.
We thought we probably should have done for the last 2 series we've been out there as well. I'd have said with teams as they were. Joseph in outside Stokes' off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, the West Indies are another of these really good bowling teams that aren't where their batting doesn't kind of match that. I think we're seeing the strength of the West Indies now, but I still expect that England have got good enough bowlers to take their wickets. Doesn't mean they will do.
Yeah.
But it's probably the first time that England have gone into a series against the West Indies in the recent era, where then no one's really got hopes of them winning.
Yeah, true.
Or being, they are almost the underdogs.
I'd say they are probably. It's a home series for the West Indies. Left alone outside Stokes' off stump through the keeper, and there's no run. I was going to take issue. I think earlier today, I think that the wind seems to have died down now, and it's not swinging so much. I think the wind helps with swing if it's coming in a narrow enough angle for the bowler. So if it's coming straight down the track or slightly from mid off and mid on, it does help the bowler. If it's coming from across, then it's not going to. Because if it's quite strong and you've got a shiny side of the ball, the wind's going to go a lot quicker off it. It really does help the swing. That's too short from Joseph, and across Stokes. He's just watches it through the keeper and there's no run.
I don't know that I agree about that. I always thought about the wind. Yes, you will see the ball swing or at least move in the air with wind, but it actually depends on the pace of the bowler. And I think the slower, quicker bowlers, if that makes sense, actually will get more movement from that than the quicker ones will.
But there's no one here who's really quick. Let's be honest.
No, well, we might see with Mark Wood when he gets a bowl. I know Kemar Roach is pretty swift, isn't he? And Seals is impressive.
Yeah, they're all up in the sort of mid, 130s, same as everyone else.
Yeah.
Except, that was the one thing about Australia. You watch the speeds consistently, as that's played on the back foot by Bairstow, punched out to cover and there's no run. Consistently, Cummins and Stark and whoever else is in the side. What was the guy who got all
Cameron
wickets?
Green even,
he was bowling up at the high 80s, and England's bowlers were all low 80s, and that makes a big difference, I think, in Australia. And that was the difference in the sides. They put more pressure on our batsmen because that extra little bit of pace, less time to think. I mean, Wood really did have them in a kerfuffle. Prodded at by Bairstow, one over his body, but he's got his eye in, so just plays it out to point, and there's no run.
Well, I think England were never going to have a chance in the Ashes unless they had Archer bowling at his best and Ben Stokes coming into the team at a good time, or being in the team at a good time. But having, him not having had any cricket, losing Jofra Archer just made it more and more difficult for England, because the batting was just so poor.
Oh, the batting was absolutely awful, man. It was terrible. Holder in, very full, but outside Bairstow's off stump. It's a big stride forward and leaves it through to Josh De Silva behind the stumps, and there's no run.
2004 was the last time England won a Test series in the West Indies.
Is that though? I mean, part of that is because we tend to play shorter series in the West Indies now, isn't it? We often only play three match series. This is one that was going
to be two.
Was this actually? I don't think this was initially in the schedule. This is the one that's saying thanks to them for coming in 2020, isn't it?
Well, 2008-9 was a 5-match Test series.
Oh, was it?
West Indies won that 1-0.
Yeah, I remember that one. That one is left alone outside the off. That's where the story comes about, because they won the first Test, didn't they? And then there were 4 complete featherbeds and hardly a wicket fell for the rest of the series.
97-98 was a 6-Test series. The 1,
really?
2, 3, 4.
Oh, that was because the game was called off in Jamaica, wasn't it? After about 15 minutes, when it was considered the pitch was too dangerous.
Wasn't that one of Sky's first ever overseas broadcasts or something?
Nah. No. Well, was it? Maybe.
Yeah, 98 was down as match drawn, Hendo.
That's cut hard by Bairstow. It does get all of that. I think it does make its way to the cover point boundary, and it'll be 4 runs.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, match abandoned after 10 overs. You're absolutely right.
I remember because I was in Bermuda and working in Bermuda, and I'd taken a day off just to sit down, come back, go out, have some early breakfast, get back, watch the match at a reasonable hour, of course, because it was pretty much the same time there. And then after 10 overs, it was all done and dusted. I was very unhappy.
Bummer. Here, dear, full, very full. Attempted Yorker possibly by Jason Holder, but jabbed out by Bairstow to end the 35th over, 97 for 4. England socials.
Yeah, swing it both ways. Says, what's the available ways to listen? I've tried TuneIn (shite). Website, okay so far. What else is there? YouTube, Facebook. Yes, YouTube. Yes, Facebook.
And Hot Mic.
Just search. I just actually sent a reply saying those 3. So any of those 3. Hot Mic's pretty good. You can sync it with your TV if you're watching TV and want to catch our commentary. Oh, hello.
I don't know why that came up.
Do we have technical issues today on Hot Mic, or is it just being
I haven't tried.
Unreliable today?
I never tried for God knows how long, so I don't bother with it these days.
Parabad Shah says, Does that work for videos? I'd have thought Opera would have been. Oh, there's still the discussion about Opera. Wouldn't want their servers hammered by bandwidth requirements of video, especially for a free service. I'll have a try though, thanks. So let us know how you go with that, Pirate Badshaw.
Here comes Seals to Stokes, and it goes across him. And left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Jane Grover had said, "I refuse to be the first eyebrow raise to the Bears' little sweets."
No. I bought. I think I said this on air because I bought Hendo some CBD jellies. She hasn't tried yet. Thought it might help him.
I don't want to go psychotic. That's
I'm
what
assuming
I'm worried
that's
about.
not Central Business District.
No, it's not.
No, I didn't think so.
And totally legal though. That's left alone through the keeper, and there's no run. But the stuff that Holland and Barrett sells is shite. So I went and got some proper ones.
It's certainly interesting stuff to read about, because they take certain bits out of it, don't they?
Well, yeah, they take all the THC. It's basically the bit that chills you out, and pretty high dosage, so they should work properly. And I'm looking forward to trying one tomorrow when you come in, because he hasn't done any of them.
The thing is, you have to stay off anything else before then.
Yeah,
to know that it's having an effect, don't you?
Nah, not for me. I know what's what.
You'll be able to tell, will you?
Yeah, absolutely. Seals is in to Stokes, who drives that sweetly. Didn't time it as well as I thought he did. I think it's Kemal Roach at mid-off. He dives to stop it, but they get a swing through for a single, creeping on towards triple figures. I guess if England had been 100 for 3, you'd have probably said that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big wicket was. Obviously, the big wicket was Root, wasn't it? I mean, when that went down at 27, and especially after it was the ball right after he'd been dropped, and you thought, is that really going to cost West Indies? And as it happened, it cost them absolutely nothing.
It was an absolutely cracking ball, though.
It was a cracking ball. It was a cracking ball.
I mean,
but.
Maybe he's just thinking of Australia. That had bounced over in Australia, you see. Wouldn't have travelled the stumps at all. Got to get used to
that's what happens if you don't play enough warm-up games, I suppose, when you move continent.
Yeah. Not incontinent.
Indeed.
Bairstow facing up. Seals full and blocked square to point. I think it's Jermaine Blackwood there, and it will be no run. One off the over so far.
You know that Jaden Seals' middle name is Nigel.
Is it?
It is indeed. Nigel Tristan Seals.
Nigel Tristan,
to give him his full name.
Indeed. So when you get a bit depressed about seeing that no one's being called Nigel in this country anymore, probably down to Farage.
Yeah.
At least it's still held in some respect around
It's
the
funny, if
Commonwealth.
you took away the name Jaden, it does rather sound like an MP, doesn't it? Tristan Seals, the MP for a little village in Gloucestershire.
Nicely driven. That's good timing by Bairstow. It's gone out through extra cover. It's going to make it to the boundary. No point in chasing that. Good shot.
I'd say shot of the day.
I know what you're saying about Root, but Root got 1,700 test runs last year, and he can't do that forever. Someone else has got to stand up in this side occasionally. He can't score every innings, can he?
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, no one's going to. There's a tendency to sort of lump him in with everyone else and say England can't bat, but he's bound to have failures.
Yeah.
So.
And he had a bad series in Australia, and
well, it started well, didn't it? It started well.
But then again, if everyone else is fucking it up around you, then it's difficult, isn't it? Oh dear, horrible shot by Bairstow. I don't know what he's trying to do there. Playing massively away from his body and sort of fencing at it. He went inside his inside edge and threw it to the keeper, and there's no run. Maybe it's a bit of inconsistent bounce. Didn't seem to jag back, but maybe it just kept low.
I think it's. You almost in those long series, and of course this is the first time, really, wasn't it, when all the Australian tests, 5 tests, have been played back to back. I mean, you barely had any time to, recover from the flight from one city to another. To actually, although of course they didn't go to Perth, but they did go down to Hobart. It's incredibly hard when everyone else, when you have to think yet again, you have to be the one to pull them out.
Yeah, absolutely, all the time. I mean, until that last test as well, the final innings of the series, we'd only had 2 partnerships that got above 20 or something. It was insane.
Absolutely shocking.
Opening partnerships, anyway.
Well, 54 ducks, wasn't it, in 2021?
Yeah.
Throughout the team.
54 ducks.
54 ducks.
I think we didn't we break we equalled or broke the record, didn't we?
Yeah. Can I ask a quick question? What did we play at lunchtime, Bear?
What do you mean? What did we play at lunchtime?
What did we play over the lunch break?
We played your interview with Sean Jarvis.
Oh, I didn't know that was available.
Yeah. No, I haven't put it up on the internet yet, but of course I cut it, didn't I? So it's here on this computer.
That would explain why. Right, okay.
Across, I'm going to do it at the end of the series, a test even. That is across Ben Stokes and through the keeper, and there's no run.
We'll have another one tomorrow because I'm interviewing the CEO of Somerset tomorrow.
I know.
So you'll have two to play around with. The reason I ask is that Jay Grover had said, probably knowing how sensitive he feels I am, although I'm not sure I am, nice interview, nothing wrong with it at all. But I didn't know. But I thought, well, what's he talking about? I didn't know which one he was talking about.
It sounds like he's expecting there to be something wrong with it.
No, well, I think it's more the case that he'll tell me. I think he thinks that I am rather sensitive. I'm not sure I am, but there we go.
Left alone through to the keeper and there's no run. Who thinks you're quite sensitive? Jay?
Jay does, yes. He feels I'm a sensitive flower, and if anyone criticises me, I get all a bit defensive.
A bit huffy.
So I was wondering, seeing as I didn't listen at lunchtime, I didn't know what he was talking about. That was the thing.
Okay. Both men on the same, 27 apiece. Stokes from 79 balls, Bairstow from 69. And what's this
54
partnership now worth? It
54, which is just shows how important it is, really.
And we've actually seen, probably in the last 20 minutes, the best shots that we've seen all day, to be honest. I think.
Well, yeah, they haven't taken.
Maybe suggesting it's getting a little bit easier.
Well, yeah, the ball's 36 overs old. They haven't had a wicket since lunch, and we're coming up to nearly the hour. Always helps the batsman and deflates the bowlers a bit, because that's left alone by Stokes outside the off stump. There's no run.
That was a curious delivery, because it swung literally in the last foot before it reached Josh De Silva.
Yeah.
It went straight on and then suddenly swung and dipped on him right at the last moment. Must be difficult to keep to that sort of thing.
I just had a shot of this is the Viv Richards Stadium, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's in the middle of nowhere, isn't it?
Well, that's the reason they don't like it. That's the reason it's compared to the old Antigua wreck. It's had a very bad rap, and obviously got off to a terrible start as well.
That's left alone outside the off stump by Stokes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I saw that the BBC, I think it's Joe Wilson, the BBC sports correspondent, had interviewed Viv Richards on the occasion of his 70th birthday yesterday, and it said we meet about 15 minutes from the stadium named after him in a cafe, and I thought, I bet that's the same cafe he took me to.
Yeah, probably is.
It's probably where he takes all visiting journalists, to sort of, and he only has a cranberry juice as well. He's a clean living man.
Holder around the wickets to Stokes, and again he leaves it, and you're right, it just goes crazy just as it reaches Josh De Silva. Wind's picking up again. It's a little bit clouded than it was earlier. It doesn't seem as bright. Maybe the cameras are doing stuff, but
yeah, it doesn't. It's not a steamy day, is it? I don't think in Antigua. I don't know if anyone's got details of the weather. I might even have a look for it myself, actually.
Yeah, you do.
Why not?
You need Messi Jez. Anywhere in the world you want to know the weather, you need to ask Messi Jez in Perth.
Messi's the man.
Full, and this time swinging into Stokes, who jabs an out up to mid-on. I'll get a single to Alzari Joseph. Storm moves on to 103.
Oh, it's warm enough. It's 27 degrees.
Yeah,
27 degrees.
I don't imagine it's cool.
And humidity is 68, which is quite high, isn't it?
Yeah, that is quite high, actually, considering it's on the coast. Well,
it says here the wind is 14 miles an hour, but I think the way that it blows across North Sound like that it does seem a lot stronger than that. Because it comes from it's sort of almost funneled down certain areas.
Jay had said, very good interview, Bishop, no problem with it. None whatsoever. You're mint, which that's why that seemed to have come out of nowhere, because I hadn't even mentioned it, because I didn't know I'd been on. So, but there we go. He also said, I fear this might be the series when Hendo Wokes' shit prediction comes true. Farong says, since the Ashes, plenty of changes all round in the English ranks. Regardless of what has occurred today, your thoughts on the changes for the greater good? ? Well, at the end of the day, there wasn't a huge change. There's only one debutant.
Yeah, Seals is in, and It's left alone through to the keeper by Stokes. He's bowling over the wicket to him, no run.
You wouldn't have thought it was much of a red ball reset when 4 wickets had gone down for not very many.
No.
I mean, it's nonsense to call it a reset, isn't it? Because I mean, if you're still looking at players like Overton,
Yeah, exactly.
you know, what exactly are you doing? I'm not just to criticise him. He's a very decent player, but he's not going to pull up trees, I don't think, in Test cricket. And we've seen that.
Defender back down track now. We've got a couple of questions on YouTube. Well, Yahweh says England can get 250, followed by England can get 350, and then followed by England can get 450. Yahweh.
I was looking at those.
I think you're a little bit optimistic with a 450, maybe 350. Depends on these two, really. Edison Solomon wants to know, hey guys, Cayman is listening. Is that Cayman Islands?
Yep.
I ask you guys why England don't have any black batsmen.
That might be something we can address with
Mash later.
Mash when we talk to him, and we happily will.
Defended into the offside now. And in fact, there's a big push to get players of Caribbean descent playing again in England. There's the ACE programme in London, and they're trying to spread it around the country.
Michael Carberry,
yeah,
comparatively recently.
And he was badly treated.
He was terribly treated.
He was really shittily treated. He should have been opening the batting in the series after that Ashes series. He was probably one of the in a pretty appalling series again for England. Surprise, surprise! It happens every time.
I don't know if the conversation will go there, but it might be something that Roland Butcher would have a point of view on. I don't know if David's listening.
Yeah,
up to him what they end up discussing.
Seals bowls it across Stokes and through the keeper, and there's no run. And that's what the ACE programme is trying to do. It's weird in England, isn't it? I mean, it's quite expensive to play cricket. It's still very public school. I mean, my son's hardly played cricket at all. I mean, I made him go to my club, but he didn't really get on with it. But it's only because I played cricket I kind of wanted him to get into it. But the opportunities he gets at school, none at all.
Yeah. Well, summer terms are so short as well these days, aren't they? I think.
Seals is coming in, fifth ball of the over to Stokes. Wow,
what a ball!
Goes past his outside edge and then swings harshly back in towards leg, and De Silva ends up diving to his right to get it as it starts to tail off from him pretty rapidly. Balls do funny things after, as you say, it goes past the bat.
Yeah, it's definitely doing a lot more after it's gone past the bat than before.
Maybe you want to be bowling at sort of 65, 70 miles an hour here.
Or further, maybe you sort of bowl from a long way back, more than 22 yards.
Seals, last ball of the over, and that one goes across Stokes and just carries on through to the keeper.
I think we're probably due a change.
I think we are. It's 3-man change, isn't it?
I think you are too.
To join us.
I've got to find rotors. I've changed all my screens over here, so I've got to get used to which one does which now.
I don't think it is a 3-person change, because I remember when I looked, salivating at the prospect of being on air with Hendo. I've not seen you for far too long, Nigel. How you been keeping?
Ages. Well, not particularly well, but all the better for seeing pictures of your cats.
I'm hoping you're going to join us.
And Jay Grover can be next on Twitter.
I thought you were going to say Jay Grover's going to be summarising.
No. He's next on Twitter discussing the size of Antigua. So I'll leave you at that point.
How big is it?
Well, it's a bit like Wales, isn't it? When it's famous in journalistic circles, Wales, for being the size of something which you compare it to.
So if it's too big to be counted in football pitches, then you have to move up to Wales.
Something like that.
Rainforest, the area the size of Wales. Whereas, that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what are you making, Josh? I'm presuming that at this hour of the day you are still quite sober.
I'm, to my shame, I'm utterly sober.
Sober.
I almost put some Armagnac-soaked prunes on my porridge this morning. So bad was I feeling when I dragged myself out of bed. But I stuck with some toasted pecan nuts, a banana, and a little bit of maple syrup.
My God, that sounds healthy. Ridiculously healthy.
Sadly, because of that filthy 4-letter word that starts with a W and ends in a K, I've hardly watched any of this. I watched the 40-minute session where I took a 30-minute session just before lunch, which I took as a break from work between 3 and 4 o'clock. UK time, so the last half hour before lunch. That was the first I've watched, and since then I've been stuck in various meetings. So I'm delighted that the end of my workday means I do get to join you for a little bit of ball by ball, as we welcome into the summarising chair someone whose cats will almost certainly not be joining us on air today as we wibble over this drinks break. Here's Steve.
Hi there, Josh. Hi there, Hendo. How are you?
Hello, how are you? Long time no see.
Yeah, long time, Hendo. Or here, let alone see.
Absolutely. I mean, yes. I mean, when I greet the bear tomorrow, it'll be the first time we've actually seen each other in the flesh for 2 years, full on 2 years.
Yeah. Well, I saw the bear in the flesh right outside my house, actually, in good old southeast London, right at the beginning of the pandemic. And that was the last time I saw him until right now.
Oh yeah, no, I think he might have brought me some headphones round in about May of the first part of the pandemic. But you know, it's certainly we kept arm's length really at that point.
Good stuff.
Not that I ever try to get too close to the bear. No. I mean, you've got big claws.
And how are your cats, Josh?
They're doing pretty well. I'm hoping they might join us. I've left the door to my study open especially. They were dicking around in the hall outside, but sadly they haven't quite made it. Usually they're quite good at jumping onto my lap in the middle of a Zoom meeting, so let's see.
Yeah, this is a cat-free zone here. My God, it's very impressive. I can't believe I'm sitting in Bear's chair. It's fantastic.
Are you feeling the warmth?
Well, it's certainly got a warm seat, I'll tell you that.
Inhaling the rarefied atmosphere.
Well, the fags, yeah, I can smell that.
Yeah, the
Tell you what, I do not miss the loos of Gorilla Towers.
It's remarkably clean in here as well. It's fantastic. So
yeah, how many of you are there?
Not Fred's out the back, Bear and myself at the moment. So
yeah, it's probably a much more pleasant environment when there's 3 people there rather than 8.
Oh, it hasn't quite got that buzz, that extraordinary gorilla buzz that we used to have. Do you remember that?
No, I do like the buzz, but what I really did hate was when you couldn't find a seat when you weren't on air.
Yeah. There was one or
Marching
two
around the kitchen trying to squeeze in somewhere.
There was always a lap, Hendo. Come on.
There was always a lap. There were very few gorilla laps that I would.
I mean, usually you couldn't find a seat because you're passed out asleep on 3 of them.
But not me. Especially were passed out.
Especially at 4 in the morning and an Ashes overnight.
Oh, all the gorilla secrets coming out now.
No, that was a long time ago. I don't think I've been falling asleep there. I don't think I've fallen asleep there since about 2017. I think that was the last series. Alistair Cook might have was it Steve Smith on the final day of Melbourne might have put me to sleep in 2017-18. That was.
I certainly remember that. I remember photos of you saying, "Draw me like one of your paint French girls." Roach in over the wicket. And Bairstow, for a moment, this jaggedy picture, I thought it just found the outside edge, but it's not. It's patted firmly out just in front of
Shall we try
on the
jingle?
offside for no run. Yeah, the drinks break was so long, I have no idea if that was a change of bowling or not.
He ain't no weed, that Kemar Roach, he deals in speed.
There goes Kemar Roach.
It's a good jingle, so worth playing.
It is Roach in again with that slightly skittish run up. It's a full ball this time and it's dug out well by Bairstow towards mid on. No run. England 103 for 4. What's that partnership? 50. When did they come together? It was 47, wasn't it? So 56 is the partnership.
Oh, lovely tweet here from Jay Grover. I don't think anyone's read this one out.
Well, a lovely tweet from Jay Grover.
I know! Serious point. Best birthday gift I can have is Hendo back on air. Which is also not just, complimentary to me, but it's also telling us that it's Jay Grover's birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday!
Roach in to the tune of Happy Birthday, dear Jay Grover. And this time he's dabbed out towards a cover point by Bairstow for no run, 103 for 4. Standard 55, it was 48 at which the fourth wicket fell. And these two, have, after a very slow start, have put together something of a... Is it premature to call it a recovery? I mean, anything's a recovery from 48 for 4.
Yeah, it's a bit of a recovery, but as you know with England, it can all suddenly fall apart again.
And wouldn't it be disappointing if they didn't? Roach over the wicket again to Bairstow, who this time looks to drive but can only pick out mid-off. Can't quite see.
What was it Jimmy Anderson said? It's not very easy to bowl when we're only scoring 180 in the first innings, so we're on track for that still, boys.
Well, at least Anderson's not going to have that problem in this test.
Well, yeah, I mean, he talked himself out of a tour. good, didn't he? In a way, in that respect, it's an extraordinary decision. I do understand that you've got to get new bowlers. We're getting a bunch of bowlers getting to 26, 27 without any experience, and you do need to get them in. But
Roach in again to Besto, who this time prods gently forward out of the offside. No run.
But as Fred was saying earlier, the Broady was superb in Antigua in 2019. Anderson will always be superb. I mean, they're not going to necessarily run through teams, but they're going to be good enough, and they're probably going to be better than almost anyone else who comes in.
But of course, as we've all been saying, it only makes sense if you're actually going to bring in the new players.
Well, yes, and of course, I would have liked to have seen Saqib Mahmood playing. I really would have, instead of Overton. But I think they were worrying about the depth of the batting.
Roach in to completely over. This time it's full. It's drifting down the leg side. It's clipped beautifully by Johnny Bairstow out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I have to say, actually, I mean, although I wasn't involved in that Ashes series over the winter, it did leave me wondering whether I really wanted to carry on commentating on England. It really had got that bad. I mean, it's not a case of just saying, oh, England collapsed and it being a bit of a joke because it happens occasionally. It was just happening the whole time, and there was really very little joy to be had in watching England play cricket.
Well, next Ashes winter, shall we do the South African test instead of the ones in Australia?
So what did Bear and TB have to say to you, Hendo, to get you on here?
Well, I thought I better do something with my life. I haven't been doing very much with it for the last few months, and it seemed at too good a time, scheduled at too good a time to miss, really. 2:00 start in the afternoon. You can't ask for much.
It's great, isn't it? I have to say.
Yeah, fits in much more with my general lifestyle.
Eels continues over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who flicks him out. Can't quite beat the fielder at mid-wicket. No run.
My only concern being here, of course, it's cat feed time at my house, and they're not going to be fed. So.
Oh no, cats will starve.
No.
What's your name, Kurt Zuma?
No.
Did you see that there was over Liverpool Anfield the other day? There was a banner taken up by a plane saying "Cats' Lives Matters." when they were playing against West Ham, yeah.
Just in case you needed reminding.
That Merseyside humour. Great.
Oh no!
And he's found Stokes' outside edge and is taken beautifully.
No.
Down.
It was taken. No,
it's
just short. I think they're not. They might take this up. I think.
No, it didn't quite. I think it was. I think it's Campbell who's. Sorry, it was Josh De Silva who's standing next to Campbell at first slip, saying that went down, as in it was picked up on the half volley. Yeah.
It was.
Didn't quite carry. My bad. Sorry, this slightly jerky feed. I might try restarting this laptop before I come on again because I'm only getting every third or fourth frame.
The wicketkeeper was signalling that straight away. Look, he's saying no.
Yeah. Very sporting.
Yeah. Bowler wasn't too pleased, but
no.
Ben Stokes breathes a sigh of relief. The stand 59 remains unbroken as this time a rush of blood to the head as he looks to pull out. And has that gone all the way?
Not quite.
I think one bounce over the boundary.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Touch, I thought, of premeditation in that shot. He stepped inside, it was there to be hit.
It was, full ball.
Quite get hold of it cleanly, but cleanly enough to clear the boundary on the bounce. England 111 for 4 midway through this 40th over.
Someone standing on one leg, please.
Oh yes, 111.
Here we are. Let's hope I don't have to do this for too long.
Well done, Josh.
Seals in over the wicket to Stokes again, who this time, I can sit down, immediately clips it through leg slip down to the boundary for 4 runs, 115 for 4, and I shall sit down.
I'm just going to give it a bit behind on the tweets. Brian 001 says, I caught part of the interview with the Leicestershire chief exec. Mentioned they had nearly 4,000 people to their free family fun day during the 100. Did he go on to say how many he thought would have paid to go if there were no free tickets? I don't know, I didn't hear the interview. Tony will be able to tell you about that, and I'm sure we'll listen to it again. Brian Barry says, I've listened to Robin Williams way too long, but I feel like a Red Bull reset is what you do after getting kicked in the nuts, which might aptly describe England's Ashes.
Seals in again to Stokes. This time he steps inside of it. There's a hint of a shout for a leg side strangle, but he got his bat out of the way adequately. No run.
There have been a lot of gorillas in the news of late. I mean, I saw yesterday there was an article on The Guardian written by one of the Caribbean cricket news guys mentioning MASH, of course, who I think he's on later today. And also there was a piece about Josh De Silva, which quoted our very own Jono.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, that was on the BBC, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so gorillas are everywhere.
Especially where you want us to be commentating to you from Sydenham and elsewhere. And Stokes is completely cleaned up. He's not quite sure which way to go. He looks to go towards the offside to make room on the leg. The ball just completely beats him. His stumps are demolished. 5th wicket down. England 150-15 for 5. Did he drag that on?
Yeah, he dragged it on. It was a horrible shot. The bat went, the feet didn't. It was quite full as well, and he pulled it back onto his leg stump. It was an ugly shot. It was the kind of shot of a man who, had got 150, and unfortunately he hasn't got 150. He's got 35.
And had batted for a day and a half.
Yeah, and
I think he was just unsettled by that one that didn't quite carry to slip. The mark of a class bat is that after getting dropped, you go on to get a ton or more, and Stokes has just had those. He's not been batting well.
No, I don't think anyone's really batted very well. Whether that's because the quality of the bowling has been so good, or whether it's just it's still hangover from.
Didn't we say that about the Ashes?
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, this England team is bottom of the World Test Championship, which tells you all you need to know. We are really quite horrible at Test cricket at the moment. I think as bad as we've ever been. I wasn't in England for the 1999 series when we lost to New Zealand, and that is often considered to be the low point of English cricket. But I don't think I've ever seen such fragile batting as we have at the moment.
No, I can't remember anything quite as bad as this. Having started following cricket, English cricket in particular, in the summer of 1990, I've lived through some pretty lean times. But certainly in terms of underperforming relative to expectation, this is I think the nadir. Well, I say the nadir. I wouldn't put it past this lot to get worse still.
Get worse. New batsman at the crease. It's a proper wicket-keeper.
It is. Who can bat?
I'll jingle him up.
He should be jingled.
He's better than just Butler, and his name's Ben Folks. He can keep wicket at least 9 times as well. Ben Folks, you're the best.
How long too late has been brought back into the England Test side?
I mean, he was in such good form when he played in Sri Lanka, wasn't he, that time? And then got left out again.
Oh, it was a dot ball that we
the following
missed.
summer.
And Bairstow prods the ball out towards shortish extra for another dot ball. Did either of you see the first one, or did I not show it?
It was exactly an exact repeat of the second ball. So.
Jay says, I'm sorry, Josh, what problem would you have with me summarising beyond the obvious and predictable gibberish? Might be onto something there, Jay. Carberry was treated horribly, says Leah. 2 players that made fewer runs on that tour were not dropped. A.N. Cook, J.E. Root.
Roach into Bairstow again, who, with that extravagant movement of the bat well above his shoulders, leads the ball safely through to De Silva. No run.
Jeff Perkins says Josh's cricket following was interrupted by a word beginning in W and ending with K when he suggests something that you might do on your own in a darkened room. Dave Wood says, my prediction is that Matt Parkinson will play the fourth test, figures of 2 for 127. England will lose by the innings and he won't be selected again for another year. I want to see Matt Parkinson in only because it will shut Gary Naylor up. He's been going on about it for about 3 years.
I suspect there might be a rerun of the Simon Kerrigan test, as this time Bairstow works the ball out into the leg side. Can't quite beat a short mid-wicket. There's no run.
In a statement of the bleeding obvious, Josie Oakes says England needs to stop being shit. However, there are no signs of this happening. Well, why? Because it's. I mean, along with 100, it's making me not want to watch cricket anymore.
Why can't they continue being shit? It's great.
Going back, no, it's too much. I'm sorry, I've had enough of it. I really have.
We have to have hope, Josh. Come on.
Yeah.
No, just think of, when all the top teams are playing the World Test Championship, so Roach into Bairstow, who just hangs his bat out there, catches the full extra, no run. When the top 8 teams are all playing the Test Championship, just think of all those series we can have against Bangladesh
and Namibia.
Namibia, yeah.
Ireland,
Papua New Guinea.
Which will win? Do you think we'll win?
5 Test series in Malahide.
Might get a 5 Test series in Nepal.
We could go to those, Endo. We could go to Malahide.
Yeah, we know where it is. We've been there before.
Roach in to complete the over 5 dots off the first 5 balls this time. It's full ish, and Bairstow looks to work it through the offside just behind square. Cross bat and gets a single, will pinch the strike and manages to keep Ben Folkes off strike. At the end of the 41st, England are 116 for 5.
That's interesting on Twitter. Jason Roy is trending, but and when I looked up to see why he was trending, it's only because he's been replaced in the IPL by someone else. So I don't quite know why Jason Roy is trending. It's
he's taken a rest, isn't he, or something?
He's taking a rest from bubbles, isn't he? He's had too long in the bubble.
Does he not like
not,
Biffy Clyro
not
songs?
Michael Jackson's Monkey.
No, Biffy Clyro songs, surely.
I'm sorry, I don't know who Biffy Clyro is. Who is Biffy Clyro?
Scottish band.
Are they Scottish? Oh, okay. I don't know anything after about 1990.
There's Michael Jackson for you then.
Yeah, true.
I have tickets to my first gig in 2 years. Seals continues to Bairstow, having pinched the strike, and he looks to work the ball into the leg side. There's a big gap out towards mid-wicket, who's saving 2. The batsmen come through for 1, bringing Ben Folkes on to face his first ball in Test cricket presumably since that Sri Lanka series.
Did he play in South Africa? Did he not play in South Africa? Was that? I'm trying to remember now. No, I'm getting completely confused. I'm going to have to look him up and remind myself of when he played and who he played against. He played in India, didn't he? He got a game in India when Joss Butler went home in this last winter, around this same sort of time. But I'm going to have to look up to check out his.
He's only played 9 tests.
Yeah, over a period when he could have played a lot more.
And should have
Seals in over the wicket to Folkes, who plays effortlessly straight down the pitch. It's fielded by mid-off, running round. The batters complete a hasty red ball fired single to get off the mark, and back off strike goes Folkes, bringing Bairstow back on.
That would have been something to do, run yourself out off the first ball, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think it was one of those where he thought the shot deserved a run, so he had to take it, really, didn't he?
It was safe, actually. It wasn't that tight, but still.
No.
No, the fielder had to dive running round and didn't have time to even a direct hit.
And I think Folkes knew he was right-handed, so he was going to have to come up and round. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Again to Bairstow, who this time pushes the ball out towards mid-on. No run.
Folkes had two Test matches in the West Indies in 2019. Scored only 55 runs in 4 innings, which is not that impressive. But he was coming off that Sri Lanka series where he got 100 in his first knock, 65 not out at Pallekele as well, which was just before Christmas, and then the West Indies tour was just after Christmas. And then, of course, he came back. He got a 42 not out in Chennai last February, and not much since.
Seals in this time. A touch of an under edge down into the ground from Bairstow. It sort of squirts up. He's not quite sure where it's gone. It's gone safely down into the ground, fielded by the bowler. No run.
Seems to be a sort of, I mean, he went 2 years without a test match, then he went another year without a test match after coming back. So it's been, if anyone then says, I did see people saying, oh, Ben Foakes' batting, wasn't that great in India, but he was on these pitches that were turning square, and he's never sure of his place, even if he performs well. I think there's an awful lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, I agree
and
with that.
how much time do you need? So Seals in to Bairstow, who sort of leans back, looks like he's shaping to clobber the ball through the offside, but pats it just out to short extra, no run. How much time do you need? How many opportunities do you need to make the decision that Joss Buttler cannot cut it in Test cricket?
Well, I know, it's extraordinary. He got an extended career at Test cricket level based on that decision by Ed Smith to bring him back when everyone said he was kind of finished, didn't he? And he had a couple. There were, once or twice he did play well, but he was always being picked on promise and potential, never on what he produced.
I will say there's a logic to it as Seals comes in to complete this over the wicket, floated up outside Bairstow's off stump. He leaves it alone. It's a dot ball, 118 for 5. There's a logic to it, to my mind, which is that the potential benefit of Buttler coming good is so high that you might perhaps give him more chances than someone else on the, if he's someone who for an extended period can average 70 in Test cricket, or even who can average 45 but score a lot of game-changing innings, taking games either out of reach of the opponents or chasing down games that would otherwise have been drawn or lost, then just potentially that reward is so high that you might be willing to put up with more failures on the way to it. But I do think they took far too long deciding that no, this is not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, if Foakes doesn't
they
come
haven't
off
taken
in
that
series,
decision yet, though, have they?
no, I mean, well, it's difficult to say, isn't it? I mean, if Foakes comes in and does well, he's definitely not going to get another look in. But if he doesn't, get a lot of runs, and he doesn't keep well, I suppose that's important. If he takes some good catches and shows himself to be a very much more reliable wicket keeper, he's got a chance of staying in there. I wouldn't say.
I guess the question is how long a run is he going to get?
I suppose the answer for him against Buttler is he must score runs because his keeping is always going to be better. If he can match or better Butler's run scoring, then he must be the wicketkeeper of choice.
Yeah. Well, I would have thought so. And he's averaging 31 at the moment. But again, it's really hard. He must have been, on cloud 9 after coming into that Sri Lanka series and picking up 100 and another 50. Also batting, I remember, really well in the one-day international. And you think, that was the point. You should have taken him at that point and encouraged him. But what they did is they took away his position for no really good reason. And, that's obviously set him back by a couple of years, I would say.
You've not missed any play. They're just jiggling around with the sight screens. Ropes having backed away from one.
Ooh.
As this time he gets a streaky edge through the slips between second and third slip. I think it went down to the fine third man boundary for 4 runs.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Between first and second didn't quite carry, but palpable edge there. Got away with that one.
Yeah, it was quicker pitch. It might have carried. Not sure that he actually played it with soft hands. I think he was pushing at that quite strongly.
Ran away. Didn't look soft at all to me. Roach in to Foakes, who this time prods with slightly more determination out to Gully, backward point maybe for no run.
I think Foakes, when it's this notion that you've got to pick players when they're in form, and he was in form, and he was doing well at Test level, and then suddenly he's, dispensed with again, and it's just no good for a player's confidence.
It's all very well putting Ed Smith there for his hunches on the hope that they might come off, but yeah, that destroying effectively Foakes' form on that hunch was cracking shot there by Foakes as he just pushes the ball timed beautifully out to the long off boundary for 4 runs. This time an orthodox shot, absolutely
a genuine boundary
executed.
this time. Yeah.
Little movement of the front foot and a lot of timing there. Just pushed.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Crest.
A lot of talk on Twitter about what some of us might be doing in darkened rooms, so I won't go into those. The gingers.
I used to live in Berlin.
Well, a
so
ginger needs to stand up.
Cool.
as this time, folks, plays inside the line of a good length ball from Roach. Goes through to the silver, no run. I used to live in Berlin, so being piss covered in naked in darkened rooms is a set of circumstances with which I'm not unfamiliar.
I don't think we noticed, but that first ball that went for 4 was a no ball, in fact.
Oh, was
so
it?
it was.
Yeah, so it wouldn't have carried.
Yeah.
So there's another thing to be grateful for.
I think it's only just been added, so they certainly didn't show a relay. Roach in again, and this time, God, this feed is getting worse and worse. It's pushed by folks out straight, and it's fielded by mid-off coming round. No run. It's going about every 4th or 5th frame at the moment, so if I do miss a ball, then please correct me.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says, I thought Milan deserved another tour series after the Ashes 2021. The stories that we've not heard, I'm not aware of that. I don't think he's the most sociable of blokes, but that shouldn't really matter at test level.
Who's
Roach
not sociable?
in again, floated up this time and is clipped straight down the wicket by Ben Folkes out to the boundary, straight over the rope for another 4 runs. Expensive over this.
Yeah, I tend to agree about Milan. I tend to agree about Milan. I think he fell foul of scoring runs in the first 2 tests, and then rather falling away. And I think he paid for that. He probably was more successful than a lot of batsmen on that tour. A bit like when he went to Australia before and scored that 100 at Perth, and then got dropped the following season.
Roach into completely over, and this time is prodded out towards mid-off by by Ben Folkes. The dot on the on-screen scorecard has prematurely moved to Bairstow, who will of course be facing the next ball of the first ball of the next over. Completes the over, England 131 for 5.
One more over, I think, for us 3, then it'll be a change. Jay Grover says, first gig in 2 years coming up, half man, half biscuit in the Devil's Arsehole. Is that the name of a club in Sheffield? Pathetically, I had to pay a ransom for a B&B because my ancient bladder couldn't take the beer and bus ride back to Sheffield. It doesn't say where it was. Where is the Devil's Arsehole? Adrian
First gig in
Lowe.
2 years is not going to be half man, half biscuit. It's going to be Big Joni, who I can strongly recommend, who are playing in Cardiff on
Big Joni.
Big Joni.
Joni Mitchell.
No, Joni, Big Joni. I last saw them supporting Sleater Kinney in Brixton just before lockdown, and they are playing Cardiff on the eve of my 40th birthday.
We've got to change your boulder.
We do.
Here is the jingle.
Jason Holder is a top
In right arm over the wicket, drifts onto Johnny Bairstow's pads out. He's clipped to mid wicket, no run.
Yeah, I mean, still only going at a run and over, isn't he, Jason Holder? 8 overs, 1 for 7. Leah says, I think it'd be a good start for the ECB not to fill decision-making positions with inbred CTE victims that are constantly sloshed. Adrian Lowe says, am I listening to an
Nothing wrong with being
replay?
constantly sloshed.
No.
Holder in over the wicket to Bairstow, who this time works the ball through the vacant leg slip cordon down to third man, safely down the ground for 4 leg byes.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
So works, it's not quite worked if it's off the pads, is it?
Well, he was trying to work it, and it took the pad, didn't it?
Well, there might have been a touch of glove, but I'll go by the umpires who've got a much, much better view than my grainy feed.
There's no such thing as a leg slip cordon.
leg
slip area?
You could have 2 leg slips, and that's all.
Indeed, as this time Bairstow pushes Holder harmlessly without any intent.
So Hendo, what's the definition of a cordon then? Is it going to be more than 2?
I think so, yeah. I think a cordon it really needs 3+, doesn't it?
Because it can't be a vacant cordon either,
Two
can
slips,
it?
2 slips and a galley minimum, I would say. But generally 3 slips and a galley, or 3 slips. That could be a cordon.
With
Without
the
the galley.
empty location of the non-existent leg slip cordon. No, that doesn't work, does it? Holder in over the wicket again with that lolloping action. It's full. It's a half a shout for LB, but it hit him, I think, outside off stop, and he was
a bit high.
Sort of offering something.
Yeah, a bit high, I think. I mean, folks, 13 off 8. He's played 2.
Very well.
I mean, again, 1 lucky one through the slips, but 2 gorgeous drives, and it just shows you what you can do if you keep your bat straight.
If you count the ludicrous red ball single off his first to go off the mark.
Well, yes, there was that as well, I suppose. Massively important partnership this for England. Woke's next man in.
Holder in again, ambling towards the wicket. This time a nice bit of extra pace, I think. Squares Bairstow up. Inside edge onto pad, was that? Or down onto boot? God, this speed is terrible.
Onto box, I think.
The Devil's Art is a cavern in Derbyshire, apparently, according to Jay. So if I'm ever looking for the Devil's Art, if you ever need the Devil's Art, that's where to go. Think of any reasons why you'd need the Devil's Art?
I thought the Devil's Arse was what you see when you're trying to manoeuvre yourself in and out of seats when
the bear's there. An alternative name for Cracked a Bear.
Okay, we're swapping over after this ball.
Yeah.
We have the signal from the bear.
Indeed. After which it's been a pleasure to be back in the seat, even on Zoom. What are they dicking around with? Sight screens?
I can only imagine it.
I think there's some conversations have been
Something like
going
that.
on. So
Folks is down the striker's end having a word with Bairstow about something. The umpire's with him. Who knows? Who knows what negotiations are being had as Holder, who's been even more economical, just the 4 leg buys off the first 5 balls of this over. So far he's 1 for 7 off 8.5. In over the wicket to Bairstow, who prods out and again cannot beat the short extra cover. No run. It's a maiden for Holder. He continues to have exceptional figures. England 135 for 5, and that's it from me for the day.
okay,
I shall look forward to
bye for
seeing you
now,
in due
Josh.
course.
Bye now.
And me too. Next time you'll hear me, hopefully, I will be in Sydenham.
Hooray! Hooray!
Hey!
I believe we're
Great to see you, Hendo. Great
Mr.
to have you back, man.
Great to be back.
All the listeners and all the tweets are saying the same thing. It's great to hear you and see you, Hendo. You are the voice of Guerrilla Cricket, the best broadcaster never to appear on the BBC.
Thank you.
Hello, David. How are you?
All the better for listening to Josh and listening to Hendo, and yourself. It's really great. I'm really looking forward to this series, and I've made a commitment to Guerrilla to produce a show every day at tea time. We've got a great one coming up today. Tony Bishop came up with the name Babbling with Brooke. He seemed to think it was amusing, and I've learned to embrace it.
Good.
So babbling with me at lunchtime today, because we're balancing the coverage in the interest of diversity. We're going to get some West Indian Caribbean perspective, not from some unnamed podcast riding on the back of Guerrilla Cricket, no, but from live. No, I'm joking. I love Caribbean podcasts. It's only a joke, if any.
Indeed.
If,
So
Mash is listening.
Roach has started his 12th over, first ball to Bairstow, and punched away into the deep offside. I think they've come through for 2. I don't think it reached the boundary.
Yeah, Steve, we've got babbling with me at tea time interval is Roland Butcher. He's going to be on every day at tea time. He's at the ground, and he's going to be providing his exclusive reflections on the first 2 sessions.
Roach in again. Folks just watches this go through to the wicketkeeper, and I suppose I should say hello, Fred.
Hello, Steve. Where are you? Oh yes, you're about
right beside me.
You're about a foot away from me.
Quite cosy, this, isn't it? Really,
it's a throwback.
Alongside him, Steve, will be voice of Antigua radio and very big name in Leeward's Islands cricket. That's Vernon Springer, making his first appearance on Guerrilla Cricket. He'll be joining us every day too. So it's going to be an interesting panel, and we're just going to do a round table. And if you want to tweet us, you can.
Excellent. Roach in again. This time, Folks sort of dangles his bat at this one and just misses the outside edge. Goes through to the wicketkeeper. Another dot ball.
Toby Radford stood me up, Fred. I know you'd be disappointed.
Well, if I had to be disappointed every time someone stood you up, David, I would spend my life disappointed.
That's true.
Dear. So anyway, England have moved on to 137 for 5 in the 45th over of their innings as Roach comes in again right at the stumps and Folks firmly forward defensively pushes us to mid-on, no run.
I just saw a tweet, not directed at us, but from cricket broadcaster Johnny Barron, who I had the privilege of working alongside last time England were in Antigua, and reflecting on England's current score, 137 to 5, within the context of the match. And he says, you know, it could be a decent total yet.
Roach in again, just outside off stump. Folks firmly pushes this to mid-off. Again, no run.
Can you send a message to Johnny, Fred, that I'll take that bet, I'll lay his bet.
He hasn't had a bet. He just said.
Oh, but if he wanted to support what he's saying.
In this match with this score, it doesn't look like the type of wicket that's going to be a huge scoring game. So any score above 200 may not be, maybe very far from a match-winning effort in England's first innings.
Are you saying
it could be
that
a competitive score?
Roach in again, outside off stump. Folks watches this go past his stumps through to the wicketkeeper.
Not Fred. Are you saying that you think England justified favourites as they are at the moment with the bookmakers, 11 to 10 to win this match?
Are they really?
Do you agree? Do you agree with that, or do you
No,
not
I
think it's the most amazing value to back West Indies to win this match at 100 to 30, or take the draw? You can do it. You can take them without the draw option.
Yeah.
I've got England. They've got no chance of winning this game.
I don't think they've got no chance of winning this game, but I wouldn't make them favourites either. So somewhere between the
well, you've always been the voice of
two-
moderation, Fred.
I am. You know, Mr. Middle of the Road. That's what they call me.
Can I remind you, Fred, that those people who stand in the middle of the road are liable to get knocked over. Remember Reg Prentice?
Reg Prentice.
Oh God,Ve got Fred with an obscure conservative politician.
I remember
Excellent.
Reg Presley, lead singer of the Trogs. Reg Prentice was in
Fred
the
doesn't
Heath's
know his
government
Conservative Party members.
of the early 1970s. He was in the Heath's government. I think he was.
Yes, he was, and he left, and he ended up in the middle of the road in wilderness. Fred, how would you like the wilderness years?
I don't like one wilderness in the middle of the road. Sorry, there was a ball there, Steve.
I know. Jason Holder is continuing into his 10th over. A full Yorker length ball which Bairstow manages to dig out, and he's rather ruefully looking at the bottom of his bat, but it was actually well played by Bairstow.
He has a good line in rueful looks, does Johnny Bairstow.
So do you, Fred, I have to say. It's got you where you have. Good rueful looks.
Holder in again, outside off stump, swinging away this one a little bit, and Bairstow just waves his back towards it. No effort to play at it. Again, another dot ball.
But on the more general point, low-scoring games are great equalisers. Theoretically, you know, one good partnership or one lucky partnership can win a low-scoring game for even the team that's not as talented.
So, David, where's the strength of the West Indies side here? In their bowling or their batting?
I think it's pretty well balanced team. They'll be good. They'll think these are ideal batting conditions. I mean, it is a good wicket to bat on, that's for sure.
Holder in again, full ball again, and Bairstow firmly punches this to mid-on. Sorry, David.
Well, look, Steve, I don't know whether you're a betting man, but I think you're a financial guy, aren't you?
I'm a financial guy, and I certainly never bet. So.
But you're from a financial background.
Correct, yeah.
England 11 to 10 favourites. They've never won a Test match in Antigua. Never.
Well, I'm amazed that they're just on the simple principle that they're favourites, given where they're being at, given the squad that they've got out here. And West Indies, I don't think, are a bad side at home. They're difficult to beat, so
absolutely.
I'm staggered by that.
England certainly find them difficult to beat.
Slightly back of a length over off stump, and Bairstow has just punched this round the corner to a very short square leg, and they've got a single.
Yeah, certainly England find West Indies difficult to beat. Haven't won here since 2004, 17 years ago. Haven't won in Antigua. I'm talking about a series win. They haven't done that in 17 years, and they've never won in Antigua either at the Viv Richards Stadium either at the Antigua Recreation Ground or the North Sound Viv Richards Stadium here at North Sound, the new ground built for the 2007 World Cup. Never won here either. Last time they played here, they got beaten in the second game in the series in 2019. Alzari Joseph playing through the death of his mother. Most astonishing scene, took 5 wickets in the match.
Holder in again outside Folkes' off stump. He just punches this into the leg side, no run.
Well, David,
Yeah,
I hope you've lumped your life savings on laying England on Betfair at even
Well, no,
money.
I'm not. Don't play Betfair, Fred. I'm more of a Bet365. I like to do small bets in running. I think like Bear does, under and over, that sort of thing, because it pays out well. And I've just been looking. I've made a tidy sum today, which covers the fact that we all do this as volunteers, and I can plug Patreon on behalf of Guerrilla Cricket.
Good lad. Holder in to complete his over again. Another fairly full ball, and Folkes has managed to work this to behind square leg, fairly deep. Fielder comes around from fine leg, and the ball's back in for 2 runs. 3 off that over.
Let's put this another way, David. What would you think is a competitive first innings total?
I would say about 270, 250, 270 minimum. So if they get 250, 270, I think that's competitive. I think West Indies will score about the same. But if they do lose these last wickets cheaply, they'll be on the back foot. West Indies have got a bat last on this, but they do enjoy a chase. They do enjoy a run chase, the West Indies. You get a different West Indies 4th innings on a run chase. They have got the ball, they've got a target which they can hit, and they can hang around if they need to as well. So West Indies cannot lose this match. So the odds available
You've
at
heard it here,
bookies,
ladies and gentlemen.
So the odds available on the bookies are just astonishing. Veerasamy Permaul into the attack.
Just
Slow
gonna
left arm
jingle
from
them up.
Guyana.
Here we go.
Does anybody here remember Veerasamy? He'll play again.
I tell you, there was a time, Steve, where Permaul himself would have thought, will anyone ever remember me? Because he has been playing in first-class cricket for Guyana, leading wicket taker year after year. Played a couple of test matches, got dropped. He's back in the team, did very well on the West Indies last tour, and he's a really canny slow left-arm bowler, consistently 60-70 wickets a season for first-class cricket for Guyana, who've won 6 championships under him as their main frontline spinner. So he deserves his chance. I'd much rather see him than Cornwall.
So here he comes in for his first ball, left arm round, and fairly full length. Besto has nudged this past a shortish leg side fielder, and they've just jogged through for a single. He looks like he gets a lot of revs on the ball, actually, this boy.
Yeah, this boy's got real talent. I mean, you can't say talented doesn't do it justice. He's really very, very great first-class cricket record for Guyana. And he used to operate in tandem with Bishu. Well, he's outlived Bishu, who dropped out after being nominated as the best emerging player in the world. He's not playing first-class cricket now.
Permaul in for his second ball. Again on Folkes' pads, and he's flicked this way into the leg side. No chance of a run.
10 years ago that was, Steve, when they played together, Bishu and Permaul. And Permaul's had to wait 10 years for this opportunity.
Wearing the number 94. Again, a nice full delivery, just floated outside off stump, and Folkes punches this into the cover side. No run.
I mean, I don't know whether you're a married man, Steve, but can you imagine what it'd be like
32 years, doesn't it show every single...
Well, can you imagine what it would be like watching your less talented partner get all the runs and wickets?
Again, floated up outside off stump, punched firmly by Folkes. There's nearly a chance of a run, but a good bit of diving fielding there in the covers, and there's no chance of a run.
I'll tell you this, Fred, for nothing, Bishu wouldn't have got half the wickets he got and half the test match appearances if he hadn't been bowling with Permaul at the other end.
Right. He's in again, slightly shorter, again outside off stump, and just punched away behind cover point. Again, no run.
As you can see, bowls with a bit of speed, Fred.
Yeah, 90.
So I hope England have done their homework here, otherwise he could pick up a couple of wickets.
90 kilometres, not miles, by the way, chaps.
He's pushing it through. Whether that's because it's his first over.
As he comes through, he bounces off the umpire there quite extraordinarily. Again, it's just punched away behind cover point. No run. One off his first over, the 47th of the England innings. 141 for 5. Folks 17. Bairstow 34, I think, wasn't it, before the screen went black?
I believe so. David, are you reading the tweets?
I am indeed. Can I give a shout out first of all to Chubby, Director of Cricket for West Ilsley Cricket Club in Oxfordshire, who's been in touch, offering me a pint for every shout out for West Ilsley Cricket Club during the tea interval, which where I'll be on doing Babbling with Brooke, the new feature. This week with Roland Butcher joining us live from North Sound Antigua. He's watching this game for us, so we'll be able to get the West Indian perspective on the situation at tea time. Fred?
You're advertising your corruption by selling advertising to get a pint.
Well, it's a promotion for Guerrilla Cricket. Obviously, anyone from Guerrilla Cricket wants to join me at the West Ilsley Pavilion. They can have half of it, because Chubby will tell you I'm the slowest drinker in the club.
Holder in again to continue his spell to Mr. Bairstow, who just punches us away just on the offside. A picture of Mr. Richards himself looking fine.
There is a very fine statue of Viv Richards.
There's a Test career, isn't there?
At his
50.24 average.
At his ground.
Viv Richards' son, Marley Richards, will be with us tomorrow during the tea interval, 6:40 UK.
On Babbling with Brooke.
Yes, Marley Richards, paying tribute to his father on the occasion of his 70th birthday, and of course we're playing for the Richards Botham Trophy for the first time.
Not looking very happy.
Lord and Lady Botham.
Yeah. Anyway, Holder in again for his second ball, and again Bairstow has just firmly punched his back. Bairstow's actually on 35, not 34.
Fred, can I come back at you at the suggestion of corruption at West Ilsley Cricket Club? Just to put this into context. No, just to put this. Oh, me, I'm corrupt one. No, just to put this into context. Chubby's been in touch, the director of cricket down there. He said it took you, talking about me, it took you 2 hours, Brooksy, to drink 1 pint when the rugby was on the other week, and you were double parked and pushed it onto your mate. I dread to think how long it will take you to drink a pint or 3 pints.
That's a good point, well made. Where is West Ilsley? I'm
I like
not sure
the way
I've come across that.
Mr. Richards
It's absolutely beautiful ground on the corner between Berkshire and Oxfordshire. Just close to Newbury. It's absolutely beautiful around there, and it's the home of the Mick Shannon yard, for the racing folk out there. Yeah.
Holder begins his lolloping run up again. This is firmly towards Bairstow stumps, firmly forward defensive, prodded into the leg side. No run.
From the Shannon stable, Mick Shannon's son, imaginatively named Mick Shannon Jr., is the captain of the West Ilsley Cricket Club, who play in the Cherwell League.
David, you're up to 5 points now.
I've also asked for a chaser if I get Chubby's name in 3 times. That's the 3rd time I've managed to get Chubby, Director of Cricket. Nigel Chubb does a great job down there, and tips for winners.
Chubby. Holder in again, and Bairstow has again prodded us back down the track with a firm forward defensive.
It's a club. Yeah, sorry, Steve. I was just saying, guys, it's a club with a youth policy. I don't want you to think it's all about, the senior guys like me and Chubby. Can I give a shout out to Colin, who's been in touch? He's a very promising 17-year-old left-arm opening bowler.
From the club?
From West Ilsley Cricket Club. He won the Berkshire Trophy last year with the under-17s from West Ilsley. They beat Slough in the final. And he's also currently training with another club.
Oh. Again, fairly full delivery from Holder, and it's inside edged onto his pads.
I said, if you've got something to tell us, Colin.
David, could you give a shout out to some of the tweeters who've been tweeting in?
Well, they have been tweeting. These tweets that I'm reading out from West Ilsley Cricket, West Ilsley Cricket Club. And Nigel says, "Nice work, Dave."
From
That's
the club.
A tweet. Yeah, it's a tweet. I'm not reading from WhatsApp. These are tweets coming in. Armchair Cricket Podcast says Azari is missing in the wicket takers list in this West Indies bowling game, but he's far from being ineffective. So we could expect a pace barrage at the England batters all through the day. 250 could be a challenging first innings total. Jay Grover says that I look like Bert Gummer. Respect. Lee, that economy is remarkable. And
again, another full ball, and again Bairstow slightly inside edges us back up the track end of the over 10 runs off his 11 overs so far.
Will Dawes says, can you imagine a really disappointing day to see England perform so poorly in front of their home crowd. I think that's a reference to the fact that most of the people, that spectators, are English, and they're also playing like Oasis songs during between overs. I mean, the DJ at the Antigua Recreation Ground must be bloody turning in his grave. Oh, gravy!
Chicky or gravy?
Turn up the chicky. It's their fantastic music, fantastic atmosphere, and now they're playing Oasis to an largely English crowd.
Was he the sort of cross-dressing fellow who used to be strung up with giant wings?
Ben Stokes.
At the Rec, they used to have quite remarkable.
So the West Indies have asked the umpires to have a look at the ball and just check that it hasn't gone out of shape. It popped through the gauge very comfortably, so they've just handed it straight back to them. It's Purmall to continue his spell, getting to his second over again, punched firmly into the offside cover point area by Folks, no run.
Yes, Oxfordshire is a wonderful place to play cricket. I do it myself on a regular basis.
Oh yes, you play up at the. Tell us about the venue you play at, Fred. After this ball.
No, I don't think I will. We've got some really
Purmall again, firm forward defensive from Folks, no run.
Fred, the journalist in me thinks you might have something to hide by saying that. So please go on. Who do you play for? Where do you play? In Oxfordshire.
For various mentions of
where do you play in Oxfordshire?
Teammates.
Purmall again, fuller floated ball, and Folks just jabs it back down the track.
And Folks is vaguely facially reminiscent of Nick Compton, or am I imagining it just because he's got a
hat on?
He's got some stubble.
Purmall full starts his run up, and the umpire waves his arms to signal a dead ball, and we start all over again.
He's got a very short run up. He gets through it quite quickly, which West Indies need because they've been well behind on the over rate so far today.
Again floated more on the stumps this one, and Folks just defends it.
Steve, Leah's been in touch and says after seeing Ian Botham and Viv Richards on the camera playing for the Richards Botham Trophy.
Again, Purmall in, and this bounces a little bit, takes the top of Folks' bat, but again, no run. 5-dot ball so far. Sorry, Dave.
Lee says, I think it's an uncontroversial statement to say that Viv has aged much better than Lord Botham.
Well, I like the way Sir Viv was sitting next to 007. It was quite good there. Again, defended by Folks. It's a maiden over from Purmall, his second, and England 141 for 5 still.
Yeah, Colin Rosenthal's been in touch, vamping on the same theme as Leah, saying that Beefy looking decidedly rare out there today. There's a tweet from Tony Bishop who refers to the fact that I mentioned, I said to you, Steve, about your partner, and Tony Bishop says, I know Steve's partner well. I'd be wearing a very hard hat before I used the phrase less talented. And O'Neill Harris
you said
up on your slanderous
so.
remark, Fred, and said, did Dave Brooke just get bribed on air?
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah. Josie Oak asks, what's happened to Cornwall? Jimmy to his friends. Well,
okay, we've got to change of bowling. I'm just going to jingle up and then we'll come back. This is a long jingle.
My spelling ain't strong. Can you tell me if I spelled your name all wrong? I wrote it down with a C before. Now is it 2 G's? I wanna be sure.
Was that you still singing that, Steve? It sounded bloody like you.
Hard to spell, it's true, but now I've got it right.
I'll fade that out as Braithwaite comes in to start his over. It's about 50 seconds long, that one. So.
That sounded like Jeff Perkins has been on the mushrooms again.
That was certainly Senor Peel.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a very wide down the left side, leg side of Mr. Bester, and a dot ball. Fairly similar ball. But Bester's actually got bat on this one and just jabbed it at 45 degrees behind square.
I think gentle pace is an overstatement. He's just lobbing it up there
for
a minute.
News from the youth team at West Ilsley. Colin Sinclair has tweeted back, because I've raised a bit of an issue there. Which club are you training with? He's tweeted back, I would never betray West Ilsley. So just to reassure Mike Shannon Jr. that he hasn't lost his opening
plays,
left arm.
good. A very leg side attack here from Mr. Bathwaite at the moment.
Well, outside leg stump.
Well, it's sort of erring in, but that one stays straight, and Bairstow sort of dances away to the leg side and tries to give it a smack, but only succeeds in returning it to the bowler.
We're not very far away from the tea interval,
I think they're just trying to hurry it up.
babbling. So we should really let him rest his voice for a couple of minutes.
Braithwaite in again. This one actually pitches by off.
That's what I like about you, Fred. That's the
Defend.
politest way anyone's ever told me to shut the fuck up.
No, well, I'm just worrying about the overall content of guerrilla cricket, of course.
Braithwaite in again. It's down leg side, and Bairstow just pads it to the silly leg side fielder, and it's no run. It's a maiden, unbelievably.
We have spin in tandem at the moment with Braithwaite and Permaul bowling. A tweeter mentioned Cornwall, and David was about to head off onto a rant. And I would remind people that the last time England and the West Indies, Roston Chase took 8 wickets in an innings.
Yes, indeed, Roston Chase can't find his place in this team either, and there was some suggestion that he might play as a bowler who used to bat. That's one of Mashall's lines from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. And I know what he means. Roston Chase completely lost his form with the bat. As far as Cornwall's concerned, he slightly lost his potency with the ball. His batting was great. Scored a couple of entertaining half centuries down at 8 and 9 when they needed it. But just disappointed a bit with the ball, particularly on the turners. You know, he's not a big turner of the ball. He's got the arm ball, the one that comes in a bit. And that's it with Cornwall. Whereas Permaul, you know, he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. You watch, he's going to get wickets in this match.
So he comes in, and again, false run up, misses his stride as he approaches the crease and pulls out. So, waving arms from the umpire, and we start all over again. And he comes again, right on folks' stumps, and he defends this back down the field to the bowler.
Grand Theft Auto's been in touch. Glad to see England being to test match batting what Eddie Edwards was to ski jumping. And Jay Grover says anyone who plays Oasis needs to take a long, hard look at themselves. Yes, I think he means you, West Indies Cricket Board. You need to bring back the cool vibe of the mound.
Not Permaul in again, and folks again defends. That's 3 lovely examples of the forward defensive prod there from our Ben folks.
Press, they call it. Forward press.
Permaul in again. This one's floated up and down the leg side, and this has been clipped away behind square. I don't know whether there's a fielder there. There isn't. It's reached the boundary, and it's gone for one of these.
O'Neill Harris says O'Neill Harris says that commentators, it sounded like you and me and Fred singing that jingle. Knackle has a more soothing singing voice when he does jingles. Jay Grover said, my mum saw that Sir Viv was now on the same age as me. She nearly did a bit of a slow burn on himself eating a fruit and nut bar in an armchair. O'Neill Harris said, I just looked it up and saw that Beefy is 4 years younger than Viv. Looks about 40 years older.
He's lived well.
He has. Permaul in again. This one's outside our stump. It spins slightly away from folks through to the wicketkeeper. He shouldered arms, didn't try to play it.
Messi Jez is helping the cause by saying send a pint with your Guerrilla Cricket tweet if you want Brooker 2. That's my Twitter handle to read it out.
And
Brooker
a final
2.
forward defensive from Ben Folkes to finish the over, and I believe that should be tea. Are they?
Yeah, it certainly is, Steve. And don't go anywhere, you guys, because we've got some fantastic tea time entertainment lined up. Steve, I'm just checking that any of our guests are in the studio. Do we know whether we've been joined by anyone from the Caribbean, Steve? If not, would you mind being my guest for the... it's not quite what we build. Oh, Steve's gone. It's just me. Excellent. Right. I'm hoping that we're going to get 1 or 2 people joining, but... yeah, I haven't got any music to play, but I will just go through.
I'm here with you, Dave. Don't worry.
Thank God for that, Bear. Would you mind just giving the viewers, the listeners and viewers, the update on the scores and everything that we've missed?
I'm letting in our participants as well.
Oh, in that case, I'll do it. 1-4-5-5 England. Lee's out for 4. Crawley for 8. Root 13. Lawrence 20. Stokes 36. Bairstow is 35 not out there. If he gets 2 more runs, I cash in big time as the highest scorer so far. We're joined by all the way from Antigua, I'm delighted to say, making his guerrilla cricket debut from North Sound, the voice of Antigua and a big shot in Leeward Islands cricket, and that's Vernon Springer. Good afternoon to you, Vernon.
Hey, good afternoon to you. How are you doing?
I've listened to you so many times and enjoyed your broadcasting on West Indies cricket. You did the commentary on the Test match last year, and it was notable for the fact that it was so much better than the rubbish they produced in Barbados.
Well, let me just say to you that I have decided to, create something different. So I'm right now, as you can look to the back of me, I'm in the Barney Army camp. And so I know England, as we speak right now, are 145 for 5. And by all standards, lovely turnout here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for a very important test match. I think they were a little bit lucky not to have been bowled out already. I think West Indies missing an extra seamer, and they had an express fast bowler after lunch. Really, England should have been dismissed on this track after making the inroads before lunch. But at tea time, England fighting back. I would say that Ben Stokes will feel very unlucky with the delivery that he had, but he maybe had to take a delivery like that to dismiss him, because you saw determination on his face to really bat for a long time.
Well, let's take you back to the start of the day, Vernon. You turned up before the match. What was your feeling? What were you sensing about the mood in the West Indies camp?
Well, a little bit upbeat because you have a new selection panel. You're talking about the Right Honourable Sir Desmond Haynes, and you have now Ramesh Sarwan. Even though I feel that these two gentlemen really should be in the coaching fraternity. I mean, I really have a serious gripe by having Desmond Haynes moving around the Caribbean to select the West Indies team. I think he's easily one of our best batting coaches and really should be coaching at the senior level. But that's another discussion for another day.
Well, no, I'm going to stop you there. We're just going to have a little, because we're babbling away. I want to pick up on that, because I'm going to give you the opportunity, because we're uncensored on Guerrilla Cricket, to say what you mean there. What Desmond Haynes should be the batting coach, because the West Indies need a decent batting coach. They haven't had one since Toby Radford was unfairly sacked in a clean sweep of West Indies coaching staff for political reasons.
Well, more than political reasons, that's another discussion. But like I'm saying, I think when you look around and you look at let's look at the first procedure between Desmond Haynes, Floyd Reefer and Phil Simmons. It came down to 3 candidates. Desmond Haynes was asked, if you don't become head coach of the West Indies senior team, will you still contribute to West Indies cricket? Certainly. Desi said yes. He didn't get any other position. He was not named as a head coach. But it took him almost nearly 3 years to get back into the fold of things. In the meantime, West Indies cricket is suffering. Now, my point of view, and I'm saying this to you, is that why are we getting a batting coach out of India and Desmond Haynes is in the Caribbean and he was shortlisted? I thought that he should have been used by Phil Simmons. And if we're serious about building our own, then we really should have gone for Desmond Haynes at the point in time. You have to look in terms of the experience that he brings.
Of course. Can I throw another name
all around the world?
Can I throw another Can I throw another name at you, Vernon? You're not going to like this, because he's not from Antigua. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. Brian Charles Lara. Why is he not involved with these young West Indies batsmen?
I will say to you that I think that we just lack vision, and I think that we are threatened by some of the former greats. I did an interview with Sir Clive Lloyd about 2 months ago, after he got his official title as Sir Clive Lloyd. And that is one of the areas that Sir Clive touched on. What he was saying is that he finds that the administrators in the Caribbean are intimidated by the past players. For whatever particular reason, I really don't know. Sometimes you hear a lot of talk that, we want to get the greats involved, but all of them don't have to be coaches. They can be mentors. I'm in Antigua and Barbuda right now as we speak. And nobody invited Sir Vil, Sir Kirtley, Sir Andy to even talk to the team before the start of this first Apex Test match.
Not only that, Vernon, can I just interrupt you with another bit of news? Not only that, isn't that not bad enough? But in addition to that, outside help, like from individual players, as we know, a lot of players have their own individual batting coaches. It's been kept out. Players are not to speak to people outside of this coaching staff. I tell you something, Vernon. The thing that worries me about Phil Simmons, he's so laid back, he's comatose, and I never ever trust a coach with a beer gut. He's got a beer belly. I've never seen. Name a successful coach with a beer belly.
Well, I will go further than that. I will say that if you have a situation where you have a coach who is failing, and we have to say failing, he's not winning. The track record is not good, and he's still trying to retain his position, then something has to be wrong. I mean, if you look at even the white ball version, West Indies have done poorly. The test match version, we're struggling. The last time, confidently, that we would have won a test match, would have been. You have to search yourself to be able to figure out that.
Okay, Vernon, but let me say this, Vernon. Those dark days, of which there have been plenty in recent West Indies cricket, have not usually occurred against England at home. Let's go back to the cricket, bring everyone up to speed quickly. 145 for 5 England. Back at the start of the day, first wicket to fall, Alex Rees, the debutant, LBW bowled Roach for 4. Tell us about that one, Vernon.
A little unfortunate. I thought he kind of misjudged the line from that delivery. But what I can say to you, because I'm on the ground, it's almost like a little mini hurricane here in Antigua and Barbuda, especially at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And so I think the West Indian bowlers, if you realize that Craig Brathwaite had to be switching them around, the wind has been really beating up on them. The West Indies team practiced yesterday, and the wind was not that strong. But
the wind's come up. The wind's up.
Yeah, it is certainly up. And the bowlers have had to toil. And so when you see the offline deliveries that you're seeing today, and the changes, you've a holder coming from this Andy Robertson and then switching back to this, so it's been really a torment for the West Indian bowlers today. The wind has really been picked up, and maybe that's why Joe Root this morning, when he won the toss, decided that he was going to bat and not bowl first.
I've long since stopped looking for logic in Joe Root's decisions. He tends to make tries to make the least worst decision, the least controversial. He's not a bold, adventurous captain by any means. And it's going to be interesting to see, his sort of captaincy, how that's holding up. What's your impression of the England team? From a West Indies perspective, what have you thought about this England team and the way they've gone about their task today, having won the toss and batted this morning at 145 for 5?
I'm surprised that Jack Leach is starting. And I'll be honest with you. I think Jack Leach is going to have a torrid time in the West Indies. But barring that, saying that, sometimes people who we underestimate will tend to come and get wickets against the West Indies team. But I don't think he bowled very well in the practice game, based on my own analysis in terms of what I was looking at.
At that warm-up match?
Yes, in the warm-up game.
Yeah, at that warm-up match, Vernon, you were commentating on that along with Marley Richards, whose father celebrates his 70th birthday today.
Yesterday.
I've got to ask you, you've seen the great man. Tell us about what Viv Richards means to you. And I understand there was a huge party last night in Antigua, the whole island celebrating the 70th birthday of Viv Richards.
It is one of the nicest human beings that you would have ever met. When you talk about being humble, he's not fazed by anything. And, I was on a program where somebody with the University of the West Indies, and they were talking about Viv. About 4.5 years ago, he received a doctorate. So, he's supposed to be Dr. Sir Vivian Isaac Alexander Richards. But he's never maybe spoke about it. He's just cool, calm. He's one of the nicest persons that you can ever come across. For me, I have benefited tremendously because Sir Viv is the one who gave me an opportunity and taught me to go to England to conduct a coaching course. When I was around the Leeward Islands team set up in 1979, 1980, when Sir Richie Richardson made his debut at Warner Park against Barbados. That's how long I've been around Leeward Islands cricket.
So did your career overlap with that of Richie Richardson and Sir Viv?
Yes, and that has really helped me tremendously.
You played in the same Leeward Islands team?
No, I was coach. I started as a trainer and then became a professional cricket coach right after.
And did you work with that Leeward Islands setup under that in that era?
In that era, and then went on to most of the under-19 youth teams, And so I'm almost served in every position for Leeward Islands cricket, whether as a coach or as a manager, from the youth level up to the senior level.
If you had to pick 3 cricketers from the Leeward Islands that you would take to a desert island, that you would put in your dream 11, who would your 3 be that you've had the pleasure of coaching at Leeward Islands?
So Viv stands out as one. I won't be going anywhere without Sir Andy Roberts. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much. And then there's a gentleman. He's the first. He's from Nevis. His name is Elcomido Willett. He has to be in the conversation. So those are the 3 that I would take.
Hold on. Vernon, are you okay? Has the sun got to you? Are you saying you'd put this guy Willett in front of Richie Richardson, Curtly Amber? No, so wrong era. But are you saying you'd put him in front of all the other really talented players for Leeward Islands at that time? Richie Richardson hasn't made your top 3.
The issue about that is that you have to be able to respect the persons who made it and laid the platform. And Willett was a special bowler in his time. And so I have to go with Willett, Roberts, Richards.
Right, of course. And well, that's wonderful. Tell us, bringing the story up to date. I mean, I've just got to put a shout out in for James in Spain with the bad knee. Do keep the Twitter tweets coming in. Vernon, we like to involve the Twitterati, our tweeters, and we've had one tweet here which says, "Can you ask Vernon?" They say it's really lovely to hear a new voice in West Indies cricket. We don't get enough new voices over here. We always get Ian Bishop, and then more Ian Bishop. That's all we get. Maybe a little bit of Sam Badri, who's very, very good. But it's great to hear from you, and that's what the reaction we're getting from our listeners. So thanks for your contribution, Vernon. Just going back to this, 145 for 5. What's your impression of this England batting?
Too many boundary balls by the West Indians. I mean, already the England team have hit 20 boundaries in a score of 145 for 5. So you'll understand that that's a high proportion. One of the things which I find that the West Indian bowlers have to be patient. I thought Alzari Joseph, out of all of the bowlers in the second spell, bowled the best, really. But what is actually happening, I look at Jaden Seals as compared to the last time I saw him bowl against Pakistan at Sabina Park in Jamaica. He looked like he's dropped his pace. Kemar Roach, is going to be Kemar Roach, and Jason Holder is also going to be Jason Holder. But what I think that the West Indies need is a genuine fast bowler, somebody who can really rattle up some pace and really come after you. And at the same time, this is Test cricket, so you got to be able to stand the grind. They have not been able to bowl that 6-meter length consistently enough, and they've been all over the shop. Test cricket is about patience. Somebody has to come. Somebody has to be able to bowl a stock line from one area, and somebody has to attack.
Vernon, would you have preferred to have seen Anderson Phillip in the starting lineup for West Indies?
Traditionally, I know it would have been tough for him to get a start, but he's a good prospect. He's also a good prospect going forward.
From the Leeward Islands. I'm delighted to say, Vernon, that a very good friend of yours and mine and Guerrilla Cricket, first black player to represent England, and fantastic career for England, some fantastic one-day international innings, marvellous record for Middlesex. I know there's a lot of Middlesex fans listening. Tony Bishop, our producer Roland, is a huge Middlesex fan, and thank you very much for joining us from Antigua. What did you make of what you've seen this morning?
Well, I think the West Indies came out with a sense of purpose.
Question for Roland. Just want to get his take first. Roland, you're on mute, I think. Let's bring him in.
Okay.
Roland, I think you're on mute.
Yes. David, it should be fine now. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear. It's Roland Butcher coming to us all the way from the North Sound ground. Roland, you got in this morning and you said the pitch looks quite dry. You just flown in from Barbados, I think, via Las Vegas.
Absolutely. It's a very dry pitch. Very unusual for an Antigua pitch of late. The last couple of years in Antigua, the pitches have been a lot greener. This one looks pretty dry. really it is fairly flat. A little bit too paced at the moment. Some balls coming through, some keeping a little bit lower. Obviously, the pitch is flattened out somewhat now after lunch, and should be good for batting for a while.
What would you say would be a pass score here on this pitch?
I think England have got to try and aim to get 300 in this first innings. I think if you get 300, you're still very much in the game. The score is looking a lot healthier now, 145 for 5 at one stage. Didn't look too good this morning. I thought Ben Stokes batted pretty well, even though he didn't get a big score, but he really looked
It's a bit windy. It's windier than the West Hills clubhouse
I think
after Chubby's been on the drinks. No, Chopsy, I mean. Roland, please continue.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and obviously got to Tino. Fox is looking good. He's played a couple of lovely shots, particularly an off-drive pass mid-off, followed up by one pass mid-on, a couple of balls later. So he looks pretty much set. Pitch not doing a great deal at this moment in time. Batting looks relatively easy. So really, England will be hoping to continue now for the final session and get to close the play without further loss. If they're able to do that, then I think they've taken a big step in the game. At the same time, I think West Indies will be aiming to try and pick up a couple of wickets and try and certainly get England out for under 250. If they do that, then perhaps they would feel that they have done a pretty good job. So all in all, I think right now the game is very evenly balanced, and the pitch is getting a lot better.
Roland, how can you say it's evenly balanced given history of cricket in Antigua? England have never won a test match in Antigua. Does that statistic surprise you?
Well, that may be true, and history, I guess we can go a lot on history, but at the same time, I'm going on the basis of these two teams, and I think what both of these teams have got, they're pretty short in their batting, so it is very possible that both teams in this series will get bowled out at some point quite cheaply. So, if England can get up to 250, I think really in terms of this series against West Indies, 250 is going to be a good score. If West Indies can get 250 also in other games, then I don't think this is going to be a series where you're going to see 400 play 350. I don't think so at all, because both sides batting really not that good. They've got a couple of good players in each team, but collectively, I think they're both pretty weak in terms of batting.
Prediction for the match and series, Roland. How do you see it? Having seen the opening skirmishes, the opening rounds, I'll ask you, Vernon, as well, to come back in on that whilst you're thinking about that, Roland. Going back to you, Vernon, how do you see this game from an Antigua, given that record of, do you think there's any way that West Indies, they look like the favourites to win this?
Well, on paper they look like the favourites, but I think that in the past their batting has let them down tremendously. And so I think the England, when you have people like Wokes and Wood and company, the West Indies are going to have to back their skins out, especially in their first innings on this track, which looks a very docile track right now.
Vernon, thank you. Roland, how do you see it? From your point of view, what do you think is going to happen next?
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Roland's gone. We're back with the live action. 145 for 5. A big thank you there to you, Vernon, for joining us. And for you, Roland, joining us from the North Sound. All the way from Sydenham, we have Tony Bishop. And all the way from Brighton, via Southampton, or was it the other way around, is Gorilla Debutant. You're going to enjoy listening to Rob Holt. Hello, Rob.
Evening, Brookie. Nice to meet you all.
Here's Alzari Joseph. He bowls, and Bairstow pushes the first ball out on the offside, no run. And a big welcome back to the man who's kept the show on the road, big time. Producer, host, podcaster, author, poet, Tony Bishop.
Well, it's rather an overbilling there, but thank you. I think the man who really keeps the show on the road is the bear, I think.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. You're too modest. Nice to hear Hendo early on. And
absolutely.
Looking forward to seeing what happens when he and Bear meet up at Sydenham tomorrow. Zalzali Joseph bowls this the second ball after tea. And Bairstow plays it out into the onside, and there's no one. Have you got any crowd noise in your ear, Tony, or can the listeners hear the crowd noise?
No, they certainly could, I think, for some of the tea time interview. And I know that Roland, Roland was
Difficult to pick
in
up.
in the teeth of a gale, I think.
Right, yeah. It's interesting that one of the things that came out of that little chat, the little bit of babbling there, was how windy it is out there. And of course, we don't really know that, and that means the ball's going to swing and move. I always like bowling on a windy day. Joseph bowls, and Bairstow plays that, and quite a pleasant shot up to long off. There's no run. Johnny Bairstow's on 35. Folks is on 21. Oh, Colin says there's no crowd noise on the moment. Can we get a crowd and get some atmosphere? There's Kemar Roach. He bowled really well this morning. He took 2 out of the first 3 to fall, including the prize wicket of Joe Root. The second time in his career was bowled shouldering arms. He was out for 13 to Roach, as Alzari Joseph to continue to bowl to Bairstow, who play again. Nice straight bat from Johnny B. This is the sort of form he was in, Bish, when he got that. Do you remember when he played that season of county championship cricket where he averaged nearly 100? Do you remember that?
I do. I think he got a couple of hundreds against Middlesex, if I recall that season.
Didn't everyone?
You're talking about, well, yes. Actually, I saw him when he was very young, Johnny B. He scored a very early in his career. He scored a thumping ton in a 50-over game at Lord's.
That goes down this one from Joseph. He came wide of the crease and he really fired it in at one stage. I thought it was going to knock that leg pole out the ground, Tony.
Yeah, it was an excellent delivery. Rob's on silent for some reason.
I'm just waiting for Rob to come off mute, and then I'll bring you in, Rob.
That's why I was wondering why.
Yeah,
I'm suddenly in the summariser's seat.
Don't mute yourself. That's Tony's job as the producer. He'll soon mute you. Don't worry. If you go off the rails. Last ball of the over coming up there from Alzari Joseph. Then I'll bring you in, Rob. Here he bowls, and that's played again nicely by Bairstow. Back to mid-off. There's no run. So at the end of that over, England 145 for 5. Rob, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Tell us about your cricketing pedigree. I know that you're a very hard-hitting left-handed batsman for Palmer's down there in Sussex and Brighton. And I know that you're from Southampton, but apart from that last character flaw, tell us about yourself.
The hard-hitting left-hander is very kind of you to say, Brookie. These days, I think hip, lower back, shoulder, it's more hoiking when I can and then resting. Trying to run as little as possible, and that's always been the case, even when I was younger.
You were hard-hitting left-handed batsman in the same way that I'm an author, poet, and general.
Exactly.
Whatever else I'm supposed to be. Yeah.
I was a staunch blocker until I was about 14, and my secondary school teacher, this was classic 4 games a season you'd get, used to bat me at number 8. I couldn't bowl, so any chance I did get to bat, I decided I wasn't going to block and leg bunts anymore. I was going to try and smack it dead straight back at his face. So. Yeah, Mr. Bucket, that one's for you, wherever you are.
Take that, Bucket. Take that, Bucket. Pamal to continue. So his first over after tea, 0 for 5 so far. He bowls slow left arm, and Folks pushes forward, and there's no run. I mean, Pamal bowls his slow left arm at quite a pace, and he's a really experienced, seasoned campaigner for Guyana. He's belatedly had his chance in the test team. That one's played out to extra cover by Folks. There's no run. A full 10 years after that partnership he had with Devendra Bishu in Guyana. Bishu went on to play for West Indies. Permal had to wait 10 years for his opportunity, and is he going to take it now? Folks plays that one defensively. I mean, when Permal was eventually selected, he did really well. Took, I think, 8 wickets in the match, and has retained his place above Cornwall, who hasn't done anything wrong, but didn't take a lot of wickets in test matches. And that's played out by Folks, and there's no one. He scores some useful runs down the order, but Jimmy, he didn't take many wickets, and Permal takes 50 or 60 a year, Tony. He's that sort of bowler, top of the wicket takers every year in West Indies first-class cricket. He bowls this one.
Made his debut back in 2012, didn't he?
No, only 2 tests.
Bangladesh.
Only 2 tests. But go back to his Guyana debut. When was that?
That I don't know. I can look that up for you, though.
Well, that would be wonderful if you could find out. He bowls this one very wide of the crease, fires that in, but Folks is equal to that. It's good test match cricket. Folks 21, Bairstow 35. You're on Guerrilla Cricket across all platforms, as they say. Now, Rob, you're a Guerrilla Cricket man. What's your take on the game then? And What's your take on guerrilla cricket? It'd be interesting to get your view on that.
Well, obviously, I know guerrilla cricket through you, Brookie, and I just think going back to how it started and where it is now, it's a more fun version of broadcasting, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's a bit looser.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
TMS can be a bit dry, and there's a bit too much talk of Victoria Sponge for my taste.
I never liked her.
Lovely girl though she is.
Yeah.
You beat me to it, David.
We're like Busby and Barkley, Tony. Here's Alzari Joseph. He bowls, and that's nicely guided down by Johnny Bairstow for 4. He goes on to 39. I win my money.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
The answer to your question, by the way, he made his first class debut against the Windward Islands at St George's in 2007.
Wow, so he's waited 15 years for this opportunity, Tony.
Yeah.
Would you wait around that long for an opportunity?
Well, if I was making a good living not being an international, then but it's a sort of an international hiatus of Farwad Alam proportions, isn't it?
Well, indeed, that's just another story, isn't it, with the Pakistan team. Right, Alzari Joseph, do you remember in this series when West Indies played England the last time they toured, Alzari Joseph had a fantastic match and played through the loss of his own mother. He played through it. That's short and thumped away by Bairstow, but well fielded at mid-wicket by the vice-captain, Jerome Blackwood from Jamaica. One change in the West Indies team, leaving out Kyle Mayers, which is somewhat surprising perhaps. John Campbell returns. Shamar Brooks retains his place, or gets his place back. Nkrumah Bonner, who's the holder of number 3, he retains his place, and Blackwood's in there instead of Myers. Jason Holder will bat at 6, and Josh De Silva behind the stumps at 8. And Joseph bowls, and that's played out nicely by Bairstow. It's beaten the fielder at the cover. It's a bit sloppy there. It's going to go for all the way to the boundary for 4. Poor bit of fielding, but a nice shot by Bairstow. He moves on to 43.
1 2 3 4.
Great shot from Johnny. Tony, do you remember that season when Bairstow did get all those runs in county cricket? He looked like a better batsman than anyone else in the English game. Given that, do you think he's underachieved a bit?
As a test batsman or as a limited over batsman?
Well, no, exactly. I'm talking about first class cricket.
I'm
talking about
Yeah, no,
I'm test cricket. I'm talking about test cricket.
He had that period where he couldn't close the gap between his pad and bat.
Yeah, Joseph bowls, and that's absolutely played out to mid-on, and there's no run. So he's on 43 now, and I've backed him with bet 365 to get a half century. Rob, do you play bets like your friend James over in Spain?
I don't personally, Brookie. I've never been much of a gambling man. I like to stick to vices I can count on.
Right, we'll come back to that because you're
EPL's not gambling. It's a game of skill.
Yeah, exactly. We'll talk about your vices in a moment, Rob. That sounds interesting. I'm going to come at you with a pretty direct question after this. You better be prepared for it. Joseph, wide of the crease, bowls. Lovely flick from Bairstow. Is that going to beat the fielder? No, look, long legs coming round. They're going to take 2. And I think they won 3 there. It's not impressive. They couldn't have done. No, I think it was just rushing back for the second, but Bairstow gets in. He goes on to 45. Folks is on 21. And this partnership is already worth 40 runs. What exactly happened there, Rob?
What happened where, Brookie? The run out? The attempted run out?
Attempted run out, yeah. Well, were they running a second? They were
running a second, yeah. Bairstow's a whippet, isn't he? The greyhound of batsmen. He was backman properly.
He is, absolutely right.
Unfortunately, we don't have any at Palmer's.
Well, this is true. Bairstow, Joseph bowls to him, and he plays that comfortably out to extra cover, and there is no run. Because Bairstow's beginning to go at a clip now. He batted very defensively early on, and his stats look like he's been going really slowly, 45 off 121, but he's actually bowled really well. What have you made of the England batting today, Rob?
I hate to say it, predictable. I think they haven't really made any changes. I know everybody else has been saying this all day. Other than Lee's coming in, there haven't really been any changes, so it's much what I expected, really. Bairstow obviously got a ton in the warm-up, didn't he? So He's got a bit of form to go off. Lawrence made some runs.
Not many.
Yeah.
Not many. 20 is no
Not many.
score. Rob,
Well, no, I
20 is
mean,
no
he did in the warm-up.
This isn't
not
a
today.
Hampshire. This isn't a Hampshire match. A 20 from Liam Dawson is not what we're looking for here.
How dare thee? And 2 more years of Liam Dawson. Thank you very much, Brookie.
Well, as Tony will tell you, I'm the leading member of the Liam Dawson fan club.
Very much so. I actually watched his debut when he got, not his debut, he was the first batsman for a long time to get a ton. I think he was 18 at the time.
Permo bowls to Ben Folkes, who pushes out onto the offside. There's no run. So this has been a pretty impressive return to Test cricket for Ben Folkes, who's been out for a year. Josh Buttler being preferred to him. He looks a much better batsman than Buttler. Here's Pamal. Right on the money. And Folkes has to play that cautiously, but with a straight bat and with a bit of a flourish. He's a much better bat than Buttler, isn't he?
He's a more classical batsman than Josh Buttler. Josh Buttler has greater variations when it comes to run chases, for sure.
Well,
and greater power.
Yep. Well, I know you like a powerful man. Played out in the offside and there's no run. Lots of tweets I need to catch up, by the way, at the end of this over. Great. Permal is he's whip. He's certainly a quite powerful looking guy. That's played out on the onside, and there's no run. What am I trying to say? Permal, he's quite pugnacious, sort of well built, kind of slow left arm. He really puts a bit of spin on the ball. That one's given some more air. It's driven out nicely by Folkes. Isn't it great to have this series on now? Because it's the good thing about watching cricket in the Caribbean from England is the timing's so good. Is Permal to finish off this spell defensively backed by Folkes. So just before I pass over to you, Tony, just another shout out to West Ilsley Cricket Club, especially to Chubby, that's a pint and a chaser, to Colin, that's a pint, to Mike Shannon Jr., the captain, another pint. Back to you.
Should be a pint and a checker, shouldn't it? It's Chubby, but we'll move on. Armchair Cricket Podcast. England have done well in the middle session to lose just 1 wicket after having lost the 4th in the morning. Now can they look at a similar third session? Surely 210 for 6 is not bad after that start. Well, they're not there yet, but they're at 155 for 5. But take your point, Armchair Cricket Podcast. O'Neill Harris. I'll always respect past players, but I'll never accept the suggestion that because you were a good player, you'll be a good coach. It's completely different skill sets. Some people can make that transition, but not all. Show me your body of work. That's fair enough. From O'Neill Harris. I think that's true in all sports, isn't it? Being a
I'll ask you to repeat that one. As Alzari Joseph bowls, and that's pushed out to extra cover. I think it was the latest run shot I've had. I couldn't follow that, Tony. Could you repeat that?
I'll say it again. No, well, it was going back to your tea time conversation, which I thought was very interesting, and you were challenging why isn't Brian Lara, for example? Now, Neil Harris says, I'll always respect past players, but I'll never accept the suggestion that because you were a good player, you'll be a good coach. It's a completely different skill set. Some people can make that transition, but not all.
Yeah, that's a good point. Here's Joseph. He bowls. That's hit Bairstow in the Ghoulies. He's hopping about, and Joseph asks the question, and Bairstow might be calling for the female masseuse. Craig Brathwaite is having a conversation. I'm not quite sure why. Is it potential LBW? What happened there, Rob?
Yeah, that's too high for me, that one. Top of the thigh pad, I'd say. Not out.
But it's been referred. So West Indies Brathwaite taking the opportunity to review this potential LBW against Johnny Bairstow, who's on 45 and just getting into his stride at a crucial time, 155 for 5. The decision, not out decision's been reviewed by Craig Brathwaite. It looks like Rob was saying it's going down leg side.
It might just be grazing, but I think it would be umpire's call.
Umpire's call
was not out.
There we go.
Best I think it could be.
I don't think I got one wrong last season, Brookie.
Well, you had a great season as Palmer's second 11 captain, I have to say, and your ability to mobilise the club, get people like out training, raising money, you've been brilliant for Palmer's Cricket Club. I'm hoping you have an equally galvanising effect on guerrilla cricket.
Missing the outside of leg, by the way, missing the top of leg, so we move on.
Thanks very much, Tony. Missing the top of leg. Rob called it right. Bish called it right as well. That's our Bish, not Ian Bishop. Our Bish is better than their Bish. I think that should be our new slogan. I used to work in marketing. Give me another.
Allegedly.
Give me a break. Give me a break. Our Bish is better than your Bish.
Is it like R. Kelly? Oh no, he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah. 155 for 5 then, and they keep their review. Joseph Bowles, that's cut by Bairstow into the cover, and there's no run. I'm trying hard not to be influenced, Tony, and I'll speak to you as the more experienced of the two. Not to be unduly influenced by the amount of cash I'm going to win if Bairstow gets his 50 here. I might be unusually excited. Hopefully I can pass it off. People will think I'm an England supporter.
Well, I know you when you're unusually excited. I'd say this is comparatively calm in the great canon of David Brooke excitability performances. I think you're basically sort of somewhere in the middle ground at the moment.
Joseph Bowles, and that's played beautifully out by Bairstow, but it's half stopped. They took the pace off the ball, but that was a nice drive. It was the skipper, Craig Brathwaite, who had to get down and do the fielding, and the rest of some of the other West Indies boys coming up to him and patting him on the giving a high five for that. Bairstow stays on 45, focuses on 21, 155 for 5, and we're in the 56 over of the day. Joe's been quite expensive. He's gone for 44, and he's only in his 14th over, and he bowls now to. Bairstow plays a nice shot. It's just wide of mid-off. They're going to get a easy single. Bairstow goes on to 46. Kemar Roach does the fielding. He did the damage this morning. Kemar Roach. He came in and got Alex Lee's on debut. LBW bowled Roach for 4. He then got Joe Root, the captain, bowled Roach for 13. Root left one, only for the second time in his career. Misjudged the ball and left it. Clipped top of off. Zach Crawley was caught to silver, bowled Seals for 8. Dan Lawrence caught Blackwood, bowled Holder 20, and then we lost Ben Stokes, the last wicket to fall, bowled by this man, Seals, whose second name is Nigel. No, it's Alzari Joseph, I beg your pardon. He bowls outside the off start. I messed that one up. Outside the off start, there's no one. Now it's about your conversation about Seals and his first names, Tony.
Well, yeah, I said he sounded rather like a Conservative MP if he was just Nigel Tristan Seals. Well, you have to give him his full name, of course, is Jaden Nigel Tristan Seals, which then doesn't sound like the MP for Dorchester. Anna Forsyth said that I had pretty much written young Johnny B off pre-Ashes, so pleasantly surprised by his resurgence, however long it lasts. Warren says if Bairstow's Ghoulies are down there, he has more problems breaking runs in Test cricket. Neil Harris quite rightly pulls me up on R. Kelly, and it's much worse than was being dead, essentially. So I'm going to move swiftly off that conversation. I'm going to tell you quickly about Visami Pamal as well. He didn't just not play since 2012. It's kind of interesting because he seems to have little 2-year cycles for his first 6 years. 2012, 2013, 2015. He played 2 tests in each of those years, and it was then between 2015 and 21 that he had that 6-year gap. So it's a 6-year gap, and then really a 1-year gap that we're looking at for him. But it certainly shows they don't have a huge amount of trust or faith in this.
Bairstow goes on the back foot. It's short. He's given him some space. Is this going to be his half century? It's going to hit the boundary now. That's 50 for Johnny Bairstow. Bet 365. I'm coming to get you. I knew that money I put down.
Pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
I knew that money I put down in Betfred earlier was just a load. I'm collecting there, Tony, for Bairstow getting his half century of 127 balls.
Is it a huge amount of money? Can we expect a generous care package to be delivered tomorrow to Gorilla Towers?
An excellent point.
Yes, we can. I'm going to send you over one. You deserve it, Tony. Brilliant job for Gorilla and the Bear, of course. I've got to plug your podcast, Bear and the Bishop. That was one run there to Bairstow. I was going to plug your podcast, Tony, the Bear and the Bishop. Is there any chance that us normal punters can get to hear that, or do we have to become
we're
patrons?
very specifically doing that. If you become a patron, then absolutely. It's one of the benefits of being a patron. I'll hold that thought.
And that's yes. The outside, that's short, and Folks plays it out to cover point. He's on 21, Bairstow 50. How do you mean, Tony?
Well, I'll tell you at the end of this over, I think.
Yeah. Pummel's racing through his over. That'll silence the chirpers this morning who complained about at the first hour. There's only 12 overs in it. That was patted back by Folks. He's on 21. He's looked the part, I have to say, and England have recovered from 27 for 3 earlier. And then now 1-6-1 for 5. So, look, it's a definite recovery. The partnership's close on 50. It's 46. And Pummel's yet to take a wicket, but he's been very accurate. He's into his 6th over. He's just about to finish his 6th over. 9 runs. He's given nothing away. And he looks a better bowler than Jack Leach. Sorry, Annie. He's better than Jack Leach. A lot better. Here's Pummel. And he bowls the next one. And that's solid defensive by Folks who plays really straight. Ended that over 1-6-1-5. Tony.
Well, since you've asked me, becoming a patron, never a better time than now, really, to become one. It's we've really sort of revamped what we give to our patrons. You can just go to Gorilla Cricket, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, or just go to GorillaCricket.com and you'll see a very clear link to Patreon. You get some fantastic things these days. Yes, you get the Bishop and the Bear our weekly show, which is just for patrons. So it's a show specifically and only for those who become patrons for us. You get access to our archive of over 1,000 jingles and more.
Tony, look, you're plugging Gorilla Cricket, which I'm obviously wholly in favour of as a key participant, but I just slightly resent the exclusive nature of your remarks. Joseph bowls and flashed away by Bairstow all the way for 4. This one is for free. I thought Gorilla Cricket was about keeping cricket for free for people, not charging.
Well, it is. But it's also looking after. Well, we have plenty of other content that isn't just for patrons. But if you get a patron, you also get access to our archive.
I think
over 1,000 jingles are buried in there as well as matches.
I understand how you're positioning the service now, Tony. Forgive me. This is aimed at the connoisseur, isn't it? The extras.
Well, those who keep the show on the road. Without them, there would be no Gorilla Cricket. They deserve a little bit of extra.
You're right, absolutely right.
Love and content, and we give it to them.
It's the same argument you've made
well
very
worth
successfully in your piece about the importance of county membership.
Very much
Joseph bowls, and that's played out. Just to let everyone know, Rob, that Tony, he's a modest guy, but he's put some really good articles together for Gorilla Cricket on the Gorilla Cricket website. The last one. Really
I'm interviewing Gordon Hollins tomorrow, who's the CEO of Somerset.
Well, it really struck a chord what you said. The point is, Rob, you follow county cricket. What Tony was saying is, if counties ignore their members, they do so at their peril.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. As a long term, I would always have considered myself more of a Hampshire fan.
Joseph Bowles, Bairstow doesn't make contact there, plays underneath it. Hampshire,
I would always consider myself a Hampshire fan long before an England fan. And when I lived in Southampton, I was a member. So it is important for me. The best thing cricket-wise, when the pandemic first started, was the fact that all the counties got given cameras, and the YouTube coverage was was put together with the local radio coverage, and it was excellent.
So that in itself, so you're saying, Tony, that's a good point there that Rob's come back with. They have, counties have actually got it together to produce the amazing coverage on YouTube. So that is a members, thing. That's driven out to extra cover. That would appear, by Bairstow, as though the counties have been thinking about their members by making sure all the matches were streamed over the last couple of years.
Also one of the other things which has been bizarrely a hidden benefit of pandemic and lockdowns, etc., was very much that the age profile of those who watch on the internet is considerably lower than those who, midweek county game attendees. So it's introducing the cricket to a broader and younger group. So
I've never
running your online and internet and free access, which I know, David, you're a huge
that's played out to extra cover by Bairstow, no run.
I know you're a huge proponent of free to air.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's been no doubt that making that coverage accessible has expanded the interest and both the ethnic and age profile of those that view. So
Good.
You have to look at it from a positive aspect in that respect.
Yeah. Sam Badry came up with an interesting idea on radio in Jamaica. He was giving an interview. That's tucked away by Best. They're going to look for two here. That's Phil's having to run in from the boundary, and they take 2 runs. So Joseph is bowling with a deep square leg. It's just difficult. I found bowling on 2 legs with after an Achilles injury quite difficult. Vokes is on 21. Bairstow is on 56. Do go on, Tony.
No, I pretty much made that point. What I will do is go back to some. I'll give us some YouTube messages. Actually, there's loads. I'm just going to dive in.
How multi-channel of you?
Multi-channel of me. Emily Elizabeth apparently has a ravioli and potatoes belly, and needs a nap. Well, whether I'm not actually sure that was before or after your tea time.
I said
your tea time babble.
I challenged Vernon. I said, "Have you ever seen?" Because Phil Simmons has got this huge beer gut, or beer belly as they call it over there. So I just said, can you think of too many coaches who've been successful with their big beer gut? Permal. Maybe on the Twitterati we could ask that question. Shout out if you know a coach with a beer gut who's been successful at a reasonable level. I'm not talking about your local club, Rob, in Hampshire. At a decent level. Right, Permal bowls, and that plays nicely back by folks. Rob, tell us about cricket down in Sussex and Brighton. I don't live down there anymore, but I still come down and play. Is it really popular with young people down there? Just going to come back. Folks faces this one. It's defensive and looks for the single, and I think he takes it. No, he doesn't. Is it popular? Is cricket popular down in Sussex at Brighton?
I think we're getting there. I think obviously it's quite a small city and there's 3 or 4 clubs, so it's easy for parents to get kids to. ECB have obviously launched Dynamos and All Stars to coincide with the 100, which was successful for us at our club at Palmer's Overrec. I think what we're seeing is that there's quite a big gap between that and late 20s, 30s. Where we've got 2 or 3 players who are in their early 20s and they've been with us a long time. That's a lovely shot from folks.
It is indeed. He came down the wicket and flicked his wrists and really wristy shot. Take that, Josh Butler, because it was all on the ground. Didn't have the wrist. My problem with Butler was, Tony, the guy was like too paced. He had one mode, which was defence, another mode, which is hit the cover off it, and there was nothing in between. Rarely.
I always felt he struggled with sort of this degree of schizophrenia that sort of went from a defensive test innings to a full-on attack innings. I do take your point on that.
He hasn't done the innings, as Don Wilson said to me once in the nets at Lord's, Tony. Oh, you'd be interested in this, Rob. Don Wilson was a legendary Yorkshire slow left-arm bowler and one of the best bowling coaches. He had a little bat. He said, have a bat, go on, so I've been bowling for like 40 minutes. He said, have a bat, let's have a look at you, lad. And after a few shots, Rob, he said, you haven't had an innings, have you? Because he saw that the longer I batted, better I got. Here's that's played out by folks, and there's no. I'm just trying to get my place in the team. Right, we've got a wrap. 171 for 5. End of the over. I'm going to hand over now, to I think who's taking over? You are, Bear. No, it's Tony.
No, it's not. I can tell you precisely who it is, David. It's going to be Jacob, Al, and Fred.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, West Ilsley Cricket Club.
Hello, Tony. Hello, Jacob. You there? Hi, Fred.
Hello. Hello, Al. Haven't seen you for a while.
I've not seen you for a while as well. How are you, sir?
Excellent, thank you. And who else is on?
It's meant to be Jacob.
Well, we shall hold the fort until he returns.
Do you want to? Shall I take care of social media while you take care of actual footage?
Yes. What was I supposed to be doing? Summarising. So.
I think so. I think you. That's number 2. You're now the new number 1.
We've moved up. Excellent. Okay, we've got a new over. It's not Permal, it's Seals, as opposed to the caption, who's lying to us. He comes in to bowl the first ball of a new over to Bairstow, who just blocks this up to mid on no run. Al, what have you thought of the day so far? Have you been able to see any of it?
I've been able to catch a little bit of it. I was a little bit disappointed at 27 for 3. I have to admit.
You've spoken like the best football manager. It was a little disappointing. We won the toss, opted to bat, and were 3 down before.
It was well, disappointed but not surprised, if that makes sense.
I think it makes perfect sense.
As
Seals is in again, and this kept a little bit low perhaps, and Bairstow jabbed down on it. I think he got a leading edge of the bat. It went out towards mid-off past the bowler. Bairstow's opening his eyes wide and prodding and generally looking busy, but I'd like another look at that, because my feeling was, unless that did keep a bit low.
Yeah.
That would have hit him well below the knee roll. As we are going to welcome Jacob in and make sure that he's in view. Bear's disappeared. Jacob, can you hear us? Are you there?
Hello, yes, I am here. Sorry, I was just connecting to the internet to hop on as Seals is into Bairstow, who flips to mid-on, and there is no run.
Sorry, Aldi,
So
we're in the middle of telling us your
Yeah.
roundup of the day.
the more I think I know about Johnny Bairstow, the less I understand about Johnny Bairstow. Because it seems like we've all tried to write the book on him at least like 4 or 5 times, and this has been quite a decent fight back from him, ably assisted by Folk.
As Seals is in again to Bairstow, who sort of half thinks about having a drive, but it turns into a defensive check, and it's guided gently to the fielder.
We just saw a caption on screen saying that the amount of swing in the second session was half that of the first session, which you'd probably expect with a ball that's much older. But batting has become easier during the afternoon. I think Bairstow and Folks and previously Stokes have shown that. But the question remains whether 171 for 5 is of itself a decent score.
As Bairstow hits it off his legs into the leg side, it's being quickly chased by the fielder out there, and they'll get through for 2 as Bairstow slides his bat back in as it gets to the keeper.
Earlier on, Jacob, the ball before you got in, there was a ball that kept a little bit low. Fred was right on the ball with regards to that, and it'd be interesting about whether, as we kind of go on with this last session, about whether it starts to get a little bit low as we get later in the day.
Yeah, the pitch is meant to be dry and maybe break up a little bit, so it could start giving way to some low deliveries as Bairstow cuts hard, but only as far as the point fielder. That's the end of the 60th over. England 173 for 5.
Right, I'm going to have a look at some YouTube comments. Apologies if I kind of miss you out, but I think there's a lot that we need to look at here. Suta who the teams look to have seems to have improved in fitness. That Seals look like he could bowl all day. Manish Rathor, unfortunately in India we do not have any broadcaster. Manish Rathor, wish someday I could go to Antigua, spend 3 days on the beach, 5 days in cricket field as spectator. Emily Elizabeth, sounds lovely, want to go and watch cricket everywhere. Where's the best place you guys have gone to go and watch cricket, by the way? What would be your number 1 location?
Live? Antigua, I suppose.
Yeah.
I have not yet travelled internationally to watch
Cape
cricket.
Town.
Cape Town.
I'm saying Cape Town for the overall experience.
Yeah.
I'm not dissing Antigua. Cape Town is a remarkable place, a beautiful place, and a great place to watch cricket.
Veer Sami Parmore will resume as he's dropped a little short and Folks cuts that, but there is a fielder, Jason Holder I believe it is, and there will be no run for Folks.
I was going to say, you can't go really too far wrong with either of those choices, Fred.
Parmore in again, and Folks is forward defensively. Hard to have this discussion in amongst the left arm orthodox spinners over. He really rattles through them with his slightly quirky action, tilting head, but very repeatable as Folks drives and has beaten the fielder. That's a very nice drive, but won't get to the boundary. They will just get through for a couple.
I have only watched Test cricket in 3 places outside of the UK. It's Antigua, South Africa and Ireland.
They're not bad places, Fred.
They're not.
You've chosen wisely.
But where many of the people will have watched cricket in Australia and New Zealand, I haven't.
From all in again, and folks rocks onto the back foot. He reads the length very well on the spinner and cuts what looked like too full a ball, but there will be no run for him as there is a fielder slightly backward of point. And just as I finish, Pumhall's already in again, and folks is prodding forward solidly to the straight back in defence.
It's like he releases the ball on the wrong side of his head. Does that make sense? It's that quirky
it's directly above his head, in fact.
Yeah.
But he tilts his head quite far back as folks clips off the legs, but man at mid-wicket dives and rolls athletically like he was on fire and trying to put himself out, and gathers the ball in the meantime. We end that over, just the 2 runs from it, and we go back to the social.
Yahweh, 300 plus will be enough. Emily Elizabeth out cricket will be eventually more popular here in the US. Dan De Castro, except cricket is far more complex than other sports. I think they're talking about the difference between American football, basketball, baseball, hockey and the like. Let's have a look on Twitter. Let me see. Jake Revis just says Yorkshire, which is just nice.
He's having a go at you, I think, Lancastrian Al.
We see the depressing World Test Championship. It's in the early stages, but England are at the bottom with a 9.25% win rate. That's more than half of, less than half, of the West Indies, who are 1 up from us. As a short ball from Seals is ducked under by Bairstow. Yeah, so we have a 9.25% win rate. The West Indies 25%, Bangladesh 25%, and Australia are right up the top with a 77% win rate. I wonder if theirs and ours are linked in any way.
You reckon?
Well, in a table where teams are playing each other, there is some degree of link.
You'd be a fool not to point that out.
Can somebody have a look next time Purmall bowls, whether his back foot is landing too wide?
As that's pulled firmly by Bairstow, another short ball. There is a fielder out there. I think it's John Campbell, not Craig Brathwaite, diving athletically to cut the ball off before it can go for a boundary, and Bairstow will just get the single, even though he put a fair bit of rotation into that.
Because Purmall was coming round the wicket, he was very wide on the crease, and it looked like his back foot was touching the crease. It's allowed to do. I don't know whether fourth umpires watch for that as well as front foot no balls.
We will keep an eye on that.
We'll probably need a 5th umpire for that.
But he just do it very quickly, so it's...
As Seals is in to folks who check drives off the back foot, but Seals is down fielding off his own bowling to prevent the run.
They'll probably take him off now, and we'll have forgotten about it next time he comes on.
We'll never see him bowl again.
He looks... he bowls quite quickly for a slow left arm bowler. The ball goes through the air pretty quickly. He's got a busy action, a bit twirly.
Yeah, he has something of the Axar Patels about him. Quite a high arm action as folks defend. Or perhaps given his longevity, we should say Axar Patel has something of the Veerasamy Tharoor about it.
Yes, in age terms, that's probably more likely the case. Although it's a bit like with nicking music of other people. You have to prove that they've actually seen the person they're supposed to be nicking it of or heard it. He just looks like he put some decent revs on the ball and looks like he would get prodigious turn if turn was available. Unlike Cornwall, who is an admirable cricketer in many ways, but he's not a big turner of the ball. Not that you absolutely have to be, but
especially not when you're his height.
It's an
as an
advantage
off spinner.
if you can do it.
As Seals in again to folks. That's just on a length, and folks gets his feet in a bit of a muddle there. That was sort of a back foot shot, but his feet crisscrossed. But no harm done, as it's just gently rolled to mid-off.
Folks has got a bit of a what they used to call the designer stubble, a bit of the George Michael unkempt beard look, and he reminds me of someone, I can't think who. Obviously, if it's somebody I happen to know, it's not going to be much help asking you to. But if it is another cricketer, and I thought for a moment it might be Nick Compton, but his face is vaguely familiar.
As folks, it's another of his, in this innings at least, trademark straight drives, but only as far as the man at mid-on. He's played a couple of very nice shots in the V. I often wonder if Ben Folkes was naturally blessed with the teeth he has, or if he's had them done.
Enhanced.
Is there a little bit of the Nick Knight about him? Maybe, I don't know. Because you can't remember who he looks like, so I've got no chance. So.
Well, the listeners, maybe they could.
Maybe.
They could
right, couple more tweets. Let's see how we're doing. Leah is reverse cursing Mr. Bairstow, so I won't go through that. Dave Wood, didn't Duncan Fetcher have somewhat of a beer gut? I think that's in relation to a question that Mr. Brook was asking.
Mickey Arthur had some substantial thighs, which we saw much too much of.
Over the last couple of years.
Those shorts went up a little too high, didn't they?
Oh, I need to call my therapist again.
As Veersamy Permaul, Bairstow goes down to sweep, has tried to cut off a sweep sort of position. The West Indians think he's nicked it. He's been given out by Joel Wilson. Bairstow, well, his automatic decision is to review as usual, and he's held the review pose for about 10 seconds, just solidly. No, that is definitely not it. That was an odd shot. Such an odd shot.
Bloody awful.
Better in than out. Better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
Being given out by Joel Wilson is indicative, but it doesn't always mean all that much, to be fair.
Well, we'll have to have a look when.
But then on the other hand, Johnny Bairstow always looks bemused when he's given out, even when all three stumps have been uprooted by the ball. So
it looks close to the bat. I imagine we'll have some snicko. Incidentally, Veersamy Permaul's back foot was legal in that delivery, at least. As we see the snicko here, it's going under the bat.
Nowhere near it.
There is no spike. There is no spike. There was a tiny blip.
The ball is nowhere near the bat. You can actually see on the
But that's
on the right hand of
There's
the
a
screen.
vast yawning chasm. I can see now why Bairstow looked perplexed. Like, I was nowhere.
Oh, how I've missed the Joel Wilson overturn. It's wonderful to see.
You reckon he goes as Dracula at fancy dress parties? He just does that.
He will be buried with each arm touching the other shoulder, like an Egyptian mummy.
He died as he lived, reversing his decision.
As all eyes are on Veersamy Permaul's back foot and Johnny Bairstow's ridiculous cut sweep shot. Keep? What are we going to call it?
It was ugly.
Yeah, as Bairstow this time plays a much more orthodox forward defensive shot, bat in front of pad, and for no run. God, that was odd.
He was quite a long way from it.
Yeah, it was a premeditated sweep, obviously, but instead of realising it was not in the sweeping area and leaving it, he attempted to cut while on one knee, and now he cuts on 2 feet back to the man at backward point for no run. A much more orthodox cut there from Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, Permaul doesn't land in the same place each time, so it's possible that some feet are closer to the line than others, because he does this big veer out as he gets to the crease.
As Bairstow defends nicely. I did just check it there, and it was legal again.
Where can his front foot land?
His front foot can be wider of the crease, but it can be forward, obviously.
I believe in orthodox terms, it's in front of the back foot, Al. As Bairstow defends again, this time to the man at short leg.
That's a good point, actually, because people who bowl off the wrong foot, in other words, their feet are reversed as they deliver the ball, which one counts for being the front foot or the back foot, as regards those balls?
As Permaul's in for the last ball of the over, and that's a little down the leg side. Bairstow clips it firmly, but the man at mid-wicket is there. That's a maiden over from Permaul, and technically was a wicket maiden, except it was the Joel Wilson wicket maiden. As that's the end of the over. 63 overs gone, 176 for 5. Social media.
Dre Grover. All right, Al. Read a Nigel Blackwell interview in The Cricketer and thought of you in the Wirral after I've looked at that. Matt's Grand Theft Arto. Hello all. Perhaps Strauss and Collingwood drop Broad, Anderson, Butler just to give us the Stokes Wokes Folks Dream linguistic cocktail. Nice picture by Jeff Perkins, the Bishop and the Bear. It's a great picture. Jay Grover, please let Fred talk about Ireland. He gets dreamy like Yates.
Just jump in with a quick update. Sorry, it looks like we're getting a change of ball as they have got out the gauges. The ball will not go through.
The world's worst spy has arrived.
as the fourth umpire walks on in his shades with a secret classified satchel of balls.
It's like the worst diplomatic briefcase ever. I heard you were looking for a new ball.
As the ball will not go through the gauge that it is meant to. It's meant to go through the larger one and not go through the smaller one, isn't it? That would make sense. So
how can it not?
Yeah,
how can it work the other way?
The other way around. That it goes through the smaller one and not through the larger. That would not work. So that's what happened.
Right, let me read some more of these tweets. Brian Barish. The current commentating crew reminds me of when I called the Ashes in WIT 20 series. It's Al, Jacob, and not Brian. Let me see here. Jay Grover. Joe Wilson's decisions, like Dennis Compton's calling, a basis for negotiation. Nice. I think that takes us up to date on Twitter.
Would have been umpiring in the pre-DRS era.
The damage he could have done.
Yeah, to careers, to livelihoods, to people's mental health. I mean, it is easier for umpires if bad decisions can get overturned. But you know, players know who the good umpires are and who they aren't. And statistics tell us that he isn't that good an umpire.
Well, you would think in the DRS era that he would improve, that there would be some sort of lessons learned and about being better, but it doesn't necessarily seem to be the case.
Who went a couple of years without ever having a decision overturned. You know, so
yeah,
it is a good way of judging
He
umpires.
had a 98% success rate or something like that. It was ridiculous.
And if you're actually thinking of reviewing, you're less likely to review a Michael Gough decision than you are a Joel Wilson decision. You know, almost whenever he sticks his finger up, it's an automatic review, even if you fear you might be out.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure no one will cut the pre-DRS apocalyptic figure that was Steve Buckner.
No, there were some umpires who... I mean, and you have to remember, umpires don't stay at their peak for the whole of their careers. You know, you can be a good umpire when you're younger and the eyes go a bit later on. David Shepherd stopped looking for no balls later in his career because he couldn't focus on the front foot and then in time to focus on where the ball was pitching. He more or less gave up, and I think some players knew that and took advantage of it.
Good old Shep.
As Seals into Folks, who shapes to drive, plays it defensively out on the outside edge, not out the onside edge, on the outside edge to the slips region, but all the way along the ground there will be no run.
So, what do you think he's had done to his teeth?
I think he might have had them, I don't know, whitened or something. They'd look too they're a bit too forward and a bit too perfectly
too American
in line. Yeah, a little too American. I've seen photos
if
of him from a
gloomy
few
conditions.
years ago.
He can just open his mouth and shed some more light on the pitch.
As Seals into Folks again, who drives this time but won't beat the field. I've seen photos of him from several years ago where he still has them, so I assume they are a natural gift which God has given him.
Or maybe his parents are dentists.
Perhaps. Maybe he wasn't allowed to eat sweeties as a child. He's very thin, we will never know. However,
as an adult, he's not been allowed to play enough Test cricket.
No, but he seems to be getting his chance now. The Sam Billings, there was a question over whether Sam Billings might leapfrog him after coming to England's aid in Hobart, as that shortened down the leg side, collected by De Silva. But Billings has been discarded to the BT Sport studio for this series, and it looks like Folks should get Fingers crossed.
He was due to be England's wicketkeeper last year until he injured himself. Was it in the Surrey changing room?
Yeah, slipped over on a marble floor.
Yeah.
And he did it again in India, didn't he?
Oh dear, to do it once. Oscar Wilde said that losing appearance.
And Crawley slipped over in India, didn't he, and broke his wrist?
Yeah.
Or was that someone else? Folks, leave alone outside the off stump.
It's not quite as damaging to England though, is it? Crawley.
No, it wasn't at the point he was averaging 10, no. Especially on raging Bunsons in India.
Which is when England could have very much done with a very, very high quality wicketkeeper, which no one denies that Folkes is.
No, he didn't get injured in India because he played in India.
No, he was supposed to be playing. Was it last summer in England until he injured himself?
Yeah.
And you know he's so much better a wicketkeeper than Butler or Bairstow.
As Folkes clips off his leg, and unless it slows down considerably, that should run to the boundary for one of these.
I mean, and I think he's a good enough batsman, folks, to average in the mid-30s. But even if he was going to average sort of 7 runs less than a Butler or a Bairstow, you would think there's enough of a difference in their wicket keeping to make up for that. And there's nothing more dispiriting for a bowling team to see catches and stumpings missed on a regular basis. It really knocks the stuffing out of you, especially in places where it's hard to get wickets.
Sealed into Folkes again, short, and that's pulled hard, and that will be Folkes' second consecutive boundary for the final ball of the over.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
End of the 64th, England 184 for 5 in what has been a pretty decent recovery with 2 consecutive partnerships above 50.
Oh, riches.
Well, from 57 for 4, it was 57 for 4, wasn't it? 57 for 4, not too bad.
Not too bad at all. Yahweh thinks YJB will get 100 now. Lots of talk on YouTube with regards to differences between relative sports. Suter Who, Dan De Castro, and Emily Elizabeth taking part in that. Emily's saying, listening to cricket helped me more learn about cricket, and still does.
As for Maul, back in to the attackers, Bairstow defends off the back foot, sort of Joe Root-esque, a foolish delivery, back foot defence, and no run. As Pamal rattles through his overs, really does get through them, as again Bairstow's forward in defence. He's a bit like Embuldinia from Sri Lanka, I suppose, because he only comes off a couple of steps. He can kind of just bang, bang, bang go through his overs.
Well, which they need, because they were well behind the bowling rate, the over rate.
As Bairstow sweeps hard, there is a sweeper out there for the sweep, a sweeper on the sweep, and it will just fetch 1, but a good shot and much better than his last attempt. Bringing Folkes on to strike, who, this may be commentator's curse, but has a good record against spin, better than he does against pace. Al clutching his head as
Why?
he will presumably get out next ball.
Oh, gee, God,
I've said that about Root before, and he's barely ever got out to it. So, as Folkes is back, not getting out, and driving off the back foot to the man at point for no run. So, crisis averted, gents.
Yeah, you won that battle.
With myself. As for more, in again, little flatter and shorter, and Folkes just fiddles at it outside the off stump, but it will trickle away to a short fielder, and there will be no run. 1 more left in this, the 65th over. As Pamal turns in again, flighted, Fuller, and a drive from Folkes, which will not beat the infield. No run, 65 over the stone, 185 for 5.
Woi Pom, folks, looks like Bahardian, who has a set of teeth several slices bigger than his mouth. Fred, are you a Spurs fan? Do I remember that rightly?
You remember that very wrongly. You could
Very
hardly
wrong.
be more wrong.
I couldn't be more wrong. Sorry. What?
Are you a Liverpool fan?
Yeah. You were Arsenal fan, is that
Yes,
right?
I am.
Yeah. Top four?
I have seen my team win trophies, so I'm certainly not a Spurs fan under the age of 90.
Well, about 150. Yeah.
I'm a vague Spurs fan.
I was good, but no, I was
probably
going
the
to ask
best
about the game
Spurs
last
fan
night.
to be.
But would you rather have the points on the board or the games in hand, Fred?
As opposed to, I'd rather have. I'm not sure how to answer that question.
I mean, it might all be moot, but if you win those 3 games in hand that Arsenal have got, then 4th place is definitely yours, maybe 3rd.
Well, yes, they're not playing outstandingly well, Arsenal.
Well, in amongst all this, some cricket has broken out as Kemar Roach is back into the attack and Bairstow clipping off his legs to the man at mid-wicket for no run. Shall we jingle up Kemar Roach in his return?
We can. Give us a second.
He ain't no dope, he ain't no weed. That Kemar Roach, he deals in speed.
There goes Kemar Roach.
Kemar Roach, an excellent performer for Surrey, who I was very happy to see signing. But I don't know if he's re-signed for next season. Possibly. As Bairstow defends, I think he signed somewhere else, didn't he?
Spurs and Surrey.
Yes, I know.
You're about to walk up, Fred.
No.
By right, I should be a Middlesex fan because I'm actually in North London, but I somehow ended up supporting
Or
Surrey.
London, as it's otherwise called.
I suppose
we're not
so,
get
yeah.
our north of the Thames chat in because people get ridiculously annoyed about it. I don't know why.
As Roach jogging in again to Bairstow, who's playing it into the leg side. They've brought in a short mid-wicket Bairstow. I think that just when he chips slightly in the air as he clips off his leg. Dom Sibley used to get caught there a lot. The Indians used it against him last summer. Great effect. And against Chris Wokes they got him there as well.
Yeah, Sibley had a good England tour of Australia by not being on it.
Indeed, and by selecting to work on his technique at home.
Well,
I am a big supporter of his and think he can come again as Bairstow drives straight to mid-on, no run.
There were other people who were getting out in ways which they were seemingly involuntary, whereas Sibley was getting himself out. You would have thought that is probably easier to overcome than constantly being got out by a certain type of ball. It was full balls on his leg stumps, and he was clipping straight into. Got a no ball.
That's a no ball, signalled by the umpire.
Very late. That's been told by the. Too late for jingle.
As Kemar Roach in again, as Bairstow fiddles outside the off stump, and that goes along the floor to second slip. No run.
Yeah, but Sibley was scoring some runs. 25 isn't a lot of runs, but if you could guarantee 25 runs from everybody in the team, that would be a positive step up from England over the last year and a half. And as I say, he was getting himself out. You'd think that is something that could be ironed out of his game. Whether they're going to risk selecting him again is another question. But
I just think that if
agree
he
with you.
develops some offside shots as Bairstow flips into the leg side, which he has had, if you look at him a few years ago, he had a much more orthodox technique. So someone has fiddled around with him a little too much, and it's gone a bit weird. But
Not necessarily. Players do that themselves. They,
Yeah, I
in
suppose.
these kind of sports, baseball players, they'll watch themselves from a couple of years ago and they'll see they had a very different swing. There's nothing conscious they've done. It's just things that they've developed almost without noticing.
I think it's the other thing with Sibley was his pace, and I think that's just a mental thing. If you look at him, there was footage of him in the county championship last year, reverse sweeping spinners and stuff, and it's just as that's edged and down. It's dropped short of the slip, so it's not a drop catch, but it's dropped short of the man in second slip, and Bairstow has got a little lucky there. That's the end of
It's
the
more of a guide than an edge, and I think he did play it with soft enough hands that he was in some control of that. So
A few haven't carried today, though. 186 for 5, England.
Warren says, regarding Ben Folks' looks, shock horror, there are attractive men outside the Gorilla Cricket studio. I mean, not right outside, Warren. I mean, we've done that thing.
I think we're due a change, are we not?
Yes, we are. We are due a change. I'm on.
Hello. COVID over down from.
You're okay, come on. Stumpman slashed away through the covers by Folks. It will be a chase which is brought back just inside the boundary sponge. And I think that was an easy 2. Folks on 37. 188 for 5, which is all kinds of better compared to what we had earlier on today.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a game on now.
Yeah.
Compared to earlier.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty this morning, but fight back says this is looped. And Folks takes a half step down the track and drives that just slightly wide of mid-on, and that goes crashing into the boundary sponge for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
He sorted out his feet there just in time.
Yeah, he got to it quite well. It's a quite cleverly flighted ball there as well. It did seem to drift right into his pads, nearly tangled him up.
Yeah.
I've got this in the back of my head though. We've got 13 overs to the new ball.
Colin, it's going to be fine. Jacob's already said that Folks has got a really good record against spin, so as that is dropped maybe just a little bit short, Folks just dabs that down to the offside field and there'll be no run.
I thought Bairstow was going to lose the head after that giving out.
He looked so shocked.
Well, I don't blame him, he missed it by nearly a foot.
Some considerable distance, wide of the crease again, but too wide of Folks' off stump. That's really good fielding by Kemar Roach. Stops at least a couple there with a diving stop. Some very pretty shots for no runs, as all the best shots tend to be sometimes. He's made some good ground there, Kemar.
Yeah, for 3 sessions nearly done, the pitch doesn't seem to look like it's cutting up or anything kind of too disastrous.
It'll be interesting to see about the effect of a new ball, about whether that livens up the place again. But it all seems to have got fairly comfortable as the day's gone on, as that is a tempter wide outside the off stump, but Folks says this one's not for playing, and it goes through to the keeper.
Certainly with a swing like that Kemar Roach ball to root, that came back a long way swinging in.
Last ball, I think, of the over. Yes, it is. Blocked back to the bowler. Folks on 41, Bairstow on 60, and England 192 for 5. Jake.
Yes, and we have some social media. So, Mayank says, can you play the Stokes Wokes Folks jingle? Alternatively, is it available for Patreon members to listen to whenever we want? That may well be the case. There are many other excellent benefits of becoming a Patreon member, and please do it. It supports us and keeps us on the air. Joe Grover, Spurs and Surrey for not Fred is like throwing water on the Oz Witch. Well, he recoils, alas does not melt more than usual. Josie Oki says, have to put the football on Liverpool versus Inter. And then we've got some YouTube comments.
I'll come to you in between balls as Roach is in, as that is turned off the hip by Bairstow, but at square leg there is a fielder and there'll be no run.
Still a lot of stuff about American sports and American
sort of American understanding of the game, I think.
Yeah, lots of stuff about that.
Well, Emily Elizabeth's got a pretty good, decent knowledge of cricket. We've had comments from her before on YouTube.
She knows her stuff.
Absolutely.
chatting with Dan, and trying to explain who's winning is always a complicated affair.
Yeah, the results aren't always in. As that is a slightly fuller length delivery, and Bairstow looks resplendent as he drives, but only drives as far as mid-off, and there'll be no run.
Especially talking to the wife when, after 4 days of cricket, who's winning? Well, it's not quite.
Yeah, it's
What do you mean nobody's winning? It's been 4 days.
Yeah. As we're just looking at some wickets. That's a great catch by De Silva. As I get confused slightly, as Roach is in, and that is on the legs, and Bairstow I think has chipped that quite nicely in the air over square leg, and that will dribble to the boundary sponge for one of these. Seemed a very deliberate chip shot, that.
Yeah, I didn't quite pick it off the bat. If
it was just the way his head looked immediately up.
Yeah.
That made me think he'd chipped it.
Yeah, a bit toey, but still safe with no fielder quite back there.
196 for 5 is the score as Roach is in again, and that kind of nips back and beats the outside edge of Bairstow, but unfortunately also beats De Silva, and that's going to go for inside edge actually. 4 runs off the bat.
Just the way to say, look how close the wicket and the slips are in the cordon.
He's edged it from just over middle stump to just what would be a 4th, 5th stump if you were going back towards leg.
Nothing seems to be carrying. It looked like at least a metre forward than where they would normally stand.
That is England's fastest 50 of the 450s scored so far, as that is short and pulled away by Bairstow in front of square through a mid-wicket area, and Bairstow has gone for 4. Also, in between those two balls, the ball that Bairstow inside edged was a no ball. It's quite late in terms of the calling of that, so he would have escaped either way.
Third man calling again. I didn't actually hear the pre-match kind of.
No, it's just a bit slow in getting the information out into the middle. Roach slightly wide of the crease, and this time Bairstow defends back to him, and there'll be no run. Just 1 ball left of the over. So, Jacob, Colin, what do we reckon a good score would be here at the end of the day?
You mean literally at the end of the day, or metaphorically at the end of the day?
Shall we start with metaphorically and then go on from there?
Probably, I'd probably treat the West Indies like England and say pretty much anything over 350 is pretty good.
Okay. Slightly wider the off stump this time. Last ball of the over, just blocked by Bairstow. He's now on 72 and Boats is on 41. 205 for 5.
Interestingly, since I think 2018, the West Indies has been the only place where seam bowling has averaged lower than in England. So, probably quite comparable.
Oh, well, I'm glad we left our two world-class seam bowlers behind.
Don't start. Anyway, Grand Theft Auto says Bairstow could have quit Test cricket and been known as a high-earning T20 genius, a one-day gem, though any Test innings of note is testimony to his great attitude. Mold says, well, I bet you're glad they finally got Folks in the side. And Swing It Both Ways says, so England not doomed then. If Folks outscores Bairstow, the scores will be ascending. How many scorecards have looked like that?
Oh, that'd be a good one.
It's Permal who's going to come in for the next over. Just outside the off stump, Folks just blocks away defensively. No run. Permal will be about his business quickly as he comes in again, wide of the crease. And again, just turning away from Folks slightly, but just a gentle dab out towards point, and there'll be no run.
On YouTube, Emily thanks us for our kind words and says she's definitely learned more from our commentary.
Oh, that's very nice. It'll be very wide of the crease. What might be, strictly speaking, illegal as a delivery, but nevertheless blocked away by folks. 3-dot balls to start the over.
Fred's leaning in. This is his area.
As that is a slightly more pitched up, slightly wider, and folks dabs the ball just behind square on the offside, and they'll scramble through for a single. Well taken single.
Should have seen his first over. I counted all 6 of them as no balls in his very first over.
206 for 5 the score. Burstow surveys the field. He's on 72. By his standards, a watchful 72 off 165 ball, because that is flighted up, and Burstow gets down on one knee and hoiks through mid-wicket, and that will go for 4.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
This different breed of Bairstow, where he's seemed to uncomplicate his bat and it's really benefited him. He's not doing weird trigger movements or anything like that, just head level play through.
I'm not entirely sure that Pamor's not exactly... He's not unhappy about the idea that Burstow's going to try and play that shot to him, I think he can drop one a little bit shorter and get him in trouble here, as that is, again, outside the off stump, but pulled away in front of square on the onside field, and hit it where they ain't is Burstow's mantra. He's hit 2 boundaries in a row. He's on 80 at the end of the over, 214 for 5.
We don't appear to have anything on the social media, but how good is this from Johnny Bairstow? He's got 80 now. In the warm-up game he got 100, in his last test match he got 100. That's 3 games on the bounce. The score's over 80.
Well, like I was saying in the session before, the more that I think I know about, the more that I want to be able to go, alright, I know who he is. He just finds different ways of surprising me a little bit.
Yeah. There's nothing on socials. How do you feel, or what do you think is going to be any repercussions with Stuart Broad and inevitable Daily Mail column writing about his ill selection?
I think Stuart Broad's always going to be quite public about it when he's dropped, but he should be back in for the summer. No harm done. I saw this as a chance just to have one series before the new management sweeps in, where they have to work out how to manage Broad and Anderson's end.
We've got a change in the bowl. It's Jason Holder who's going to come in. That ball slightly back of the length and just blocked onto his toes by folks. Shall we jingle up Jason Holder, Fred? Maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah, I saw this period as a way before the new management comes in, just have one series kind of previewing life after Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad. And the problem I have with it is that no one new's been picked, and that's the only issue. If you pick new people, it's perfectly valid, but now it looks stupid.
And that is, I looked a little high, but it's hit folks on the pad, and the umpire's given him out. Fred is already making the sign to say that's going to be reversed. You have 8 seconds, 7 seconds to reverse. Are you even going to review it? He is going to review it. It looked a little high and leg-sidey for me.
Well, I thought quite the opposite. Impact outside of off. He came across his stumps.
It's Joel, review it.
It was on a bit of a lag for me, but it looked a touch high to me just on the jumpy images that I got. Let's have a look.
Review the man, not the ball. That's out.
It's hit him on the knee roll just outside. That's not going to be too high, I think.
That's pretty good. That might be it, actually.
It's good. Umpires call it worst.
Right. It has not hit the bat. So we go past Ultra Edge to the...
Tall man, though, Jason Holder. Lots of bounce.
Impact in line, hitting. It would have hit on the inside of leg stump. The review is lost. Folks is lost.
Ooh.
It's 2-1-4 for 6. Folks trudges off with an air of disappointment about him. LBW Bolt Holder for 42 off 87 balls. He's done a grand job, though, in a reconstruction of this England innings. And just like in a game of Wordle, we're just going to change one letter and we're going to have a new batsman.
Have you been preparing for that one?
No, believe me, none of it's all me.
You see, it's odd to think that even 4 weeks ago that joke just wouldn't have worked.
No. You could also say it was bred for this.
Well, that is true. It will be Chris Wokes who's going to come in next.
Sorry, I'm sorry for butting in when I'm not on air. Was that a Wordle joke? Do you know of this cricketing one called Nerdle?
I've seen it but not played it.
Which is 5-letter cricketers' names.
Wow. Okay.
Which is all great, except the other day they had one of a person I've never heard of. So, I, in a fit of pique, I'm not going to recommend it. But it's called Nerdle.
Thank you for making me aware of it and then telling me that I shouldn't look at it.
I'm just preparing you to be disappointed.
Thank you also, Fred, for guaranteeing a lawsuit from Nerdle against Guerrilla Cricket.
The player's name was Bisht. B-I-S-H-T. Does that ring any bells?
Not particularly.
Not really.
Don't even want to look for it.
Did you even Google just to check that
it was some Indian regional player. But I did get one in one because I guessed they were going to go for Warne on the day after, and I got that right.
While we're in the little break, we've just had a new YouTube comment pop through. Yahweh is even more of an optimist than I, thinking that 300 will be enough. Jay Grover says, oh, sorry, Yorkshire, spelled A-W, rather than O-R. Leia, I don't understand why England continue to play Root as a specialist captain. He is not a good specialist captain.
As opposed to what other type of
I think he's emphasising that he's not getting any runs, so he must therefore be a specialist captain.
Yeah. I mean, it's brutal how cricketing fans can go because, you know,
turned
4 months ago.
Is this the Joe Root that scored the most runs in a calendar year by anyone?
He did.
So, Armchair Cricket Podcast says, great going from Johnny Bairstow. He's marching towards back-to-back test tons. Right, we don't need to read more of that curse. Bring it both ways. So much for a sending scorecard. Stato's sad.
Must try harder.
Anna Forsyth says, I came back from my meeting, tuned in, and the wicket fell. Sorry, England fans, and so sorry, handsome Ben.
Anna, are there any more meetings that you need to go to? Do we need to arrange some meetings for you? We can sort that out. Lovely that you're with us, Anna.
I was doing that during lockdown. Scheduling private meetings just so I could watch cricket and things.
I think I wanted have your job, Colin?
No. I think I wanted to schedule a private meeting so I could stop watching the Ashes. I think that's what I wanted more than
Yeah, I'm too busy to watch that now.
Why are you scheduling private meetings at 3:30 in the morning?
Yeah. Well,
what client is getting up there?
I'm afraid that's private.
That's why it's a private meeting.
Indeed. Chris Wokes.
Lobbing Colin for opening.
Hold it in, and that is defended resolutely by Wokes. No run.
Unfortunately, the England management team misinterpreted the calls for Chris Wokes to open and made him opening bowler away from home.
Yeah, that's I watched them in the build-up, the practice test with the President's 11, and he looked. It was a bit tame. It didn't look threatening too much for them.
Holder striding towards the crease wide, and that will be just kind of a bat just generally aimed at the direction of the ball, just to let the ball hit the bat from Wokes there. No run. Good figures from Holder though. 2 for 10 in coming up on 12 overs. Miserly stuff.
Probably questions why he's not been bowling more.
I think they might have just tried to spread the wealth around a little bit. I think Kemar's only bowled like 13, 14 overs, as that is defended down the ground by Wokes, and there'll be just one ball left of this 70th over. As we see some ICC test rankings, which tell us that Jason Holder is the best all-rounder in the world.
Jadeja's had quite a nice purple patch at the minute as well.
Yeah, he did very well, didn't he? He did very well in the Sri Lanka test. As this is slightly more pitched up. Wokes hits the ball straight back to Holder. There'll be no run. That's a wicket maiden, which is always nice. 2-1-4 for 6. Jacob.
On YouTube, Yahweh predicts that the close of play will come at 285 for 8. Back to Twitter, O'Neill Harris says, sitting in my car listening to Guerrilla Cricket, my son is just about to put in his headphones so he doesn't have to.
Hey!
Very, very rude, O'Neill Harris.
Listen to the cricket!
Mog says, of course Fred wouldn't know who Ekta Bisht is. Female cricketers are likely beneath his notice, says Mog.
Oh, nice.
You could have given me a billion guesses and I wouldn't have done it. Oh, Holder's going off.
I've done my wicket, I'm off.
Yeah, I'm off now.
Guerrilla Cricket has replied to O'Neill Harris about his son, telling him to have a word with him.
Yeah.
Barry Goodman says, so not Fred is unfamiliar with Ekta Bisht, 62 ODIs and 42 T20s for India women. God, Fred, they're really coming for you on Twitter.
This is not ending well.
Fred, I'm trying to help you. I wouldn't have had a clue.
I'd like to point out I'm unfamiliar with men who have played 42 ODIs and 62 T20s.
Good save.
Isn't it International Women's Day somewhere soon, Fred?
Today.
I think
I have to know every woman who's ever existed.
Is going to bowl. We've got the new ball available in 10 overs, and we've got Azari Joseph about to bowl his 16th over. We shall jingle him in due course. Joseph in wide of the stumps, and that ball keeps it a little bit low, but Bairstow keeps his head above the ball. No run.
Joseph, you're not beaten yet. Go, 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 Joseph, you know what they say. Hang on now, Joseph, you'll make it someday. Don't give up, Joseph, fight till you drop.
It's a lovely uplifting jingle there.
Yeah.
Joseph in short of the length. Pulled, short arm pull by Bairstow in front of square. There is a fielder coming round to try and cut it off. He cannot do so. One of these.
Give it to me one time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
An uplifting jingle, and then you have Alzara Joseph, who could be any more oxymoronic with his angry looking face.
I'm sure he's a lovely chap.
Oh, he will be, but he has got one skill.
Maybe whatever gets you in the mood. As he comes in, as that is wide outside the off stump this side, cut away backward a square, and that is back-to-back boundaries for Bairstow. As we reach double Nelson.
I hate to say it, Fred, but if you check the Twitter, there's some serious slander going on.
I'm coming on in 5 minutes for the social.
I'll try and get through it before you do.
I don't know how they can slander me by agreeing with me that I don't know this person in question. I mean, that's...
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known the name of that cricketer.
Ekta Bisht, Al.
Nope, wouldn't have known it. Just dropped by Bairstow after those 2 boundaries. A very nonchalant single. The ball didn't go too far away from Mayfielder, but a real lack of effort. As we see the halving of the average swing continue from morning to afternoon, from afternoon to evening.
And not to drag you all in, but when I did say that name, there was not a flicker of recognition on any of your faces.
I can nor confirm or deny that happened.
I will
It's
confirm.
not about us, Fred. This is
Check
not
the
about
video.
us.
If you feel aggrieved and are a woman,
If you've been affected by any of
Fred
the issues on
and
Gorilla
Al
Cricket,
Hodgkins,
Please call not Fred Titmus on this
Yeah.
number.
just remember, Colin, you're on social media next. It's all right, man. Joseph in for the 5th ball of this over, and that is a mistimed drive. Let's be kind to Wokes.
as I try to put out the fire with petrol on what is our social media content.
Yeah. Colin's always said, no, don't fight fire with fire, which is why he was fired from his job at the fire brigade. Last ball of this over, the 71st. New ball due soon, 9 overs, as that is left alone by Wokes. And 2-2-3 for 6. Jacob, let your character assassination.
So, first of all, before we move on to the main controversy, Leia has controversially said Root only made the most runs in a calendar year by playing basically every day of the year. I mean, he did average something like 60 or 70, didn't he? But he did play it. Fred has shockingly admitted that he's completely unfamiliar with Ectobisht. Jay Grover says he went to 3 AA meetings just to stop listening to the Ashes. Hello, my name is Jay, and England are proper fucking wank. Leia says the all-rounder ratings were from March 1st. One would think Jadeja has added a hefty chunk to that. Jay Grover says, I fear Fred feels that all women are both communists and homosexuals. And swing it both ways capped us off with illegally recommending that someone told him to use Opera to watch the Geo-blocked YouTube stream. And yes, it worked. He set the VPN location to Europe, but you didn't hear that from me.
You didn't hear it from any of us. As Holder is in, and that ball is nipped back a long way. Umpire Fred saying it's out, but the umpire on the field says no.
Umpire Fred said the last one was overturned, so I'm feeling pretty good about this
No,
one.
that was only because it was Joel Wilson. That's nothing to do
Isn't
with the
this one
merits
Joel
of the.
Wilson as well?
No, it wasn't Joel Wilson. It wasn't in either case. It's
Must have been a bit edgy for him.
Gregory.
Oh, it's
Hey,
maybe
Gregory?
maybe a little bit outside the line, and a bit high. Now that we've looked at it a second time, but that's nipped back off the pitch a long way. Another good ball by Holder.
He disregarded that very quickly, Holder. He didn't seem to even ask around.
Holder in, slightly more pitched up.
Nice pose.
Mistimed drive, lovely pose. Braithwaite does the fielding, no run.
So what do we think about Folks' 41?
I think that's it's a lovely contribution by a wicketkeeper batsman.
I did pose the question earlier. What do we think, runs-wise, would complement a successful tour for Folks?
In all the tests.
Yeah, well, yeah, within either average or just cumulative.
36, 35.
225 total runs. Holder in, pitched up, and slightly mistimed to mid-on by Bairstow, but he'll take a single, and Bairstow enters the 90s.
It's Gregory Brathwaite who's the other umpire, by the way, as Fred has vacated the hot seat, being tired of being abused by the Gorilla Cricket's faithful following. Oh, that looks like it might be umpire's call on the impact, but hasn't hit the bat.
No, I don't think I just think he said it was out. It was.
Yeah.
Umpire's call. So
Yeah.
you can, yeah.
Umpire Gregory Brathwaite did not call that out, so it wouldn't have been out, but closer than we thought, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. Including Jason Holder. As Holder is in, and that ball is pitched up by Wokes, mistimed. It did look for a moment like it could have been a caught and bowled chance, but just well fielded by Holder. And there'll be no run.
And the Folks question, I think it'll be as long as he gets more 50s than he does single-figure scores.
Ooh, I think that might even be a bit harsh. I think just averaging about mid-30s will do it for him.
Yeah, well, if you get 150 and then get a series of 10s and stuff, then I think that still classifies.
To me, it's all about context, and the idea that his innings has kind of arrested a slide, it stopped the collapse. I think it means it's slightly more than its value.
Yeah.
Wokes just blocks this ball back to Holder, and there'll be no run. Last ball of the over coming up. I think it's the last over of our spell. That I'm being told I'm being substituted by the gaffer. Thanks for having me on. I think I'm on again tomorrow. I think I am. I'm sure I am. I'm HAPP1.
I'll see you there, Al.
Hopefully so.
I haven't looked at the rotor, but I am also on tomorrow at some point.
So, last ball of the over, as that is, again, just slanted in towards Wokes. He tries to play the ball through mid-wicket, only finds the fielder. He is on naught. Bairstow in the 90s, 224 for 6. As we say hello to the next crew, which is going to be Tony, Colin,
it is indeed,
and the Bear.
Hello. Oh yeah, we're back.
We are indeed. We are indeed. Well, it was all going rather well for England until that folks LBW. What was the partnership worth in the end, Colin? Can you recall?
Ooh, no, I don't.
Crick Info will tell us.
It was a superb effort. I mean, Bairstow very much still there, of course. Wokes yet to get off the mark from the 9 balls that he has faced. There is a new ball due in 8 overs. West Indies will be, I would imagine, pretty happy if they could get another wicket just before that new ball came into place. Holder, that's very full, and Bairstow a little bit rooted.
99 was the partnership.
Oh,
99. Oh, what a shame. As we keep seeing some beautiful shots of the Antiguan coast. There is allegedly, at least I was told this when I was there, 365 beaches in Antigua, one for every day of the year. But how they define a beach and actually get to that number, I really don't know.
Who cares? Sounds good.
I think it was just a convenient number to tie it to days of the year.
So
this one is crashed away. Backward a point. That's going to go all the way, is it? No, there is a man down there. He's just about gets a hand down on it. Bairstow will come back for 2. He will move on to 92 to 26 for 6.
Really good innings this by Bairstow.
Well, it has. He's paced it well as well. I mean, he wasn't overly cautious, but he certainly wasn't, flamboyant or aggressive at the start. I think he was very conscious as he was batting with Stokes, wasn't he? That was the Ginger revival.
Yep.
Over the wicket comes Holder. This is guided nicely away through cover as well. He'll take 1. They will come back for 2. They're going to have to hurry. They're really going to have to hurry. Josh Silva catches this just behind the stumps. The slow throw had been a tad more accurate. That might have pressured Johnny B. England fans on those grass banks are applauding warmly. He's got 2 more. He's moved on to 94. We are going to have another look at that run because he is, as I whip it quick, as we know, Bairstow. But a better throw might have had him in a spot of bother there, I would say.
Yeah.
He's very close to running a short run as well.
But he has survived. Wokes very much the supporting act at the moment. But at this stage of the evening, he'll probably be quite happy just to take a look at things. This is worked off his legs to mid-wicket. A single this time, so Wokes is going to get into the action.
I think he wants
5 off this over so far.
He wants to get to his ton quickly, doesn't he? It certainly
he does,
that way.
but 229 at the end of the day is still a middling score.
Yeah,
2-3 quick wickets and the new ball comes around and you're out for 240, 250.
Exactly.
Well, I'm afraid that's still failure.
I've got a question
on
for
a
you.
decent wicket.
How long before you think they're going to be calling for Bairstow to start moving up the order?
I don't think he should. He's perfectly good at number 6.
Even when he's not got the gloves, which was often the reason to say you should, carry the gloves and open, because that is a heavy workload. Wokes stands tall, reaches towards this, just pushes it really away to cover, where Captain Brathwaite does the fielding, and there is no run. 1 ball left.
At the end of this over, I'm just going to stop the share until the beginning of the next over. Is that okay, guys?
You're going to do what?
I'm just going to stop the share. This computer
stop the share
of the video stream.
Oh,
just until the next over starts, because it's all getting
That's
a bit.
fine.
Well, obviously mine's okay, you see, as this one is. Well, he was looking to move it away to mid-wicket. It really went to John Campbell, who took it at mid-on in the end. But it is the end of the over. England have moved to 229 for 6. Wokes yet to get off the mark. 93 for Bairstow. And Bear, you're going to work some kind of magic?
I'm just
Colin does some social media messages.
Yep. Back over on Twitter, the Armchair Cricket Podcast. This pretty bad overrate from West Indies at this tottering pace. They'll finish at about 82 overs for the full time and extra 20 minutes. The spinner bowling a considerable chunk of the overs. I haven't actually looked on it. Mog, and I thought Fred well used to the abuse of the Twitterati by now.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's fine with it.
He's bowled. What's he bowled? He's bowled 12 overs.
Yeah,
16 for Sales and 18 now for Zari Joseph.
It's a good job they didn't call his no balls.
Holder is going to continue, nicely met on the full. Bairstow just pushed to mid off though, and there is no run. Jason Holder, I mean, it's a question I'd probably want to ask Mash or David as to, since he sort of vacated the captaincy, or relinquished the captaincy, has it improved his performances with Jason Holder, taking away that additional responsibility, do we think?
I don't think so. I think he did pretty well as captain. I think he was a leader.
Just the one slip, he comes, this is looking to slant it across. Johnny Bairstow, who whips it towards mid-wicket where it's fielded, and there, again there is no run. Bairstow looks accusingly at the bottom of his bat.
I mean, the thing about Jason Holder is he's given the captaincy really young, wasn't he? When everything was falling apart, and so he's kind of grown up being a captaincy, and I think it's in one way it's really helped him. He's stood up so many times for the West Indies. He's the best, ranked as the best all-rounder in the world by quite a long way, Tone. So,
no, this is very true. Well, he's in, and Bairstow plays this away into the offside. There is no run,
and he was also there when he was captain as well, there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
So
he's never seemed to have quite an off spell from what I've seen. He's just constant.
He's also very much a multi-format player, isn't he, Jason Holder?
Well, he is, but he's a very good bowler, and he can bat, and
well, that height and the
he's not the quickest
that he's able to get. He's not super quick, no. In he comes, full. Bairstow's forward again, just eases it towards cover. I'm looking sort of recent performances for Jason Holder. They've all been T20s or ODIs in India. We took one for 29, then none for 45, 4 for 34 he took in Ahmedabad, 1 for 37. So not much with the bat, although he didn't. Oh no, he made 57 in the first ODI in Ahmedabad. But he looks to have had a better time with the ball than the bat over in India, which is not necessarily wickets that you necessarily associate with the big, tall, hit the deck hard type bowler. He certainly does put a lot of effort in, as this one is quite full again, and Bairstow is confidently forward. He's within one shot of 100 now. I'm not entirely sure anyone would be particularly happy if he tried to get there in the one shot, though, under the circumstances, but he is within the one. Shade over 3, the run rate, 229 for 6 are England. Craig Brathwaite's got the most runs on this ground, 547, so he holds that record.
Ooh.
Is that one
that's
shouts for LBW? No, I think it was a tad high, given Holder's bounce and also going down leg.
I suppose his bounce.
It jagged back quite a long way, but I think it jagged back too far. As you say, it's going up as well. Are they reviewing it? I don't think they are, no.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Highest score here. Well, Johnny B will be halfway to it if he gets to 100, because the highest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium was 200 for Virat Kohli, and that was in 2017.
And that's an all test.
Yeah, but there haven't been that many, to be fair.
I was looking through the records to see what a kind of average score was, and I was finding there hadn't been many played.
Well, the thing is, when you look at Antigua records, then one, it's not as long a history as you think it is, because they started playing much later in Antigua than in other islands. And two, of course, there was the shift from the old recreation ground to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This is driven straight by Wokes, but Holder gets a big paw down.
Well, they're looking for a run out.
And we're
here.
looking now for a run out because he did get something on it. And if Johnny Bairstow has been run out by an attempted field on a straight drive from Chris Wokes, Bairstow looks
pretty
would we say relaxed, chaps?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. I'd
close,
like to have a
though.
look at that. I think even Jason Holder, who's a very decent man, would be rather embarrassed if he denied. He definitely gets a hand. Well, we're having a look.
Yeah, he's got a
Nigel
hand on it.
Duguid is the third umpire. I think there's no doubt he touches it. Bairstow gets his bat back. He's falling backwards, and I'm pretty sure we don't really see where Johnny B's bat is. We have a camera angle now that does. The bat's bouncing around a bit, but he's got it safely flat on the ground as far as we can see.
Is that the same as the...
A decision is pending, and we think that decision will be not out, and indeed it is. What a hideous moment that would have been. Seriously, I suspect would have been very muted celebrations if they got that wicket.
No, they'd have been bloody happy.
I think this has gone down.
It does.
It has. Wokes, he was looking to steer that away, and it's Jason Holder again who can't really keep himself out of the action, can he? He dives away to his right. Wokes stood tall as a genuine edge. It was low to Holder's right. I think I did it. I'm not sure it's a drop. I think it might have been on the half volley.
Yeah,
it carried, but it was an extremely hard catch.
Poor old Jason Holder. He's body language says that's a drop, and I think that one he would have been thrilled with. I'm not sure I agree with Bear. There would have been cock-a-hoop celebrations if you get someone out through just complete fortune.
No, I mean that's when you're, especially when you're under the
Goes
pump a
in
little bit.
again. This one gets an edge by Wokes, but there's no second or third slip, and away it goes down to the third man boundary for one of these.
You're too nice, Tone.
I am. I'll settle for that. If that's the biggest fault you can find in me, that I'm too nice.
It's sport. It's gladiatorial. You get someone out lucky when you're under the pump. You celebrate like mad. What are you on about?
I'm giving them a send off.
Exactly. Get that. Nice.
Oh no.
I'd probably give a 14-year-old a send off, to be honest. So.
I wouldn't do that.
Gladiatorial, competitive Scot in you, Colin. Start a fight in an empty room.
Who are you?
But that's the kind of thing.
2:33 for 6.
You know, that's the accidental get out you kind of dream of when things are going against you. You know.
Well, no, inwardly, absolutely fine. As this one jags back a little bit at Wokes, but he's shouldered arms high above his head. And Josh De Silva, who's had a pretty decent day, I think. I don't recall any rickets or howlers from.
Well, he took that
Josh there, the old Wimbledonian.
That great inside edge catch.
Took a magnificent catch, although the combination of footwork and back waggling that allowed that catch to happen was disappointing.
It was that was Crawley, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And
Yeah.
It was just not great, but it was a superb catch. This one is Fuller, driven by Wokes, driven straight to extra cover. And again, there is no run. There's one ball left of this Alzari Joseph over, which has been tidy enough bar that edge to third man. See, I don't think we're watching that replay of the catch that Jason Holder feels he dropped.
I don't think he did.
I'm not sure he did drop it.
I think he kind of met it as it hit the ground.
Yeah, I think that's about right. It's sort of half volley job. 2:33 for 6. In the 75th over, there's one ball left of Alzari Joseph's over here. It's full and it's driven, but it's driven straight to mid-off. Kemar Roachfields, and there is no run at the end of the over. It's 2:33 for 6. Bairstow is still on 95. Colin, what are people saying?
Jay Grover is already recoiling in anger. No Bairstow up the order, fucking Lord's sake. Yeah, okay, granted, but he's been really out of touch since the Ashes.
Yeah, well,
there's a chap. Talking about a touch, there's a chap here on because you've got the big stands at each end of the Curtly Ambrose and Andy Roberts ends, and then the way this ground is designed, you have basically terracing and grassing just deliberately to give it that kind of rural feel, I suppose. And there's a chap who we're seeing, and he's got a pair of flip-flops on, and
he looks out of it, man.
Absolutely
he's done for today.
He's absolutely gone for the day. As this one is driven by Bairstow off Holder, but driven straight to cover. I think the most cricket I've ever missed through alcoholically induced sleep was a test against New Zealand. I managed to miss 4 wickets in the afternoon. I mean, we had got on the outside of several bottles of red wine, and I'm afraid I just did the archetype cricket fan doze.
Yeah, well, you know.
I woke up. I think they were 2 wickets down when I went to sleep, and 6 wickets down when I woke up. Not really very good. Not something I'm proud of. Holder, right arm over, driven by Bairstow, but again he just finds that man at cover every time. It's Holder's holding a tight line to him, aimed, I would imagine, at frustrating him. Craig Brathwaite is getting plenty of shine on the ball, and there's a couple lounging on massive bean bags. I don't know if they brought those with them or whether they're sort of Sir Vivian Richards Stadium
sticking out the case
standard issue bean bags, but they looked, I have to say, magnificently comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. That looked good, man.
It did look good.
That and a nice big glass of
In
rum.
comes Jason Holder. Full steered. He still can't beat that man at cover. Who is that? It's Craig Brathwaite again. Stationed himself at cover, knowing as letting Jason Holder really just niggle away at round about 4th stump line. Bairstow is looking to steer it away past him, and in I think 3 balls in a row, every one has been swooped upon by Craig Brathwaite, and it's keeping a frustrated Bairstow on 95. And I'm not sure a frustrated Bairstow on 95 is the Bairstow England would be wanting to see. Holder in again. This one's Fuller. It's whipped off his toes this time through mid wicket. He will only get a single. It will take him on to 96.
Yeah, one hit to the boundary though. Come on, Johnny.
Yeah,
B.
well, it was one hit. It's still it's just a bigger hit.
Yeah, you don't get that many 6s in test matches.
2 wickets, am I right in saying, for Holder so far? In he comes.
Yeah.
And that one's full. It's caught. Works absolutely full and square and straight, and was a replay. So stand by your bed.
I was waiting for that tone.
Just said.
Classic.
We're back live. Here it is. It is Jason Holder. Up onto his toes goes Chris Wokes. And this one trickles back to Holder. We had an incident 2 overs ago. Holder, first of all, diving to his right, nearly got a finger on the ball, and Johnny Bairstow was running through as Wokes took a single. Nearly ran him out. And then very next ball off the next over, Holder was the man at slip who was diving and nearly took a catch. They say things come in twos and threes, don't they? Well, you couldn't keep Holder out of the game there. Wokes, a little shuffle and a shake of the bat, steadies himself as Holder is in. It's full. It's steered past square leg umpire.
Keep the strike.
And if they took a single, I'm not sure they did.
They did take one.
Did they?
Yeah.
235 for 6. Wokes has moved on to 5, and you're absolutely right. He's kept the strike. 2 for 13 for Holder. For ages, he was on 2 for none, wasn't he? He was certainly on 1 for none for just about forever.
He's seen himself in just before they take a new ball to then see himself in again.
Only 4 overs before they do. Colin, who have we got?
Jay Grover. I've been insulting Fred for nigh on a decade now. Don't think he's ever given a shit.
I could probably vouch for some of those years and reassure you that he hasn't.
And I got Jeff Perkins just compliment saying it's like a duck's off a warthog's back. Jay Grover, I'm a lot more scared of a 14-year-olds than 44-year-olds, but that's to me giving 14-year-olds send-offs.
Wokes is going to face Alzari Joseph, who's bowling his 19th over, and it's very full, looking to York Wokes, but it was a little bit on the floaty side, and Wokes was able to just guide it towards mid-wicket, and there was no run.
Just one more quick one. Leah planting a flag early by saying a Holder hat-trick would be mint right about now.
No, it wouldn't. Sod off.
235 for 6.
I really want
Johnny
England.
Bairstow 96.
I really want England to make it to 300.
Well, it's not
No, that's not
something they
happening.
do an awful lot of. As onto his toes goes Wokes, dabs it to point. No run.
That's
Still
why.
2-3-5 for 6 2-dot balls to start this over. Good tight bowling this actually, by and large.
Yeah, they
At
have
the end of
bowled
the
well.
day, tired bowlers, old ball, all of those things. They are making England work for every run.
I think a swing with a new ball will be the better of the two
Well,
enders.
if I was Johnny B, I think I'd be happier getting my ton before the new ball arrived, as this one again is quite full. Wokes angles the bat, guides it to point. There's a man there, and there's no run. 3 consecutive dot balls, 235 for 6.
That's not a
3.5
bad.
overs now to that new ball is due.
He's played a lot of tests. That's not a bad batting average, is it? Really, for an all-round 27. You think Ian Botham's was 33, wasn't it, or something?
Yep.
Yeah, it would be roughly around that.
Joseph pumps those elbows, in he comes, and Wokes can, not really a pretty shot, I would say, but an effective one. Steer it towards cover, and again, no run. He's been, what sort of form has he been in with the bat? Has
Pretty reasonable.
Chris Wokes
Yeah, I think he got.
made 35, didn't he, in Hobart? 24 and 44.
He was one of our best batsmen
Adelaide.
in Australia. What are you on about?
Yeah,
he really was.
No, I'm saying what sort of form has he been in, and he's made decent runs.
He's good for a good 30, pretty much all the
Good
time.
30. Well, he's got a way to go. He's got another 25 to go.
Well,
and that's
exactly.
not going to get him any nearer because he's just pushed back.
Well, if he
to
gets,
Alzari Joseph.
well, that's it. If he gets 25 more and Bairstow gets 25 more, that's 300.
He kind of sort of when he played in the 3 tests he played in Australia. He only played 3, didn't he? He sort of kind of grew into it. 21 and 16 in Brisbane, 24 and 44 in Adelaide, and then 36 and just 5 in Hobart. But he's ready now to face the final ball of this. Joseph over, and again it's quite full.
Kept a little
He's
low.
a little bit late jabbing the bat down, but pushes it back to the bowler. There's no run.
He's
Colin.
on social, yeah.
On Twitter, we've only got one more. Diana Parson, I object to your abuse of not Fred. And
He's a staunch defender of not Fred in all things.
on YouTube, we've only got one, Pokey Bumfinger. As a stoner, I can sympathise with commentating on replays. Highlights packages can be a nightmare when I'm wrecked.
Yeah, you got to remember. As
Captions disappear, don't
as
they?
a fellow stoner, yeah, the captions disappear.
Well, we're going to see Craig Brathwaite is going to wheel his arm here, which I think will be quite interesting. See what to see.
Well, they just need to get
a
what,
bit of off
four
breaks, doesn't
overs, 3 overs. Bairstow wants to get his ton before a new ball
Yeah,
comes. I think.
What's
Balls
a
off breaks
badge
and balls
underneath the West Indian badge he's got there? It's like his birthday or something.
It's got a really long jingle, so you can talk over the top of it. I'm just going to lay it underneath.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's a bed.
He's setting his field. Let me see. He has a for Bairstow. He has a slip. He has a middle from the middle. There's a man in extra cover. Most of the rest of the field seems to be pushed fairly far back. He's coming around the wicket. Oh, that was very floaty.
Yeah.
Held back. Bairstow just tickles it around the corner and will get a single, so he'll move on to 97, but he won't have the strike.
There are accounts I would definitely get out to.
Well, Colin, this is only your second series with us, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is.
This is a hell of a lot more sociable, isn't it?
What, a test match?
No,
Well, it is because you got...
No, just being up at the normal time during the day rather than 5 in the bloody morning.
Through the
I
night.
didn't mind kind of getting up. I'm used to watching Australia half the time.
Well, that is true. That would be true. Brathwaite's... We're just waiting. Looks as though he's bringing in someone.
He does not look keen.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be keen to this shit.
Oh, put on this. God damn it.
He is indeed bringing in.
He's coming around the wicket, floating it up just in the arc where he's going to smash it straight at me.
Thankfully, Brooks is not exactly the...
Around the wicket he comes again. It's given plenty of flight and drift and air, and Wokes deals with it as calm as you like, really. No aggressive intent, just guided away into the offside. no run. 236 for 6. Johnny Bairstow on 97, but he's not facing. As around the wicket again comes Brathwaite. That did a little bit of turn for Brathwaite.
We got one that
Waits, guides it to mid wicket. Will get Johnny Bairstow back onto strike. 237 for 6. Bairstow on 97, and he's gonna have 3 deliveries, fluted, taunting, teasing, tantalising, tormenting him from Brathwaite. Is he going to resist?
No,
he's not. He's going to swing it beautifully backward of square, and it's gone all the way for 4. Bairstow punches the air, double fist pump, bats aloft, helmets off, and well done, Johnny Bairstow. What a fantastic effort. He is a centurion. He's rescued England, and 241 for 6. Can he go on? We hope so, but right now enjoy the moment, Johnny B.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
His Brathwaite's delivery is just—it's almost as though if you could—I'm not sure you could actually bowl a ball any slower than Brathwaite's delivering these.
It was pretty village. He just kind of stopped his action and threw it up there and said,
yeah, he's somehow bowling it from behind himself, which is it's like some existential bowling.
It's again, it's the Bairstow. It's one very floaty and full, and Bairstow steers it to mid wicket this time, and there is no run. When he took his cap off, or his to bowl, I thought for a moment that Roston Chase was on. It was a sort of the combination of beard and bald head. But then definitely, obviously, go to the same barber. That was Messrs. Chase and Brathwaite, I suspect. It's the end of the over. It's 241 for 6, England. Johnny Bairstow has made 192 balls for him. The second new ball is available in 2 more overs. Now they seem to be walking off. Is that it? No, it's just a drink. I was going to say, surely that's not it for the day. I mean, we've at least got another 5 minutes. There should be some extra time, shouldn't there, chaps?
We've got 20 minutes extra play, given light.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll do some quick Twitter. Leah, 27 average. Jadeja's is 10 higher. I'm really cocked up big time. Adelaide Barnes, morning everyone. It's still the hope that kills you.
I don't know. I mean, considering 66 for 4, weren't we, or something?
I think it's first of all with Ben Stokes, and then with Ben Folkes, and now with Chris Wokes.
What was your...
Bairstow has enjoyed the full Stokes, Folkes, Wokes.
Yeah.
Smorgasbord, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Of partners.
He's back with them all.
What was it at 5 down? There was something even worse.
Well, also, I mean, if Wokes, of course, can do as well as
any of the others, and
Stokes and Folkes did, then that should, well, that involves, as in staying with Johnny B, that really should see England 200-300.
Craig Overton can bat a bit. I mean, it's not particularly pacey out here, is it? Let's be honest.
He can. He'll always have New Zealand, won't he?
Yeah.
As in comes. We had to change bowling. There are Sami Bamal.
Oh, yeah.
With his no balls.
And this is your last over too. And then we're having a little switcheroo.
It is.
I
think I might be staying on to do some social media if we're going into overtime.
We are. Dave Brooks joining us for that last session.
This one was again flicked bristly by Wokes, but straight to mid-wicket off Bamal. I quite like the look of Bamal. He seems to have good control. Wicketless so far.
I don't think I mean, there's a little bit of turn there, but there's not a lot else.
Round the wicket he comes. Forward comes Wokes into the offside again. No run. West Indies keen, I think, just to get through these overs.
Yeah.
Get to that 80 over mark. I don't think they'll waste a lot of time before taking the new ball unless they get a wicket. This one is just guided down on the 45 towards long leg.
what's Bairstow going to do with the new ball now? And having his turn, will he just tee off or?
Well, no. You see, I don't. Teeing off at the end of the day when you've still got 4 wickets in hand and you're only on 240, 250 odd.
Yeah, but you're seeing it like.
You need to be thinking 350. You've still got batsmen to accompany Bairstow.
You're thinking
he needs
it
to be there
logically.
tomorrow. Come all round the wicket. Oh, that's a lovely shot by Chris Wokes. Punched
Poor bit of
really
fielding.
away through extra cover. They've taken 2. And the throw comes in. They'll get him 2 more. He moves into double figures. So he's up to 10 from 32 balls faced.
You've really just got to play the situation. I mean, if you get a bad ball and you're on 101, you're going to you don't block it. You play the shot, yeah. But I think
Absolutely.
you just play your normal game. But you're in, you know. And
Yeah, but you don't need to chase. What I mean is, I don't think you need to chase the ball. You don't need to be skipping down looking to launch the ball, as this one is. Full and nicely met by Bairstow. It was actually nicely met by Wokes, but I think it's the end of the over. That's where we'll hang around.
You two
4
get off
runs off
and
it.
see you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Dave
Colin,
B should be
star
coming
performance, well done.
back. He is there. I hope Dave, calling Dave. I'm going to go and get a beer out of the fridge.
Well, you're going to leave me on my own. There's no David, and you're going to just bugger off.
Okay, damn, but I need a beer before the next over
Well,
starts. Dave, where are
You
you?
want me to wait and
Fair
you can
enough.
get a beer?
Yeah, you go and get. Come back and I'll get a beer.
That's all right. I can quickly tell you the story of the day. Leach, Alex Lees didn't last especially long. He went for 4 of 9 balls. LBW and pretty plum to Kemar Roach. Crawley, he left a huge gap between his bat and his pad. Inside edge, beautifully taken, diving to his left by Josh De Silva. He went for 8. Joe Root didn't last too long. He was bowled by Root as we wait for Brathwaite to bowl what should be the final ball before, final over before the new ball.
What did you think
First
of
which is met by Bairstow, no run.
Stokes' batting? He seemed to. There was a lot of bat coming down at a 45-degree angle and getting some kind of streaky edges.
Bear is back. You've missed one ball, Bear. Do you want to leap into that ball-by-ball
I
mode?
will do. Dave still hasn't turned up. He's in the waiting room. He's not in the waiting room. Sorry, he's there. He's just got everything turned off. As that's just dead battered by Bairstow. This is the last over before the new ball. They might like 4 or 5. I don't know. It looks like the sun's going down reasonably quickly out there. Around the way. That's just really, really balloon balled by Brathwaite. And it's just once again dead battered by Bairstow. Thinking about the new ball. Everyone's thinking about the new ball.
Like me to stay until Dave comes?
Yeah, please. If you've got nothing
That
else to do.
may be maybe you to the end of play, Colin.
Yeah,
that's all right.
I'm sure he'll turn up.
We'll get the nurse to shake his bed.
Well, yeah. Bairstow is against tries to sweep that miss fitness no run. How's the knee doing? It was the knee, wasn't it?
It's actually coming on a lot better than I'm walking quite well, so it's.
Oh, that's cool. Good, excellent.
Really nice.
This time it is a little bit short, a little bit wide, and Bairstow goes back, cuts. It goes down to deep point, and there's a single. What's the weather like up there?
Freezing.
Still.
It's windy and freezing. I think it's 2 degrees at the minute and about
nasty.
40 knots.
Yeah, that's the one thing about being down here. The weather is completely different. It's, it's quite sunny and pleasant today. It wasn't particularly warm. That's just knocked out to the leg side by Bairstow. He's probably sorry, Wokes. He's going, well, bloody hell, that was slow. The umpire's going to bring on the new ball. Presumably West Indies take it straight away. You've got tired bowlers at the end of the day. New ball can go. I think as Tone said, don't think you want to chase it, but if the bowlers are tired and put it in the wrong place, I think you've got to hit it. It'll certainly go quicker to the boundary. It's still don't have to wipe the new ball as it's come out from one man to another. They're still doing that shit.
Hopefully they've gone over that.
I don't know. It's amazing how quickly coronavirus has gone out in the news. Now we've got World War III.
It's just while we do that, Bog's got a question, which is: did you finally get to play the Stokes folks Wokes jingle?
Well, I think we did earlier. Yeah.
Yes, we did. Well, we did. Dave Barrett is also saying, in a dark corner of my mind, there's a sitcom where Roy Keane and Johnny Bairstow share a flat and argue intensely about the washing up, whose turn it is to do the bins, and what colour to paint the landing. That's kind of an interesting concept.
have you stopped doing your podcast, Dave? I haven't had a message about that for ages. Or are you back in the UK? If so, well, we're going to see you. New ball has been taken. You should play a jingle for that. Where is it? I can't even remember where it is.
New balls, please.
No, not extras. What's it in? Selected in play. There we go. No, yeah.
New balls, please.
What's going on here?
Yeah, that's me.
No, there with Kimo Roach, who was a bit.
Oh yeah, Kemar as well. We want to have a jingle for him. There.
He ain't no dope.
First ball, the new ball. Yeah, it's going to come through the air much quicker, and it's pretty full and well defended by Bairstow. Ducked in a little bit.
Is there a baseline better than that?
Well, you know, yeah, probably, but it's still a goodie.
You have a message from, I think, Mog, although it's under these
Yeah, no, that's the one I replied to.
Oh, right, the one. Okay. Oh, I'm with you.
That's why it says about Zoom and CPUs. That's defended and out into the covers, and there's no run. Yeah, today, of course, we're back doing prime time bloody broadcasts, aren't we? Zoom just chews the CPU usage of this machine whilst we're broadcasting. It's horrible. So we've dropped about 3,500 frames, so probably our faces on YouTube are completely out of sync with what we're saying, I would bet. But they still get the audio and us just mouthing rubbish to it. That's alright, isn't it, peeps? That one's clipped into the leg side. Campbell Fields, but I'll get through for a quick single. First run with the new ball. Roach is 15.
It seems to be looking all right at the moment, although.
Yeah, there's a bit of something in the air there, isn't it? It's certainly ducking in. Well, it certainly looks to be. Presumably he's got the away one as well.
I can tell you, Lajani's saying, "Wow, I last checked at work, I kind of forgot much different score to come back to." 50 for 4 last time I checked. Yeah, so it's quite a lot's happened since then.
Yeah.
Lajani, so you have missed a lot. Where have you been?
Yeah. At work, clearly.
Highly entertaining.
She just told us that. Again, the problem with this kind of it looks really good, but if you do it too often, it just floats into that half volley on the pads, doesn't it? And a good batsman will just clip it away, as Wokes just did there. Got 3, I think.
Exactly what I was about to say. It's very samey.
Yeah, but this is it. You've got to have the other one as well, and you've got to mix it up. Ah, it's Kirtley. I got a picture of Kirtley.
He's some man.
Yeah, he's cool, man. Him and Courtney. That period when they basically held the West Indies together, they were still magnificent. And when he got on one, Kirtley, Jesus Christ, he could destroy it in no time at all. Roach at the end of his run, coming in, 3 slips, no gully. Roach hangs that one up outside off stump, and it's carved by Bairstow out into the.
And then we've got overs remaining, so there will be another.
Yeah, they'll go through. I think they can only go half an hour anyway, can't they? Yeah. Same as over here, so it'll be 6. Yeah, I mean, I expected it to go to 9:30 every day. No one ever bowls bloody 90 overs by 6 o'clock or whatever it is when in the allotted time. Single out to deep point. Wokes facing out. It's on 13 already. Scooted along with 35 deliveries. England have got the 250 up, 251 for 6 now. And Wokes defends that. Just down into the offside. Bairstow's looking busy.
55 for 4. You think they would have bet their hand off over 250?
Yeah, well, it's about bloody time someone stood up though, isn't it? Lower down the order. I mean, this is it. When Root was out earlier, you're like, shit, we're all out. We're looking up the first innings of the last tour out there, we were 77 all out. And at 50 for 4, and seeing how England have been bowled out for about 10 for whatever it is in the Ashes, you're kind of thinking, shit, this really could.
Yeah.
Kirtley, of course, has the best bowling figures against England in games between West Indies and England. and he has the most wickets.
What-
34, 34 matches. He's got 164 wickets.
What, against England?
Against England,
Jesus.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
an average of nearly 4 a game.
Not something stupid.
19, nearly just a shade under 19.
Oh.
Best bowling was 8 for 45.
Oh, I was waiting to say.
Bridgetown in 1990.
I was waiting to say, is it not something stupid like Royston Chase has
Yeah.
still got the best individual figures for it, but
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know.
8 for something nasty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh well, wherever.
Seals is into the attack. He's bowling at Johnny B. It's well wide. He's off stump. Would have been a one-day wide, but it's a Test match cricket. Woohoo! And it isn't.
Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
Conservative MP for Gloucestershire, isn't it? Nigel Tristan Seals.
Yeah. And that was.
What's his angle of swing average?
On the swingometer, on his swingometer. Well, he does get plenty of swing.
3.2. He got the most swing this morning.
Yeah.
In now, bowls, and attempted cut by Johnny B, but into the ground, and there ain't no run.
I think Alvaro Joseph got a bit of a. I think his figures don't quite reflect how well he bowled. He had quite a lot of near half chances and edges through the slip cordons.
Yeah, he did, but that's the way it goes, you know.
Yeah.
Another day, you know, you've got to think karma sort of evens itself out. You get a couple of cheapies somewhere else down the line, you know.
We have a request from Adelaide Barmies, by the way, for you, Bear.
Ah, yes, well, give it to me after this
I'll tell
ball.
you that in a minute. I will do.
Seals is in and turns Johnny around a little bit. He was trying to work it into the leg side. Stood on him a bit. And he managed to play it back into the ground. No run. Go. What around the
Well, it's just it says it's also our media hub's birthday, and he'd love to be jingled up with a rousing fuck off.
Oh, okay. You know that's always going to.
Bear doesn't normally need twice asking to
No,
play that.
exactly. I don't need that for that. I'll give you that after this. Who am I saying? Well, tweet me in.
Well, I'm not sure what I mean by media hub as a person. I know what a media hub is, but not a person.
As that's defended.
Let us know. Let us know the actual name of the person.
Yeah, give us a name that you want to tell the fuck off, and then I'll
whether they
and
like
then
sex and travel. Let us know who it is, and we'll give them the full.
We'll
blast
announce
of
it, and we'll give it to them.
I remember a time when I was away on holiday and I had no coverage of the cricket. It was a Scotland-England game where Scotland won, and I went on to Guerrilla Cricket just as you played that with my son sitting next to me as Mo and Ali hold out in long on.
Yeah, well, Seals. Oh, now that one took off. I thought maybe it got an inside edge. That one did take off a little bit.
I'm not quite believing that speed gun. It seems a lot quicker than that is saying.
Well, it held its line. It started to swing away and then held its line a bit. Certainly, there's a lot more with the new ball, isn't there? And they're certainly putting a lot more effort in. That was a great delivery. Nominally 8.1 overs left, but the clock says 16 minutes. I think it's probably 4 overs if they're lucky.
Well, Chris the Choir's with us as well.
Ah, good.
Joined you in time to hear some marvellous connection to the Caribbean. Shame my internet student couldn't hear me 8 miles away. Great to be back with you.
Ah, great.
Chris the Choir.
Good to have you along. That's pulled by Johnny B. Quite nicely, actually, but long leg is down there, and he fields it. And I get back for 2, though. Good running. I'm going to move on to 253. The pissed English people starting to sway.
Jordan Alice Band is back. I never noticed earlier.
Luton Town FC. Christ.
Yeah, we don't want that.
That guy's not very coordinated.
Who let them in? If I was in charge of the SVR stadium, they wouldn't even got in.
We're so embarrassing abroad, aren't we? Jesus.
Quite bad.
Rah, pissed.
Ken saying on YouTube, I wonder when the last time Bairstow got 100 is. I feel like he's a bad luck charm. Whenever I'm watching and he's on, he's usually out for hardly anything. Well, not today, Ken.
Nope. Oh wow! Now that
Swung a
swooped
lot.
back in, swung a lot late as well. I think it's going to miss leg stump. They all went up. It looked great, but I think it's probably going down.
Yeah. The amount of smog would probably miss another set of stumps.
Yeah, it's probably hitting middle on a second set. I'd have thought. It's a big in swinger from Kemar Roach. The new ball certainly doesn't. In fact, it hit him outside the line of leg stump. It looked like it hit him in line, but
What is he appealing for?
he's appealing for the ball. He's appealing.
How good was that ball?
Exactly. That's what he's appealing for. It's a really good ball. Give me a wicket. Nah, it's got to hit the stumps, Kemar.
In fairness, on the Bairstow original give out, may as well.
Oh, and that one holds its line. Its shape's come in again, holds its line. It's good bowling, this, by West Indies. I think
Unless it was the Joel Wilson principle. It's Joel, therefore probably worth a shout.
He's got a couple wrong today already, hasn't he?
Yeah. As you say, he's still not doing a change-up ball to have a straight one or anything like that. It's every one of them is swinging in. He needs to...
Well, we don't send out to Jimmy, do we? And he has one that comes back in, but bowls a lot of away swingers. You can see him setting someone up.
Jimmy who? Does he still play?
Defended up to extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, I wonder if anyone's tried to get him to commentate for this series. He's told, he might have told people to.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
When I asked him, do you want to commentate on this series?
Have we heard back from Adelaide Barmies to find who it is we are?
No, but I just came up with a reason to play it. But you weren't listening, were you, Tony?
No, because I was looking to see if we'd heard back from Adelaide Barmies. Oh, it's Johnny Coops. Yeah, it's the bloke.
What? That one is again similar delivery. Johnny B plays it to mid wicket and there's no run. See now, if he's got the one that he can bowl that just holds its line and goes away or something, then that'd be a great setup. Go on. What?
The gentleman's name is Johnny Coops. Well,
What?
it could be Johnny Co-ops. But it's Johnny Coops is the gentleman concerned who's been given the send-off.
Okay, so Johnny Coops.
Happy birthday, Johnny.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
There you go. We've had it twice now. I hope that's made your day down in Adelaide.
Oh, I truly hope he works for Co-op and he's just broadcasting that over the Tannoy system.
Pretty unlikely.
That'd be quite amusing. Played out to point and there is no run. Well, it's after the watershed, so I think that's legitimate anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, it's valid.
Not in Adelaide, it's not.
Well, it's the middle of the night.
Early in the morning.
Is it? Oh, yeah, cool.
It's Australia, they're not going to care.
Nah, exactly. Floods all up the east coast, though. I've seen the photos, people, cars floating away on all sides. It's been really bad. Roach, again, it's the in swinger, and again, Johnny B just clips it down to long leg.
They're having floods and they've got their PM having videos of him playing a ukulele. They're doing quite well.
Okay, cool. That was a single, bending over. Yeah, I just saw a few photos, but again, that's been everything's squeezed out by war. There's hardly any other news now, is there? So, I'm a Guardian reader, and when there's a big event, they have a big box at the top with like 3 stories down the side. But now, and they're all in red because they're urgent. And now it's like 6 rows of red urgent boxes to read all about Ukraine. It's like the media love war. It's quite scary, man. It's quite sensationalist shit. Even I'm not saying it's not bad, but we sensationalise it as well. It's like all those dystopian films. War has become entertainment. It's fucking hell, man. But hey, forget my rant. I've had a couple of beers. Bairstow's on 107 and Wokes is on 13. And England have got to 255 for 6 and they were 55 for 4. So that's pretty good going. 2 wickets to put on 100 each. And that's defended by Johnny B. Soft hands, goes along the ground to third slip and there ain't no run.
Don't think they've taken a step back from earlier where the ball wasn't carrying and now we've got the new ball. This is going to come at them very quickly.
Yeah.
When you get a moment as well, we should have a look at the GPL and see if anyone's in the game.
I was just about to say that people are in the game. There's a lot of
Good.
mid-200s. In fact, we're on 255, so we've got rid of Scrambled Channel is pretty much out of it. Nicely cut by Johnny B, but they got a man at deep point. Jermaine Blackwood out there, I don't know. Don't think it is. I don't know who that is. It's a single. So Scramble Channel had 168 for a whole day's play. That's pretty low, Scramble Channel. Up to 2, 3, 4, we have 5 guests. 7 was Hombre Nuevo, Mark 2, who is Hombre Nuevo.
In the ballpark, but a miss is as good as
a miss as good as a mile. Next man up, of course, is there's a bunch of 3s on the end. So Messi Jez is, funnily enough, our next man, who has 263, 273, and 283. He's not possible.
The bowler inside me kind of wants to go around the wicket here and swing it back in.
Yeah, you get that wrong though, and end up right on the pad. So I suppose if you set the field for it, don't lose runs. But instead, it's a length ball by Seals with not much movement in the air on that one.
All I'm seeing from Wokes is he's standing with his kind of open batting, open stance, and just playing it on length, and not really.
Yeah. Well, he's doing all right though.
Yeah, no, granted, he's doing all right, but that's. From the West Indian side, that's what I would want to do.
I mean, West Indies will really want to. I mean, now there's only 8 wickets left till the end of the day. They get a wicket now. It's all great shit, you know, and they get Leach out for an over, and maybe get a Lion Watchman too. As that one's too wide though, swinging away and very full, and Wokes beautifully drives that through the covers all the way to the boundary. 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Lovely timed.
It's been very much a tale of the lower order today, hasn't it? Bairstow and Stokes 67, Bairstow and Folkes 99, Wokes and Bairstow 42 so far.
Well, don't you remember the other?
When you look at the top order and then compare it to that, it's
yeah.
You know.
Well, it's just, you know, I think. God, do we have
the
to
red
say
ball
it
reset is looking very much like the old ball reset.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean,
fortitude in the lower part of the innings.
The middle order have been pulling us out of the fire for years. As that's clipped into the leg side, and there's no run. I mean, wasn't there that series 3 summers ago or something when Curran had a golden summer and scored a lot of runs? Can't remember who it was against, but like. I think it was 5, 6, 7 and 8 scored the majority of our runs the entire summer.
Yeah, then Broad when he used to actually semi-bat and get
20, 30.
Decent, yeah, Moeen Ali was batting down the order and
could score decent runs, you know. Exactly. And you know, unless you have a God, do I have to say it again? I feel like a fucking broken record with this one. But you know, Seals defends it and the offside, there's no run. You know, we don't have an opening partnership. We haven't had an opening partnership for years, and until you get an opening partnership,
it's Andrew Strauss and Alistair Cook, I think is what we've said. Few messages. Jay Grover, by the way, says it's my birthday tomorrow. Can I pre-order a fuck off? It didn't mean the world to.
No, just get in touch.
The MCC just announced that in a catch, the batsman will return to their original end, whether they crossed or not. I don't like that. No, Leah, neither do I.
No,
sounds to me like a rule you just don't need to tinker with. Why bother?
I thought that was only white ball cricket. I didn't think they were bringing that to Test cricket.
Maybe that's right. Yeah, let us know. Jay Gravis. Oh, I've got that one. Play Seabass 2323's jingle. Mog is saying. Does that mean anything to you, Bear?
No.
Not to me, Moggy. Can you just give us a bit more of a hint on that one, if you can? Anna Forsyth says, Saqib Mahmood looks like a younger Asian, less psychologically damaged Stephen Finn. Thoughts? Yes, he does.
I did not think it was going there.
No, I didn't.
No. I facially, I absolutely.
Yeah, bodily wise though, he's not as gangly.
I see that point.
He's quite a strong fella, isn't he, Saqib? That's defended up to cover by Wokes, and there will be no run.
Jay Grover also says Johnny Co-op sounds like Guy Ritchie properly scraping the barrel.
Johnny Co-op.
Johnny Co-op. Hey, Johnny. He's probably the Mafia Don would probably be, you know, Alfonso Waitrose. Johnny Co-op just does the dirty cleaning up work.
To me, it sounds like the guy that goes to the co-op who buys the cheapest lager possible.
Yeah.
Starts drinking as he gets out.
Yeah,
staggering along with a brown paper parcel. Oh, that'll be all.
Yes. Of course, he's got to be Scottish as well because
Wokes defends that into the ground. There's no one. Gold label. But
yeah, red stripe or something kind of really.
Oh, red stripe's good, man. I like a bit of red stripe.
Yeah, nothing wrong with red stripe.
Oh, it's
Mayank saying it was my birthday on Sunday, so the first fuck off jingle can retroactively be for me.
It's my birthday. Well, there's a lot of us born in March because it's my birthday on the 15th, the Ides of March. This is when I was born. Holder in. Ooh, wow. Ooh. Now that swings away, holds its line, and it's a good ball. Beats too good for Wokes, really. And there is no run.
Leo also wants to know, by the way, are we doing the New Zealand tour of Ireland this summer? Not at the moment, because I think there's some clashes there. But we will.
Yeah, we do concentrate. We do concentrate on England, and we only have one team. We're not a multi-channel broadcaster like Sky, who has lots and lots of people who can cover lots and lots of things. We basically have us, and that's about it.
Mayank says I paid an extra $2 a month. I demand something extra for my cash.
Yeah, great. That's defended in the offside. Out to backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, we're not performing seals. We don't just do anything.
Well, I can tell you we hit the mark with Johnny Co-op because he's suitably chuffed, say the Adelaide Barm is. Also, when was the last time England batted a whole day from the start? Well, that's a good question. Very interesting question.
I don't think. No, I think we got through a couple of days in Australia, didn't we?
Yeah, clutching on maybe kind of things,
but not when start. Not when. Yeah, that's true actually. Not when deciding to bat ourselves.
How much does England feel right now with the Pakistan Australia thinking we could have been there?
Well, I mean that for me that's not what I want out of Test cricket.
No, it's
that's just a ball fest for me. That's clipped sweetly by Wokes down to deep mid wicket. Himself a couple.
When you've got Travis Head, bull medium pacers more than Cummins and Stark, then you think that's a bit of a dead rebound.
That is just, you kind of get it. It's first test against a big nation that Pakistan have played them in a long while. They make a pretty flat wicket. It's got to do something, even if it's if it's days 4 and 5, it suddenly falls apart. All well and good, you get a result. But if it's just a featherbed the entirety of the game, that's just dull as dishwater, isn't it? That's floated up outside Wokes' off stump. Yeah,
Jay Grover says 8 ace, which I think he's just thinking of potential beers that Johnny Co-op might be procuring on his late night raids.
Tenant super. Look, I'll just nip into the loo. Hold the stoke fort if I don't get back in time.
I can do. I'll keep going. It's the end of the over anyway. Mog says yes, he did meet Chris the Choir. Chris brackets T, Christ the Choir. I wonder what Twitter handle I put in that tweet. Now, no, I double checked it, Mog. It was actually the right Chris Barley, so you had the right man. Anna Forsyth says, I've always thought the crossing thing was mad, so instinctively I like it. In practice, I guess we will see. Didn't watch enough of the 100 to be able to tell how it looked. I
didn't watch any of it.
Honestly, Anna, to me that just feels like a tinkering for the sake of tinkering to no real benefit. But there we go. Seals is in, and this one is turned off his hip by Bairstow. He will jog an easy single, and England will move on to 264, which, from the way this day started, is absolute untold riches, Colin, is it not?
And it's a 50 partnership as well. Another one for
another 50 partnership. So, interestingly enough, Johnny B has been positively luxuriating in the Stokes folks Wokes world because he's taken them each in turn and put on really strong partnerships that have got him to and beyond.
It's like it was a setting.
Fantastic effort. The bear has returned from the woods, so we shall hand back to him.
It's like it's a setting where he wants it to remain within the squad and just said, it's all right, lads. I'll keep you. I'll keep you in here.
I'll be the bridge between Stokes, Wokes, and folks. Yeah. This is probably the last over the day. Surely now they've wasted a lot of time because the clock's took over the 30 here. Left alone outside Wokes' off stump. There's no running. Walked away to square leg, trying to waste some more time. I think.
Yeah, but which PC have you looked at there?
No, I changed the time on the other one. They're now matching. In fact,
Johnny Co-ops is apparently a Heineken man, but he can go bargain basement if needed. So the tenants extra or the straight the aces, they're all potentially okay for him, but he's more of a Heineken man. Likes his the parts that other things can't reach refreshed, obviously.
Seals is in, too wide, and again, Wokes plays a beautiful cover drive, and he does that even though it's last over the day. In fact, there's only 2 balls to come after this. But he's leathered that out to the cover bound. Super shot.
Not quite sure what the nervous tick afterwards was saying, like complaining about the pitch after middle cover.
There was a bit of an explosion off the pitch. And I don't know what Seals is going like, oh, that was lasered out to the boundary, mate.
Oh, I had him.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
Had him all the way at the boundary, God.
Wokes faces up and defends that in the crease, square on the offside, there's no run.
Fabulous effort, these two. It is funny, isn't it? You get these two, you have this dream that you finally get the gang back, the trio back together. And Johnny Bairstow has done the job with all of them, put together a partnership with all of them that has hauled England at least to a position of sort of competitiveness.
Yeah, they've still got 4 wickets left, and
yeah, they do.
Overton can bat a bit, give it a bit of a thrash. If these two can survive early in the morning when we come back tomorrow, as Seals is in and it's defended. The bowler, and there is no run. If these two can survive half an hour, 40 minutes in the morning, presuming one of them doesn't get out now. I'm presuming if one of them gets out now, it's the end of the day anyway. We won't have a night watch. There's 1 ball left in the day. So these two come in. It's an if. It's always. It's going to be at 6 over old ball. The bowlers will be fresh in the morning and have their massages and been oiled up and whatever. And it'll be a battle first thing in the morning. And if they can survive that first 40 minutes, there's someone behind the bowler's arm. Wokes isn't happy. Overton can bash a bit, and Wood can bash a bit.
But actually,
and England,
I suppose if you need to be bashing, I guess if you're down that.
No, you don't. But there comes a point where
playing straight.
Well, yeah, but there comes a point. If you're on 300, I don't know, if they get to 340, there's no point in prodding about, is there? There seems to be a little bit in the air, and England have got bowlers to be able to exploit it. We've got Wood, who's very quick. That's it. That's at the end of the day. It's defended up to mid-on. There's no run. And a good day. I think pretty even, I suppose, at the end. England would have liked that to be one, probably less wicket. They'd feel more happy with that and think that 350 and upwards could possibly be on with that. At 268 for 6, what I've been saying, it could all change in the morning. And if they get 2 quick wickets, they could possibly get England out for 280. That's what I'd be saying if I was a West Indian. But as an England fan, I'd be going, well, if these two can last 40 minutes and put on 30 runs themselves before a wicket falls, then you'd like to think you deflated the oppo a bit, you flash a bit, and you get 350. And 350 could be a pretty competitive score when you bat first.
We were just seeing, by the way, as Johnny's walking off there as well, obviously standing ovation from the predominantly English crowd, of course, in Antigua, but most of the West Indians, led by Jason Holder first, were quick to run up to him, pat him, shake his hand, generally offer their congratulations. That, to me, I think is great to see. Play it as hard as you like, but once the closer players come, respect each other's efforts.
Yeah, absolutely.
So nicely done, quality stuff.
Yeah.
Do you want to wrap the day, Bear, or do you want me to just finish off a few messages and then you wrap the day? How do you want to do it?
I'll wrap the day and then we can.
You wrap the day.
Well, I pretty much had, and then you interrupted, but it's all right.
Well, I'll do some final messages then. Okay, I will. O'Neill Harris said Crawley and Lees would have loved to play in Pakistan. Yes, they probably would.
268.
Spicy Golden Duck says, thanks for the commentary. Your earlier commentator was trying to remember who Ben Folkes resembles. It's just occurred to me he looks like Guy Pearce's love child. Yes, I can see that one too.
Yeah, I can see that, especially with a stubble.
Jay Grover says, here's a plan. Me and Fred trip to the old country, odd couple, New Zealand versus Ireland cricket. Corpse in the Liffey. It'd be mint, albeit predictable murder mystery. I'm not sure who killed who first, to be honest, in that one. Thanks for the excellent commentary company, says Leah. Well, thank you for yours, and see you tomorrow. Great, we shall look forward to that and having you with us. Stokes Folks Woke says Hombre Nuevo are the bedrock of Bairstow. Cheaper substitutes are available from bargain DIY stores or bad English selectors, Jay Grover says. Thank you all very much. Off to listen to the Women's World Cup. Enjoy that, Jay. I think I might do the same while I have something to eat myself. O'Neill Harris says your audio has been knocked off the website before the day ended. Oh, Bear, what's going on? Great coverage, says Adelaide Barmes. See you tomorrow. Fantastic, Adelaide Barmes. Give Johnny Co-op a hug from us and hope he enjoys the rest of his birthday.
Yeah, technical issues today. We're back in main time, which means that Zoom gets busy and their servers are shit, and basically...
That was some figures from Jason Holder, if you noticed there. 16 overs, 2 wickets for 15 runs.
Yeah, see, he's class. He's a class act. He really is. Anyway, there were no winners on the GPL. 268 was the score. Messi Jez was the only likely outcome. He had 263 and 273, and it landed right between them. So tomorrow, if I set the final score, it'll tell me how much. It's been about £44 tomorrow, I think. To start the day, it's starting to climb. When it gets to £50, it always gets interesting. So what are we on? £43 tomorrow for the GPL from the start of the day, and yeah, so you can do that if you come in tomorrow. That's goodbye from me, I guess. That's it for the day, isn't it? We're not hanging about for anything. It's a long day. It's 9:37, and it's time to shut things down for the day. It's nice to be back after quite a long hiatus, really, wasn't it? What's it? Beginning of February, we were off air.
Well, we had some ODIs. We had some.
Yeah, but they finished on about the 7th of February. We had about 3 or 4 weeks off.
T20s.
But yeah, it's good to be back, and we'll be back on air at about 1:50 GMT tomorrow.
We will indeed.
So until then, goodbye to you all, and have a good evening, morning, afternoon, wherever it is you are in the world. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
See you.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take large, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We
would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara,